Franklin County Board of County Commissioners now in session for this regular meeting Thursday, August 8th. Thank you all who are in attendance today, staff for helping us get this agenda together. We have a lot of information to cover today, so we'll go ahead and get started. If you would, let's please stand for the prayer and the pledge. Heavenly Father, I thank you today for the opportunity to serve our residents and our community. Father, we pray today as we're here in this meeting place that you would be with us in our understanding, our decision making. Help us not only to be wise but to be prudent. Father, those aren't things we naturally possess. We need you to supernaturally help us, Lord, to understand and to decide and to do not just for today, but for every future tomorrow that you give us and the residents of Franklin County. We thank you for the opportunity. We thank you for knowing that you do all things well. In Jesus' name, amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Attorney Schuler, you said you had something to add to the agenda?
Yes, sir. I have a supplement to my report for two items. One is I'm requesting board authorization to advertise the proposed land swap in the. So now the on-off button works. It hasn't worked for years.
It hasn't.
All right, we'll start over. A supplement to my report consisting of two items. Item one is the request of the board for authorization to publish an advertisement in the newspaper once a week for 2 weeks regarding a proposed land swap between Franklin County and Duke Energy. This is the lot that's next door to their communication tower in downtown Apalachicola. And then they are proposing a 4.5 acre swap for some property which is just on the other side of the old ABC school site. Our lot is a single lot that's 80 feet by 30 feet. So I'm requesting that authorization. And then item number two is notifying the board that there appears, I've been notified, Mr. Marone's been notified, that there appears to be some internal governance issues with the St. James Lanark Village Fire Department. So I wanted to officially inform the board that we had received that information. And then inquiring how the board wanted to, respond to that, including possibly appointing myself and Mr. Marone to inquire and report back to the board. So those are the two supplements to my report.
Okay. All right. There's nothing else, is there, Mr. Marone?
I do have some just items to mention.
Okay.
On my report, item 11, where I talked about Fire Chief George Pruitt, I did that, not expecting Mr. Pruitt to be here this morning. He is here, so he will address that himself.
Okay.
If you don't mind, sir, we could bring that up right after public comments.
Okay.
To get Mr. Pruitt in and out of here.
Yeah.
Your Director of Emergency Management, after a very long weekend, is here this morning because, if you can see quite a few boxes behind me, she has a debris monitoring and a debris, I believe, collection to open up. So we can move that right up under her report.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, thought I had a third thing, but hopefully it'll come to me at some point. But yes, that's the biggest changes I believe I had this morning.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to amend the agenda to reflect the items that need to be included.
Okay, we have a motion to approve the amendment to the agenda.
Second.
We have a second. The motion was by Commissioner Sanders, second by Commissioner Croom. Any discussion before we vote, Commissioners? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous. All right. Next action item is approval of minutes and payment of county bills.
So move.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Amison. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous. Mr. Marone, I don't see any public comments in the folder. Are there any?
Wow. Oh, no, there's no comments. Let me double check.
Okay.
Kind of busy this morning. Make sure nobody sent one in last minute.
Yep.
I don't think anyone filled one out in the room. Should be handed out to you, sir. No emails from, no emails for anyone who wanted to speak.
Okay.
Speaker card's email, if you say that.
All right. So the way we amended the agenda, do you want to go ahead and take Chief Pruitt now? Is that what you were saying?
Yes, sir.
Under item 11? Mr. Pruitt?
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm George Pruitt. Most of you know me, Chief of the Fire Department and Acting President of the Franklin County United Firefighters Organization. I'm here for two things. I'd like to speak briefly on two things. Some years ago, there was a mechanism put in place for an increase in MSBU for the individual fire departments that they could request at any time. I know two departments at least have requested that and gotten it in the past, and my board has asked me to formally ask the commission to put that mechanism in place and increase East Point's MSBU as well. We find ourselves in a precarious situation of paying for one truck that we have, and it's time to replace another one. And you know, the last truck we got was $349,000. Well, the estimate for the new tank truck, which I thought was going to be substantially less, is closer to $500,000. And nobody was more surprised by this than me. And I'm just, anyway, we find ourselves in need of that. East Point's needs have always been simple. We've got a very good and a very frugal board that has always made sure we have what we need to do our job. And I know the county commission has always been pro-fire department and with us as well. So this is a formal request to do that. We'd love to see some of you guys at our monthly meetings. This is the fourth Monday of every month. If anybody would like to come, we'd love to have you there and answer any questions for you. You have any questions for me on this?
Now, I do want to share, though, the conversation you and I had about the need for the new truck.
Yes, sir.
And we talked about the possibility of seeking money from the legislature to get one, as we did with Lanark St. James.
Yes,
And I
sir.
just wanted to make sure the rest of the commission is aware that the reason you didn't want to do that is because of the matter of time. For ordering a truck, you had stated from the time you order a truck to getting a truck was what, almost a year?
Well, it's 2 years.
Yeah, so,
It's
you know what I mean?
18
Yeah.
months.
Right. I just wanted the rest of the board to be aware of that part of the conversation. You know what I mean? And what we're talking about and what we're trying to do. Attorney Schuler, do you have any advice with what we're talking about? Because it might predate most of us, except for Commissioner Sanders on the board, with what's set up in MSBU funds.
It essentially requires a vote of the people
Okay.
in the district,
Okay.
the property owners. And it has been done twice before,
Okay.
as Mr. Pruitt mentioned, St. George Island and also down at Alligator
Okay.
Point.
Okay.
All I would need is board authorization to commence that process.
Okay.
Mr.
We also
Chair,
need to know how much, of course, but
Mr.
Well,
Pruitt?
from where it is going to where.
the mechanism that was put in place, Counselor, is it was from $50 to $100. It actually effectively doubles the MSBU for individual houses.
Okay.
So I'm sure it's on a record somewhere.
Right.
So you want to duplicate what was done for Alligator Point and
Yes, sir.
St. George Island, whatever it is. Actually, I think it was 90, but it could have been 100. I really don't remember. But if it is 90 and not 100, do we need to come back and address that? 'Cause I don't know. I don't want to mess up what you're trying to accomplish.
Well, I'm pretty sure it was 100, and that's what I've told my board, and that's what we're asking for.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I think it's 95.
Okay. You know what? I'm not going to say that you've been here the longer than anybody, Cheryl,
Thank you,
but
George.
But-
But how about this? I think all of our volunteer fire departments are struggling. Why don't we do the whole across the board? But, I mean, we want to entertain George's request, or Chief Pruitt's request.
that's fine.
But anyway, but I'm looking at the whole scope of the whole county may need increases. They just have just not said anything about it, you know.
That's true.
So, you know, that's something we need to do, look at the whole county
Well,
instead of,
maybe that's a conversation we need to have with the other ones then and see,
yeah.
you know.
Yeah, well, Mr. Pruitt, Chief Pruitt said something to me that was really good this morning. They're trying to get back the firefighters.
United
firefighters
Firefighters, and
group.
Steve wants to talk to you about that too, Steve
So
Flame.
how about we let him do that, and then
Yeah.
while we're working on his,
Yeah.
we have a discussion with all the
Yes.
other departments,
Yeah.
you know, and that collective, you know,
What,
the board.
and is this gonna be, I guess, for the November ballot, as I haven't thought about, because I didn't know it had to be voted on until this morning. Is that something that we're actually gonna be able to add to the ballot, or is it too late?
Of course, we're talking about a 10-year-old memory. That's why we
Yes.
keep written records. But I'm pretty sure we did a mail-out ballot. I think it was mailed out.
So
But
I
I'll
felt
check
like
the
I
record, we'll
sneezed.
just duplicate the exact process that
Okay.
was
Okay.
implemented for Alligator Point and St. George Island in the same amount, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That'd be great.
I'm fully supportive of it.
Yeah, this one-
Anything would help. And you know, as far as the legislative, grant, there are other things, I mean, the infrastructure, like we were speaking of,
Yes.
fire hydrants in more places is always a welcome thing. We got a saying at the fire department, big fire, big water.
Yeah,
So, and we do have, you know, there's a lot of places where we go that we don't have water, and that's why we're replacing this tanker with the drop tank and all that, because we go all the way to the Liberty County line and across for
Right.
mutual aid.
right,
And actually, I mean, we'd probably go anywhere if they requested mutual aid.
yeah.
So, but we appreciate anything the commission can do. And I know this mechanism was already put in place. I don't know if it has to be on a ballot or whatever. I thought it was already voted on by the county commission. And some years ago, Counselor, you're right.
In fact,
2013,
well, my memory was thinking that it was the county commission that voted it in.
I thought so too as well.
And
Ms.
I
Shirley.
mean, I was just,
for increases, any increase, I believe, has to go through a
Check
ballot
the
process
records.
with the property.
Yeah, I think so
because
too.
it was only two of
All
them.
good. And the other thing, and I need to bring up again, and we need to have a serious discussion about this, is the communications in Franklin County for the fire net. We used to, just a little history, operate off of a truck radio that was patched into the console. When the sheriff's department went to this 900 megahertz thing, that was taken out, and we actually had some calls where we didn't have communications. We didn't know that was being done. So now they've got a thing in there. I can talk to the sheriff's department fine from East Point with my handheld radio, but my paging, the tones come out great. The voice was just garbage, really. And I listen, and the response to other departments, it's clear as a bell. So it's just with East Points, and they may have addressed that, because I got 2 pages yesterday that were pretty clear. So they may have addressed it. But as far as the fire net goes, Apalachicola has trouble communicating. Carabel, Alligator Point, all the outlying departments have virtually no communication, and it's a safety issue. And it's a can that has been kicked down the road too many times. And it's, you know, I have no doubt in my mind that if the sheriff's department radio went down, it would be an immediate response, and something would be done. If the EMS department's radios went down, there would be an immediate response. And I don't understand why the fire departments are not being treated the same way. So I don't know if Williams Communications is unable to do this or unwilling to fix it, or we need, you know, honestly, I think we need an independent consultant to come in here and evaluate our system and find out what needs to be done so that we can make a plan for getting it fixed. And that's just me.
Yeah.
But I would like to talk about this further at a meeting, and I'm gonna try to get FCUFA together in the next month or so. It's hard to get everybody together, as you guys know, but, I would love to have a meeting where FCUFA and FCUFA would be at least one member from each fire department, hopefully the chief or deputy chief. And then, and then the rest of you guys it would be wonderful to do that, and we could maybe get this going, and the sheriff's department and whoever else, Williams Communications, or whoever, you know, you guys decide to do it. But I just wanted to bring that to the attention. I mean, that's something that's just needed fixing for a long, long time. And I thank you guys for the time this morning. If you have any questions for me, I'll be happy to.
I don't, but I do have a question for Attorney Schuler. So what actions can we take today to ensure that we're covered both ways with this request from East Point?
Both ways for the communications.
No, for the MSBU funds.
Oh, just
So-
a motion to authorize, we'll just use his language, the mechanism for increasing the MSBU assessment in
Right.
the East Point Fire District.
Right.
From whatever it is now, which I think is 50, and I think Commissioner Sanders is correct, 95.
Yeah.
But whatever that amount was for the other two districts that were increased for St. George and Alligator Point, because I remember they were increased. One went first and then the other just duplicated.
Okay. And if that involves a vote or a ballot, then it will be done. If it doesn't, then it'll be decided.
Correct. I'll
Okay,
report.
that's what I'm trying to. You know what I
Yes.
mean? Okay.
If it's something that the board can do, I'll come back at the next meeting and say you can do it. But I really think any increase has to go back to a balloting process.
Okay.
I don't think it needs to go to the general election, because that
Right.
probably would be too late for the MSBU assessment.
Yep.
I'm pretty sure it's a mail out.
Okay.
But
Okay.
whatever the ordinance says. is
So
what
we're
we'll
gonna
do.
give you the ability to bring it back at the next meeting if we, by motion and vote.
If need be.
Okay, all right,
If not, I'll consider the motion to authorize me to get in contact with the supervisor of elections and
Okay.
go through
Okay.
the mail-out ballot process, and we'll have the clerk pull up the records from the last ballot language that was authorized and bring that back to the
Okay.
board.
all right, sounds good.
So we need that in the form of a motion?
Motion, yes, ma'am.
I'll make that motion.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Ward,
Second.
second by Commissioner Croom. Do we have any discussion before we vote, Commissioners? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous. Thank you, sir.
Yes,
Mr. Chairman, I
sir.
do have
Yeah,
one
go
thing. Chief, as we were discussing before the meeting, I have asked that a meeting's passed for potential legislative appropriation to provide, or try to get some help for providing some infrastructure such as fire hydrants, things like that. I know we got the fire truck in Lanark. I understand that you don't want to go that route, because it did take time, and there is no guarantee that we'll get the appropriation
Right.
for the truck, so I get that. But I want to ensure that you guys, as all of our volunteer fire departments, have what you need at your disposal to effectively fight a fire or do what you need to do. The communications aspect, what do we need to do on that? Is that something that we need to take action on?
No, I got to find out from the sheriff's department what's wrong. I thought the parts that this board approved 2 meetings ago, maybe.
Yeah, I remember
maybe even
something
3,
on there.
the FireNet would fix it. I had a conversation with Renee since. She said it would, so I'll have to reach her back out this afternoon, tomorrow morning, find out exactly what's wrong.
Okay. Let us know, Chief, if you're still having issues. You said you got 2 good pages yesterday.
I did. The voice was good on the 2 pages that I got yesterday. So I don't know if they fixed that problem or turned up the volume or whatever happened, but it was pure garble before, but I will absolutely keep you informed on it.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. And thank you, Mr. Commissioner or Mr. Chairman and the rest of the board for having me. If you need me, y'all got my number.
Commissioner Croom's got
Chief.
something, hold on.
Oh, yes, sir.
You mentioned about, I guess, getting the chiefs together.
Yes, sir.
All right. When are you planning on doing that? I know it's tough.
I have to contact our secretary and
Okay.
see when she can call a meeting. It is hard to get everybody
It is.
together. But I will do that this afternoon.
Okay.
Our secretary is Deanie Dolan, she's with Alligator Point. And as someone mentioned that Steve Fling wanted to contact me about FCUFA, so we need to get that going. It's been a while since we had a meeting.
It has been a while. I used to attend every one of them.
Yes, ma'am.
But it's been a long time.
Well, and we only really get together whenever we have a problem that needs addressing.
Well, you got some problems now.
Absolutely.
And what we want to do is meet before those problems get worse and let's, nip it at the bud.
Get a plan of action, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, before it gets.
If you
I'm
can,
proactive.
if you can, Chief, try to have this meeting rather sooner than later, so we can go ahead and address this issue and get this communication problem solved, because time is valuable when it comes to responding.
Well, it is, and it's a safety issue.
Yes.
I mean, if a firefighter dies because we can't request help or whatever, that's gonna be a huge problem. And like I said, East Point, our communications with the handhelds is line of sight. I'm a mile or 2 from the tower. But, Apalachicola, I've talked to a couple of their guys a little while back, and they're saying, no, we don't have any communications. We haven't had communications for years. And that's just, it just baffles me how a fire department, especially a volunteer fire department, these people are willing to go out and risk their lives, and they can't have decent communications, and it's just unacceptable.
I know Appalachia repeater was installed, but they're having some issues with it
Yes, sir.
currently, so we need to also address that as well. Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir. And I will absolutely keep everybody up on when FCUFA can get together, and I hope it's very soon.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Mr. Howard Neighbors? Superintendent of Roads and Bridges?
Good morning, Commissioners. How y'all doing?
Doing good, how you doing, Howard?
I do got a couple action items this morning, which we talked about at the budget meeting, and one was, about the sign coordinator. Is, currently we have a position of sign coordinator, inmate supervisor request. Board's approval to change that job title up to a description to change the bridge and traffic sign, pavement marking and supervisor, and to be submitted to Evergreen to pay plan to a grade placement. Which we've had, he has been doing the signs, but he's, as of now, has moved to small engine. I put him up there for 3 months to see, if he can do it, so. If not, I'm gonna have to, replace somebody for the sign job.
Okay. All right, pleasure of the board.
So move.
Second.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Sanders. Any discussion?
Yes, Mr. Chair, now,
Yes.
is this a current position with a new title, or is this a new position?
It'll be, I don't know if Higgy takes it back or whatever, if he wants to stay at small engines or mechanic, and I'll leave him there. And it'd probably be, if somebody else in the house don't want to take it, then it'd be a new position.
It's already in your budget?
Yeah,
Okay.
I've already got somebody there, send the budget.
That's all, Mr. Chair.
All right. Any other discussion before we vote? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
And my other, board approval was Mr. Nelson Woods, job certification. I'd like to change him from equipment operator 1 to equipment operator 2, which would be board approved for motion, so.
So move.
Okay, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward,
Second.
second by Commissioner Croom. Any discussion, commissioners? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Thank y'all, Commissioner.
Anything else, Mr. Howard?
Yeah, well, the storm, Debbie, gotta get good Lord bless us, we fared good, so, no damage, as of county property, no damage, but we did have a few trees down, which they was in Carabel, so everything else fared good, so.
Yeah. It made me feel really good the other morning when I called you after the storm, and you said that y'all were at Alligator Point about to leave, and there was still a road there. That was a good thing, actually.
Well, you're exactly right. And, just it didn't take much of a storm to wash that road out. And I know when Mr. Burt was the commissioner, he had it paved because I had so many people complaining about the lime rock and the dust. I said, thank God, we finally got this paved. 2 weeks later, get a little tropical depression, that had a little small storm, go down and the road just completely buckled.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
so there you are digging all that stuff up and lime rocking again.
That's why I kept it lime rock.
Yes, ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah,
I
no,
knew what
it
it
was a
would
good deal.
Because that was $35,000 down the drain right there.
And within 2 weeks.
In 2 weeks, yeah.
Yeah.
You got to know what your area is,
Mm-hmm.
sure. Mr. Chairman, I've got
Yes.
something for Howard.
Mhm.
Howard, I want to appreciate your time that you took to call me
Yes,
and give
ma'am.
me updates during the blow that we had, because
Mhm.
it's basically a blow and a little bit of rain.
Mhm.
But, and I've always kept you mindful, I just want to make sure the board is aware of it. Right inside Liberty County, we have that lime rock pit up there. And it seems to, during a bad rain, it seems to produce a lot of water, lime rock, rocks, and all that on the road. So it was covered Friday all the way to the center line. So I called Commissioner Branch out of Liberty County, and he sent his superintendent down, and
Yeah.
they cleared it out. But we're gonna have to do some kind of an agreement, because sometimes they're not gonna be able to get down there. We had an evacuation order just about being issued, and I got all nervous about that because somebody ran over and tore the front, CV axle out. So
Yeah.
it was that bad. But anyway, be mindful of that when you're up there.
Okay.
And if we have to do some kind of agreement with Liberty County, it's okay. But I'd just say if he sees the dirt over there on the road, just go up there, because it's not but about 100 foot inside the county line.
And, if they ain't using that no more, you could dig a trench here, because you're going straight, you're going uphill, so all that rain basically washing all
Well-
that material into the road, so.
And that's the thing, apparently they must be fixing to open that pit back up, because Chris Langston's got a sign up there that contact numbers and all that.
Okay.
So undoubtedly, he owns it now, or he's gonna open it back up or whatever. So we need to be very mindful of that. And I also called Mr. Langston to let him know too.
Okay.
Because it was
It's
caused
dangerous,
by his
ma'am.
property, that property right there.
But I know, you know, we keep eye on it, so.
Yeah,
Like gets
I
in the road, we up there working, we just, you know, just kind of push it back.
Well, I don't want nobody hitting it and
Yeah,
going
yeah.
off the side of the road and killing themselves.
Yes, ma'am. And it could happen, because that's a long, dark road through there, so.
Yes, sir, it is.
And on the grass cutting and different stuff, Commissioner, we still hanging in there, it's just extremely hot, so. But
Yeah.
I know we had a couple complaints from Lanark, which we should be in Lanark next week, so.
Thank you.
Howard, there's a couple of, I just want to mention to you here publicly, there's a couple of places in East Point, I've already talked to Benny Jacobs about, from, what's the name of the company? Weber. I don't want to say the
Weber.
wrong company. Anyway, so I emailed it to him. There were places there in East Point that are starting to have like little potholes off of 98.
Mhm.
I don't know if they're truly their responsibility or ours, but he acts like he's going to address all of them. I just want to make sure you're aware of it in case you've also received some
Yeah.
kind of complaints or response.
Okay, and you know, but to get too bad right in there, we'd, you know, patch them up.
Yeah.
But I'm glad you brought it up, you know, you talked to me a while back, you was talking about some of the grass is cut, some of it ain't.
Yeah,
But most of that is, the people that own businesses cutting their own grass there,
Yeah.
is what that is. It's not the
Yeah.
state, no, it's not the county that's
Right.
cutting it, so.
yeah. Well, so didn't you say there was, at a point in the past, there was some kind of memorandum with the state that actually paid you guys to keep all that cut?
That's correct. Yes, sir, that
So,
would,
but that's now expired?
yeah, that's been expired probably 10, 12 years, so,
Okay. Attorney Schuler, can we look into that,
yeah,
that old MOU and see
yeah.
if it's something we can bring back to address?
Actually, Mr. Chairman, besides that MOU, in working with those areas of Fonda services, Fonda got to it before I did. Apparently, they're claiming that they have an MOU with the county that's probably older than me. So, I just want to make sure there was no jokes about my age. But anyway, I would like Attorney Schuler to kind of look at that also and see if we can find that. I mean, it would probably require the clerks, Jessica, Mrs. Gay, searching the records to see if we can find that, but we'll have to look at that also.
And what is that a reference to? Sorry.
I'm sorry, the Bloody Bluff, all those parties
Oh,
we
yeah.
discussed it.
Yeah.
That list that Fonda handed out,
Yes.
and the board was a little upset that, wait a minute, why are we
Yeah, I was.
servicing the state again?
Uh-huh.
You know?
And the same thing, Mr. Chairman, goes for Mr. Howard and his department having to grate Brickyard and a lot of the state forest roads. I got an email the other day, they're about to raise rates for Prospect Bluff. So anybody wants to go to Prospect Bluff, which is down Brickyard, they're starting to charge. So if they're starting to charge people to use these parks, then they can afford to get somebody out there, because that's the whole point of raising the, or increasing a fee or making a fee, is
maintenance.
for maintenance.
Yeah.
So
And we-
it's, well, I'm not gonna say what I really wanna say. All I wanna know and say is, we need to make sure, like Michael said, is make sure we get these MOUs and figure out what the deal is with all this. So our department staff is not having to go cover areas that they're really not supposed to.
Right, and Mr. Chairman, may I be
Yes.
recognized?
Yes.
I would also just caution the board that when you voluntarily take on the maintenance of stretches of roads that are not yours, you also take on the liability, and we've already, remember that one lawsuit that the county was, had filed against it in East Point for flooding? And they were claiming that the county was responsible for that maintenance, and that, you know, our failure to maintain was causing flooding on their property. Now, the lawsuit was eventually dismissed and never has been refiled, but that, you know, the board just needs to consider potential liability issues when y'all make decisions about voluntarily taking on responsibilities that belong to other state agencies or other governmental agencies.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
I was gonna say, if you, remember when we discussed this, I don't know if you heard, Mr. Davis, Fonda said that he inherited this situation, so it was prior to him. And Commissioner Sanders and I had a discussion about that, and what we're thinking is, once it changed ownership at some point in the past, that the board just, not the board, I'm sorry, the county just continued to do what they were doing all along, and that might be somewhat of the problem until Fonda said to me, nah, they're claiming that there's an agreement out there somewhere. So that's,
Well, that
that's
we need
where
to
we're
know.
at.
We need to find
That
that
we need to
agreement.
know.
agreement.
Well, we'll find out.
There is no agreement. I've been here 23 years come November. I don't never remember us doing anything like that.
Ma'am,
Well, in-
No, Sand Beach and Butcher Pen Road, the county's always maintained that, haven't they, Howard?
Where's
Sand
that?
Beach.
Yes, ma'am.
Grading the
Sand-
road and all.
Yeah, from Sand
They've
Beach
always
up,
done that.
but-
But as far as those parks, Gardner's Landing and all that, mm-mm.
And basically, it's where people live, the roads that we maintain. And they did that way before I ever started with the county, so that, you're talking about years and years of maintaining
Years and
roads.
years ago, that's what
But
I'm saying.
we met, me and Michael met with a guy from the forestry over them roads. We had a meeting with that guy, and he told us that the county could maintain them roads as long as they want, but they wouldn't turn them over to the county. I think that was 7, 8 years ago.
You talking
I'm talking Michael Schuler.
to, like a sure?
Yes, sir. You pull it up, you got
I'm
it
sure they'd
on,
like to have their cake and eat it too.
you got it on your record though, you know, when we had the meeting with him, so.
Okay.
And he said that
If it's on the record, great.
it's on, so,
But no, I don't remember that meeting in particular. But I would say if the state says there's an MOU out there, then let the state have the burden of producing it.
That's right.
That works for me too.
yeah. And on our roads, the roads that we cut, like last year, July the 4th, we cut 98. The state still would pay us if we cut it. It's just short of manpower, you know.
Right.
And it falls back to basically inmates that we talked about a bunch of times, getting 35, 40 inmates a day down to 5 and 6 or 3. So,
Yeah. Well, I guess to readdress that one, so what we need to find out, what I'm particularly looking for is, so was the MOU that was had before, and we'll have this answer at a future meeting, was the MOU that was done before with grass cutting through East Point, through that whole area, was that something that was done the same way we did the bridge cleanup? Because the state's idea of cutting the side of the road is to do it once a year. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
And we
and see-
wanted to be more than that, because we wanted to look more presentable than
Yeah.
that. So we tried to make some kind of agreement that allowed us to do it, and they paid us for it. So that's,
Yeah.
we'll find out at a future meeting.
Yeah.
I just want to clarify it.
okay. And that's all I have, Commissioner. So y'all got anything else for me?
Anyone have anything for Mr. Howard? Anything additional?
Just thank you for all your help and what you guys do, especially with the storms. So you guys are on call, and I appreciate y'all.
And thank y'all, Commissioner, you know, for what y'all do. So y'all busy as we are, so.
Mr. Howard, I'll be getting up with you here, just following up on a couple things.
Okay.
Thank you for answering my call the other night.
Yeah.
Where I see that tree falling down in the middle of the road.
Yeah.
Is there an on-call number?
Yeah, just my phone, the phone.
All right,
just
so
call.
yeah, call you.
Call me.
Yes, sir.
I get 'em.
Howard is the
I
on-call.
knew that was
Yeah.
coming.
That'll work.
Yeah. Everybody calls them, sheriff's department, you know, any nighttime or whatever, you know, any issues that goes on, so.
All right. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Howard. We
Thank y'all.
appreciate y'all.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Davis did not have a report, and
Okay.
I told him that with no items or action items, there was no need for him to attend the
Okay.
meeting, because no one asked for him to be here specifically.
That's right.
So-
All right, so we'll move on to Ms. Jennifer Daniels.
And Jen, you could come up here, I'm gonna go in the back and print out the, when you open these up.
Okay, I have you want me to come up there for
Oh, you
everything?
can have the hotspot, girl.
Okay.
Yeah. Let me go print those.
Hope you
blank
got
sheets.
a knife, a sharp knife or box
Yeah.
opener. There you go.
Jessica's got some scissors
Thank
over there.
you. Good morning, Commissioners.
morning.
How are y'all doing?
We're good.
We have a couple things, and we'll try to be as quick as possible. First, I'm requesting the board's retroactive approval and signing of the LSC that we put in effect for, it says 97L on here, which turned into Hurricane Debbie. It was signed on August 1st for the storm.
So move.
Second.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Sanders. Any discussion on this retroactive signing of this LSE? Seeing none, all in favor? Any opposed? That's unanimous.
And before I get to our second action item, I have two other quick things. Number one, in honor of Commissioner, past Commissioner, Mr. Noah Lockley, we have officially We are officially storm ready again for the next 8 years. We signed off with NOAA the other day. We are certified and officially storm
Yes.
ready again. The other thing is I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce our new special needs coordinator. This is Jessica Lockhart. She started with us July 1 and we've kinda, she's been hard at it ever
Got
since.
thrown to the wolves immediately, didn't she?
Yes, yes. So, welcome Jessica and thank you. We're excited to have her.
Yes,
Called baptism by fire.
there you go. Straight fire.
And the last thing is this giant pile of stuff I have up here. We're requesting the opening of the disaster debris removal and disposal services, which is one RFP in response, and the disaster debris monitoring service bid packets, and approval of the selection committee, which will consist of, the emergency planning and disaster recovery contractor staff, an EOC staff member, and a solid waste staff member. We will come back to the board at the next meeting and give our recommendations.
Okay.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yep, it's fine.
Do we
I'll
need a
start.
motion on that to open, or just do it, right?
Attorney Schuler?
I'm
We don't
sorry.
have- we don't have to make a
I was
motion
reading
for
the,
the open-
MSBU order.
Sorry.
Sorry.
We don't have to, make a motion for her to open these bids, do we?
No, sir. No,
Okay.
it's already been advertised and they've turned them in on time and they can be opened at any point during the
Thank
meeting.
you, sir.
Okay. Jessica, please.
There's too many Jessicas in here.
Just a couple.
Those scissors are gonna start opening.
On Commissioner Ward. I found it on Unicode.
It's amazing.
That is amazing.
Can't find nothing on me.
It took me 3 tries, but I found it.
Yeah, it's all about the word.
Yes.
I don't know which one she's doing first, monitoring or I think she's gonna remove first. What she said.
I don't know if she'll go until she opens it, to be honest with you.
If some of them aren't marked.
Right.
One on top, start opening. Yep, it's pretty close. Do you wanna come over here, Kim, and we'll stack them up and then we'll start reading them? Mike, will you tell me when you're ready?
Which ones are you doing first?
Well, I think I'm gonna do the, disaster debris removal and disposal first, is what I'm aiming for.
Okay,
And we will not actually have an amount,
right.
because we have to calculate all the amounts together. And so basically, we're just gonna tell you who they are.
Okay,
We'll have the amounts when we come back to you.
okay.
Is that okay?
Jennifer, can you explain, I know what you said, but we've also had conversations about it.
About the amount?
Yes, for the
I'm
benefit,
sorry,
no, step to the microphone, please explain so everybody will know what you're talking about.
On debris removal and debris monitoring, with debris removal, you don't exactly know what you're gonna need until it happens, and so there could be different people they use, different assets they use. And so we have a formula, and we will post it on our website for everybody of how we calculate basically a common amount for everyone, using the amounts that they bid on this sheet for all of their different assets and people. And that way, we come to a universal, a common denominator, for lack of a better word. I know that's not the right word, that we use for the amount for everybody. It'll take everybody, all of their assets, all of their people, and it adds it all together, and I'm not even sure exactly how it works. It's in the Excel spreadsheet to do it for us. And that way, we're getting a common number for every person who bids.
Right.
So, this one, Tim, hold on. Okay. The first one is from Ceres, and they're out of Sarasota, Florida.
Is it, sorry, is this debris monitoring, or are we doing the?
This one is gonna be removal.
Okay.
The second one is going to be, sorry, I'm not in front of the microphone. The second one is going to be USA Upstar, and and they're out of Greenwood.
Florida?
No, I'm sorry, Indiana.
Good.
The third is going to be Grubbs, and they're out of Hudson, Florida.
Put one copy there, put everything else over there.
The next one is Looks Great Services of Mississippi.
What part of Mississippi that is?
Columbia, Mississippi, sorry.
Very good.
The next one is Aftermath Disaster Recovery. Out of Prosper, Texas. The next is Rapid Response out of Linder, Texas. The next is Roads Incorporated of Northwest Florida. I'm sorry. Cantonment, out of Cantonment, Florida. Is that right?
Yeah, that's over by Pensacola, I think.
The next is Phillips and Jordan, and they're out of Knoxville, Tennessee. The next is Crowder Gulf out of Mobile, Alabama. The next one is DRC out of Graceville, Florida. This one's monitoring, so I'm gonna sit it right here.
Yes. This is good. That's a lot of,
The next one is SDR out of Greer, South Carolina. This next one is DRC out of Graceville, Florida.
You say BRC?
D, oh.
I'm sorry.
D is in dog?
It's DRC.
you've already said that one.
Yeah, we're just getting it repeated.
Okay, I know with the hurricane, we ran into an issue with some of them were FedExing packages in, and they also were afraid that we're not gonna get here on time. So they drove packages in. So we may have a duplicate, but it's the same.
We just
Okay.
didn't hear
Okay.
it.
They only get counted once, yes. Yes.
Is that, Jessica, is that the one? So what it was, Jessica explained this morning, he mailed one and hand delivered one,
Yes.
same packet.
Yes, yes. That's it for disaster debris removal.
Ms. Daniels,
Yes, sir.
are these required to have bid bonds, and do they have them? I didn't think to ask as we were going through
They will have bid bonds, yes, they're
Okay.
required.
them. Okay, have we checked to make sure they have them, or we're not
I
gonna
have
do it?
not, no, sir,
Okay.
because I haven't opened them yet.
As long as that's part of the review process, that's fine.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, so now we need a motion to turn this over to the review committee, and you said it was gonna be who?
It will be a representative from Summit Group, which is our PA consultant.
Okay,
It'll be a representative from IEOC, and then a representative from solid waste. That way we kind of cover all the way around for debris.
okay.
So
So,
moved.
Ms. Jenny Devlin and Mr. Fonda Davis, and who?
And probably Amanda Anthony at my
Okay.
office.
Okay.
Good, we needed names, thank you,
Yes.
Mr.
Oh, I'm
Chairman.
sorry, I'm
No,
sorry,
it's
yes,
all
sir.
good, it's all good. All right, so I would entertain a motion to do that.
So move.
All right, we have a motion to approve
Second.
by Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Amison. Any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? That's unanimous.
The
That's
the review committee will be the same for both.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
all right, sounds good. Let's open the other ones.
Where they're open, we opened them kind of all together,
Okay,
but
well-
I have them right here.
Yep, go ahead.
The first one will be for True North, and they're out of Arlington, Texas. The second will be Tetra Tech. Out of Maitland, Florida. The third will be Insight Planning and Development out of Wilmington, North Carolina. And the last one will be Debris Tech out of, I'm not sure how to say that, I'm not gonna lie, Picayune.
Picayune, Mississippi?
Thank you.
Sound like you've been there, sir.
No, just heard the name before. Jerry Flower. All right, so we also need a motion to turn this over to the review committee.
And Mr. Chairman, it's the same people for the review committee, so
Yes, ma'am.
I'll make a motion.
All right, so we have a motion to approve
Yes.
by Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Amison. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
I just wanted to also make it clear, our current, we are covered under our current debris contracts right now into September, but that is why we're trying to finish this
Right.
now, so that we have debris contracts underway to
Right.
take over, back to back as soon as our other ones expire.
Right.
I
And,
got a question on
yeah,
that.
go ahead.
Why do we renew contracts in the middle of the heart of storm season versus having it?
They go usually for about 2 years, and then we can do an extension on the other one, and I'm not gonna lie to you, normally, I try to have this done before. I've just been hung up with us being short staff members, that I didn't have a chance to get this done before storm season.
I just didn't know if it was just, it's reoccurring right in the middle of the heart of it,
Yes, sir.
and to alleviate any kind of,
We may-
potential hiccups, and, maybe we can
Yes,
do
sir.
it, say, January, February.
Yes,
you
sir.
know.
Normally, I try to, yes.
Okay, that's all.
It is good that we had so many submittals though.
Yes, this is awesome.
Yeah, it is, because, that's a good thing. We have had open things here in the past and have one or two. So, it's good. It's good for the people of Franklin County for the services that we're looking at, should we ever need them.
Yes, sir.
So that's really a good benefit.
And
And,
that's,
and the other thing I want to say, while you're standing here,
yes, sir.
I know this is seeming kind of out of place or sluggish because we're going through boxes and opening these bids. This is just what it looks like, folks. This is the way it's supposed to be. We had no idea what was in any box till we opened them. So we didn't have them separated by which ones it was, because they hadn't been touched until they were opened in public. That's the way it's supposed to be. So I know it, you know, I know in the past, before I got involved in this, people were like, well, they know what they're doing. We perfectly know what we're doing. We're waiting and open them in public in front of everybody. So I just want to explain that.
Yes, sir, and the entire process that we do with these, including scoring, everything, even as of where we are right now, is posted to our EOC
Yes.
website. Anyone has any questions, they can go straight to our bids and proposals, RFP page on
Yes.
our website and see anything that has been done up until this point, including our advertisements and everything.
Yep.
All posted for transparency.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Yes, sir. That's all I have for you.
All right, we appreciate it.
She's got those
Mr.
right
Chairman,
there.
I'd just like to say something.
Yep, go ahead.
Jenny, thank you for all the hard work you did over the weekend.
Yeah.
And thank y'all for
Yeah.
being here for us.
I was gonna say that too.
It's made it
Yeah,
a whole
but
lot
it-
easier.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, I got something
Yes.
too.
Yes.
Ms. Jenny, you and your team and your volunteers did an outstanding job out there. I know I came out there 3 different times with, 3 different daughters when I came, and they really enjoyed seeing the operation. I did too. It's been a while since I've been out at EOC to see the operation, but it was a well-oiled machine. You did a great job.
Thank
You and
you.
your team, and give your volunteer my sincere appreciation.
Yes, sir, I sure will.
Thank
We ended up housing and basically feeding 17 total for the night for
Yeah.
the activation,
Yeah.
which was, I thought, very good. We did,
Yeah.
turned out really well. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, the fact that it turned more back to the east made a big difference for us.
Yes, it did.
It
Yes,
did.
sir.
Big
It
difference.
did, but we do remember those that are still dealing with the after effects right now.
We have, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, go ahead.
We've actually, I've reached out to the other EOCs in the surrounding areas and in the infected areas to let them know if they needed anything, if we could be of any assistance whatsoever, to please let us know. Even if it's something as simple as if they need one of our staff or us to come over and help
Yeah.
for a day to give them a break, whatever is needed, we're here. And we have in our hangar, in our storage, something that was donated to us. After or during COVID, it's considered a mobile hospital with 2 HVAC units, but you have to have a 3-phase generator to run the HVAC units.
Yes.
And so I know a lot of their areas are having a lot of issues, and we've offered to loan that to anywhere that it could be useful to them too.
Yeah, that's good.
Yes.
I was just gonna say, I had one instance there, and Jenny got on the phone with me and she was talking to me. For some reason, on the Weather Channel, they don't do latitude and longitude no more. And that's what I go on tracking a storm. When it's about 84.9, it's right south of Apalachicola.
Yes, ma'am.
And they never did say south of Apalachicola, but I could see it was south, and I'm saying, that thing ain't turning, that thing ain't turning.
Yeah, it
And
was.
I said, but yet, I noticed, Monday, I think it was, after it tracked through here and went toward, Dixie County and Taylor County and all, I noticed that WCTV put the latitude and longitude on it. And that's what they need to do. So if you talk to the National Weather Service, you tell them they need to put the latitude and longitudes on it for the old timers.
Yes,
'Cause that's
ma'am.
what we go by,
Yes, ma'am, I sure will.
always. I appreciate your hard work though, and everybody else, the volunteers and stuff
Yes,
like that.
ma'am, we couldn't do it without them.
It is like looking at a well-oiled machine though, when you see them all working at what they're supposed to do, it's something, we've come a long way.
Yes, ma'am, we noticed this was probably one of the smoothest activations we've had yet. So and it's due to all of their time coming in, volunteers coming in, and they don't just come in during a storm. They come in during gray skies, blue skies. Most of our volunteers work up to 20 hours a week at our EOC. And it's due to that. It's due to them being there, training, learning. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks.
We
Thank
appreciate
y'all.
it. Mr. Polis, do you have anything, action item, sir? Come on forward.
Good morning, Commissioners. Just informational items there this morning. Report, we have some stuff from Debbie be on our next report, some stuff
Okay.
that we actually done, but.
Okay. All right, any questions for Mr. Polis from the board? Thank y'all for everything you do, and we appreciate you for getting those trucks back online, because we're all aggravated with mosquitoes, and we appreciate it.
Yeah, yeah. And, I will say, I had talked to Commissioner Amison about the problem out there. Some of that will be on my next report out there at the dredge spoil site.
Yes.
We have been attacking that. We have an outbreak of Aedes solicitan, salt marsh mosquito, and people thought, well, it's not in the marsh, but that's the dredge spoil site. I don't guess that's probably a 20 or 30 acre holding pond, I guess is what it would be. And so all the salt water and stuff that was sitting up in there the whole time, the salinity was too high. But now that we've gotten the rain, it's brought the salinity down to now where it's brackish, and we've had an outbreak of salt marsh mosquitoes in that particular area. So I'm getting a lot of calls from Appalachia Airport and farther, because those particular mosquitoes can travel up to 20 miles. And there are just a couple that can do that. But just to make you aware that we are out there attacking that problem.
Sounds good. Thank you, sir.
Thank
Any
you.
questions for Mr. Polis or concerns?
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Eric Lovestrand?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Lostrand is attending a meeting for the university this morning. And
Okay.
did not attend, and Ms. Whitney Roundtree has a really bad sinus infection, was not able to
Okay.
attend either, but no action items from either one.
Yep.
And so they call them if you have any questions about their informational items.
Okay. Mr. Ted Mosteller? Mr. Ted?
Good morning, Commissioners, staff.
morning.
I have no particular things today to add to what I have turned in. I will state that we had no particular problems from Hurricane Debbie. On item A, the sewage situation has been taken care of. The lift station has been repaired. We do have more leaks at the FBO, which is coming up with a project with Avcon under D. And F, if you have any questions for me, you have my heads up resignation, because I just can't handle it anymore, health reasons.
Yes, sir. I was reading through that, Mr. Ted, the other day. You know, you have, how long have you served at the airport, or been around, or been involved with this airport?
Some 31 plus years,
Yeah, it's been a minute.
literally.
Yes, sir. Well, I want to thank you for that, sir.
You're
I
welcome.
really
Thank
do.
you.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Ted, you have been an asset to that airport. I know a lot of times you've just volunteered your time.
Yes.
You've gotten a lot of stuff accomplished there. Since I've been on the board, I think we got you in there, and the whole time you've done upgrades, and our airport is where it is right now because of you and what you've done. So I hate to see you go, but I understand why. And you know that if you ever need anything, all you got to do is ask.
Thank you.
And I appreciate your service.
I do plan to be around until for good transition and to train my successor, so.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Mr. Ted, thank
ma'am.
you for all the years you put in volunteer work. I know you love that airport.
It's in my blood.
It's part of your heart. And now God's got something else in mind for you to do. So you go there and you sit in that lazy boy chair and watch that TV a little bit.
Oh, I can't sit
I know
down.
it, I know it, but it won't hurt you now.
That's what keeps me
It
going.
won't hurt you. I know. But you know what? You've always been there. And no matter what, I know there are a couple of times that you've gotten the county out of a problem there, because we needed somebody there
you.
back then. But thank you for your time, your effort, and your love of the airport.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Ted, thank you for your service at the airport. I know you've been volunteering for a long time.
Yes,
So we appreciate you.
you're welcome. Thank you.
Stay in contact.
Mr. Chairman, one thing, Mr. Ted, to begin with, I echo thank you. Me and you've had discussions plenty, But I want to make one thing aware that me and Mr. Ted discussed, and this is just an offer that I extended. I want to let you guys know that Mr. Ted, just bear with me a moment, but he is, as y'all know, he's a wealth of knowledge out there. We have a couple of board positions that are open. And I extended through conversation and with him, if he feels up to it, maybe we could put him on one of those board seats. I mean, there's no doubt in my mind, if he picked the phone up and said, hey, Mr. Ted, what happened in 1982 with such and such, he's gonna pick the phone up. But, like he said, it's in his blood. The airport's been a part of Mr. Ted for a long time, and I just feel as though it would be the proper thing to do for this commission to extend that offer to him,
Yes.
to fill one of those board seats. I mean, it would alleviate a lot of your time, per se, you know, so
Sure.
I just wanted to, tell the commission that as me and you discussed it. But that would be completely up to you if you feel as though you know, up for the task, so to speak, but.
In a capacity like that, I feel I can handle it currently anyway. But I do have my problems, and from cancer on down, so we're working on it.
Well, we do appreciate you, Mr. Ted. I want you to know that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ted.
Thank you very much.
So let's take a 5-minute recess and we'll come back. Franklin County Commission is now back in session. We'll go in next to a presentation from FWC. The first one's on black bears and bear funding. Mr. John?
All right. Chairman, Commissioners, thank you very much. I'm glad to be here today to talk about bears in Franklin County. With me is David Telesco. He's our section leader in bear management, and also Cheryl Spencer. She's the eastern biologist for the Northwest region. But again, wanted to come back and talk with y'all. I know I've been here before. I've been here in front of the legislative delegation talking about bears, and I know about a year ago we were in a very different place as far as bear management in Franklin County. But kind of wanted to highlight some of that and then the appropriation that was received. Resolving human-bear conflict, again, I think after the last year, it's self-evident it takes state, local, residents all working together to a common goal. Again, I've said it before, I know David said it in front of this commission, we want bears in the woods, not in town. So we've tried to take actions over the last year working with the sheriff. Some of the things we've done in the past is we've trained sheriff's offices and deputies on conflict response and hazing. We've also spent about $26,000, I think, through an Appropriations Act here in Franklin County in previous times for bear-resistant cans. And on average, we usually speak with about 350 residents a year on outreach events, education, so forth. In the past year, we've met in person with over 2,000 folks. We've gone to several festivals, the Seafood Festival here in Appalachia. We've gone to several events in the Sheriff's Office and other community outreach events. We spoke with 379 callers in the past year, and we've done about 87 visits with people in their home. Basically, if folks call us, they have a problem with a bear nuisance or conflict, we will call them immediately, and we will come out and talk with them about how to resolve that. Also, we ran a social media post for several, I'm not sure how all of it works, but if your phone pings in this area, about calling FWC, trying to rebuild that relationship with some of the citizens in the county.
Yep.
And that ran for about, what, 2 months?
Yeah.
2 months, yeah. This is a breakdown of the 379 calls that we had, much of it from general interaction, but a large portion from garbage, and we'll talk about that in a minute. But that kind of shows you where the conflicts or run-ins happen with bear in the community. Past actions over the last year, we've relocated 38 bears, released on site 6, taken for rehabilitation 2, and killed 1. Humanely killed it. Again, we're working with folks in the county to try to capture, relocate bears when they're a nuisance. If it is a conflict bear, it's around a dwelling, poses a threat to human life, we will capture that bear and humanely kill it. Additional actions we've taken here in Franklin County, we've trained the FCO officers again on human bear conflict response. We've provided about 260 strap-on kits. Basically, when Ms. Cheryl goes out or our law enforcement, they will go out, if they're willing, they will put a strap on the can to help prevent it. That's kind of a, it's not a bear-proof can, but that makes it a little bit harder for the bear to get into. We've also contracted with USDA Wildlife Services. Back in the spring, we had them go out with night vision, basically to try to map out areas that are hot spots for bears entering the communities. Probably we'll revisit that in the fall as activities ramp up when bears are getting ready to den up. But again, we're trying to use those resources. They have some neat stuff, almost military-like, where they can go out in the community, watch bears, record them, track them where they're at, far beyond what our means are. And we've also hired and trained a Franklin County resident as a bear response contractor that actually lives in the community, so we can respond to events quicker when they occur. Also, the county put in for some money for bear-resistant cans. I think the request was larger than what was received, and I think my understanding is you plan to go back, but a little over $683,000. We've also took the opportunity to talk to both your providers. You'll see in a moment we also had requested some additional funds for commercial cans or commercial containers. But we're here as a resource. It's a pass-through. We're going to be contacting Michael Marone very soon as far as a contractual agreement to get that money to the county, and then you'll go through your process of procurement to find the service or cans that you need. One thing that we talk with the providers about is, and we can try to pinpoint some hot spots. There might be ways to stage this. Again, you don't have money for everybody to get a can right now, but we can identify some hot spots along with other factors. The county can support with economic factors, people in need, to try to stage the implementation of the cans in the community. So we're here as a resource. We have information as far as the calls, conflicts that occur. We just want to provide that information to you and help you. And then lastly, we have two examples here provided by one of the providers today on the two cans. I think both providers either use or can use both, but again, this is a sample of what's out there that can be provided. And again, the additional funding, David and his team went to our foundation, which supports FWC, the Florida Fish and Wildlife Foundation, and got an additional $40,000. That is for us to help with some of the commercial cans in the communities, get steel lids, get clamps, talking with some of the providers. There's communities that have individual cans at their homes. Maybe we could get a single drop-off point with a dumpster in that community. I think it's Jordan's Bayou we talked about, instead of individual cans, that might be a possibility. But again, that funding's here to help the commercial aspects and retrofit some of the large commercial cans for bear proofing. And then finally, again, why the focus on garbage? We talked about it before. We always hold Seminole County up. They actually got went from #1 in the state to about 67, large population, large bear population. Again, it's just one of the tools in the tool bag. Garbage, if you prevent them from coming in and eating, it will deter it. Now, will that keep bears out of the community? No. But there's other factors and other management tools we can use. But garbage is a big portion of that and will help tremendously. And finally, these last slides are some of the calls that we received throughout the county, and they're broken down by area. So that can give you an idea where some of the hot spots. We can drill down into communities and let you know where we're seeing a lot of activity. And again, this fall, we plan to work with USDA to kind of pinpoint some of the hot spots where they're coming into community and try to work with landowners and the community to try to prevent some of those. But I'll just go through these. But at this point, I'll stop talking and see what questions you have or what we can explore. Again, I'm going to let David talk about the two cans. He's got a lot more experience than I do. Again, I think your providers can help you with a lot of the service techniques and options. And again, I don't know what the plans are for the expenditure of the money. I know it's for bear-proof cans in the community, the legislative appropriation. And again, Michael will be reaching out to you as far as how to get that money to the county where you can start that process.
You can, go ahead.
John.
Yes, ma'am.
Who is the bear response contractor for Franklin County?
Well, Ms. Cheryl is our eastern response, and then we have a gentleman here in town, I cannot remember his name.
His name's Joseph Johnson.
Joseph Johnson, who lives in the community.
Johnson.
And then we have bear contractors in Wakulla, Gulf, other areas that can come, Calhoun.
Yep.
So if Cheryl's not available, or Ms. Johnson, Jody, you said Jody? Jody's not available, we'll have somebody come.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
John,
Yes, sir.
these bear kits, where can people get these bear kits from?
They can call the FWC, the 1-800 number. I can provide that afterwards. It's 188, what's the bear number? You're the bear guy. At the end of the day, if you want to call the regional office, and I don't know the number off the top of my head because everything's in my cell phone, we'll come out and get with the community. Our law enforcement officers have kits as well.
Yep. Okay.
If somebody sees one of them in the community, ask for it, we can come out, install it, or hand it to them and let them get it. And a lot of the fairs, we've handed out a lot of these kits, and they work. They
Yeah,
work.
that picture in the front slide where there's 4 of them, like you said, it's not bear, well, there's nothing that's bear proof, I'm gonna tell you right now.
Bear resistant.
Bear resistant, but that first slide is, you gotta have 4 corner, you gotta have the sides and the top, but it'll keep most bears out. The issue is when the bear's persistent, he'll break the can. And so that's why it's not as good as these. These are actually, have been tested by captive bears to last for an hour of full contact and no penetration. So that's, when we say something's bear resistant, it's manufactured specifically and designed to keep bears out. That's just better than nothing is what that is, so.
John, I remember when we talked, at one of our meetings that we had, you was telling me about the bear population was going to increase here, correct?
It is increasing.
It has
It is increasing. One of the things, back in 2015, the bear management teams completed their survey for the area. And David stated this before, there was about 1,060 bears at that time. Estimations are that bear population is growing by about 12 to 10% a year. And we're talking about the forest.
Yeah.
Now, the bear population in other parts of the state is not doing as well. Other parts are doing as well or better, but it is growing.
And lastly for me on the bear, when you mentioned relocating the bear,
Yes, sir.
when you relocate that bear, I always heard this, so I'm gonna ask the professionals, does that bear come back here?
possibility for it to come back? It's absolutely
Yeah,
a possibility, yes.
They
I
do.
mean,
I always
They
heard
They
that,
do.
I didn't.
They do.
Okay.
The issue is that when you move them, 70% don't stay. Now, some of them come back, some of them go somewhere else. So where we only relocate them to wilderness areas, so you got Bradwell Bay and Mud Swamp, those are our two options. So they're gonna go to the forest, well, that's, some of it's still Franklin County. But in some cases, it's also a bad experience, and so they decide not to come back. But no, and I make that clear, relocation is not the solution, but it does give them a bad experience. Like, I was in a neighborhood, then all of a sudden I got, thrown out into the woods where I didn't know where I was. It's supposed to be a bad experience, but it is no guarantee that they're not gonna come back.
That's all for now, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Mr. Ruska, you said there are 3 areas?
There's two wilderness areas, the Bradwell Bay and Mud Swamp.
In the whole state?
No,
Oh.
we.
That's what I'm trying to identify.
No,
Sorry.
Sorry. No, we keep them in the same area. So if they're here, those are the 2 areas that they would go to.
Okay.
Obviously, there's lots of other areas.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, that's, okay. That's what I was asking, I was like.
Everybody's gonna be.
You're good.
Can I
Yes.
say something? I want to tell a little story about it, so Commissioner Crooms will hear what I'm saying. Red Murray, Charlie knew Red Murray. He had a house there in Carabel. Well, he hunted at Mud Swamp up there, right up above us. And he had a bear that bothered him. Tore in the 2 freezers, just tore the food out of it, ruined it. I mean, ruined it. So he finally got FWC to come and relocate that bear. Well, he got up there, first time the bear come back to the house. Got back into another freezer he had. Second time, they went in there and relocated him. It was hunting season. And went up there to Mud Swamp, and doggone the bear wasn't up there at Mud Swamp. What are you hunting at? He said, I tell you what, they don't go far from me, do they, Cheryl? I said, no, they don't go far from me. But a bear does go back to its habitat where it's been. And a lot of people in the fall, and I tell it every year, in the fall of the year, a lot of people don't realize that the more bear come out because of all the acorns and stuff, like in the Lanark area and St. James Bay area. And 2, bear are like the bears up in the Northwest. They're after fish for food for the hibernation period, even though some bears don't hibernate down here.
Right.
And they don't. They go after the mullet, when the mullet are running in October. So October, November. So, I mean, it's all part of Mother Nature,
Yes,
And I never have, but one time had a bear problem, so, but he's no longer around, so,
Well, if you have any more, please call us.
yeah.
And that's the big message, is we just want people to call, because the more we know, the more we can do. And if it's more of like a rumor mill among neighbors, we're not gonna know. So just let us know so we can.
That's true. I would ask a question, just because we've had legislation passed. So I know it's been a short amount of time, but have we seen, or has there been a mass killing of bears like people had assumed it was gonna happen if this legislation passed?
Not at this time, no,
No.
sir.
No.
We've had an incident in another county,
Yeah.
but again, no mass shootings,
Right.
no mass, issues at this time. And
Wait-
again,
wait
we're,
until October.
we are, and the bear management team has been highly responsive over the last year, trying to work with the communities.
Yeah.
We understand there's a lot of bears in the forest, and they're coming in these communities, so we feel like this, and we're so glad you did take this step, and we're here to support you and provide information and resources, and we plan to try to get more. Glad you're going back, but anything we can help, this will be the first step. It's only one tool.
Yep.
There's many more that we need to be employed,
Yeah.
but this will help tremendously.
Yeah, so I think it interesting of all the areas you provide the slides where you had calls, and we've talked about this privately. I do think that we can try to start addressing, and I've brought it up several times before, and this is gonna give us a great opportunity to actually have the discussion and put legs under it of doing mandatory trash pickup in Franklin County. We are, as far as I understand from the rest of the board, gonna be pursuing the request we had at the legislature. They said it was too big, but here's what we'll do. We'll break it into 2 years.
Okay.
And, that's not saying it's definitely getting approved. I'm not saying that. I'm saying the request was gonna be broken into 2 years. So, but that gives us an opportunity, because I noticed with all the different areas. So some areas not included, because if we start having a bear problem on St. George Island, we got a bigger problem than bears, you know what I mean? So we really don't need to have cans in some areas of the county.
Right.
But some, you can see by the map, we definitely need those cans. So I agree with what you were saying earlier. We can start on that process, do mandatory trash pickup, and instead of just having regular cans, those residents that live in areas that we know are prone to bear interactions can have a bear-resistant can. And that's going to do a couple of things. Number one, it's going to help us. It's going to help the residents feel safer. They're not, you know, and are either, because if the bear, going by what you guys have said before, if a bear has a hard time in an area, they're going to go to somewhere that's easier to get some. They're not going to spend a bunch of time.
They're lazy.
You know,
Yeah,
they're after something, and they're going to go on somewhere else.
Right.
So that deterrent factor, I think, is going to be a big deal. But that's where I see us going with this. I'm one of 5, but I think it's a prime opportunity with what the legislature has gifted us with for us to do that and kind of put some of that energy to bed.
Correct. And again, we want to be a resource for y'all as far as information, bear activity. I know your providers, talking with them, you know, and again, I'm not sure what kind of action you're going to take going forward, but they're both a wealth of knowledge. They have information, they have ideas, so I think you've got a good plan here. And again, it will help with the issue that you have at hand.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question. I know we got from the Florida legislature $683,000 and some change. How much does one of these cans, and you may not be able to answer, one of the vendors here might be able to answer, do one of these bear-proof?
I would let them answer that. We have some estimations that were from about 5 years ago. They'll have a better handle. I'm going to say in the $200 to $300 range, probably up towards the higher end, but again, your resources behind us here.
And both vendors have used and are willing to use either of these cans. So
Okay.
it's not, you're not tied, I picked this can, and you can actually have both cans out there.
Right.
So the one thing I will say is you do want one that is tested and proven
Yes.
itself. There's a lot of folks selling bear-resistant cans that have not been tested, and I would not recommend those.
Ms. Page or Mr. Mike, either way y'all want to come and answer that? Either one of y'all, if you would, please.
Yes, Board, they run at about $240 per can by truckload.
Right.
Now, I bought Re-Rig in the past load, and they was much higher, but I give them the same quote I got from Toter, and they matched Toter's price.
Okay.
So, you know, I'm sure, you know, with a big volume like that, you can talk to both vendors, but, you know.
How many cans come in a truckload, Mike?
Well,
About?
with the Re-Rig, what happens is these cans are already built and
Yes.
completed, so you limited the space. I think it was 340 cans
Okay.
of the Re-Rig was a truckload.
Okay.
You know, versus a regular truckload of 96-gallon cans are over 700.
Okay.
But anyway.
Yeah. Come on up here, Paige. You
I just,
can get by your husband and talk, that's fine.
I just wanted to say the response that we've received, we actually purchased the Re-Rig off the FWC's recommendation, and it was a great recommendation. They are so much more user-friendly. A lot of older people were having trouble sticking their finger down the hole and pulling the latch. With the latch system on the one on the left, it's so much more corrosive. We're doing constant maintenance to them. And with the Toter ones, unfortunately, they've told us and we've told them, so we all know the back of them is vulnerable. They can get in through the back. These, they said, were, you know, like more like grizzly bear proof, which thank God we don't have. But it's true. We've had one that we've had to do a warranty claim, and they fixed it. And it basically was just that the lid had got so torn up, but the bear still didn't get in the can. So honestly, you know, I don't know if, I don't want to influence anybody's decision, but it was more expensive, but it was a much better product in our opinion.
Thank you. Okay.
Yeah,
Thank
these,
you.
these are both out in the community now. So
Right.
so there are residents that are using one
Right.
or either, which is good.
Right.
Basically, Toter was the only one in landscape for a long time, but then Rear Pacific came out And the good news is you guys use semi-automated versus fully automated, so the price is a lot lower. The fully automated cans are even more expensive.
Yeah.
But again, that's completely up to you guys. The volume hopefully will help with the price. You're talking, volume bulk discount. So hopefully that's what we're looking for.
Okay. So if it winds up, this is just quick math, it may be completely wrong. So if it winds up being $240 a can for a truckload of around 340 cans, that's about $82,000 for a truckload. But even with the amount of money we have now, that can probably provide close to 1,800, 2,000 cans.
Yep.
Bear resistant cans.
Right.
So I think that puts us in a good spot for the
And-
amount of residents we have in the county.
And, I mean, what I would say too is we can come behind that, the ones that don't get it, we can strap. So then, we just put that extra effort on that, that'll
Right.
concentrate where we do it. And I would say also that it's important we've done it in other counties, and it's really important to pick a neighborhood versus shotgun
Yes.
approach. Because if
Yes.
every other can is not bear resistant, the bears still have a reason to
Oh,
come in.
yeah.
But I think that you guys have two, which is great, you can compete, and both are on landscape right now.
And Mr. Chairman, I think too, we can reach out to the vendors because they're the ones that are getting the requests for these bear-proof garbage cans.
They know where
They're
they're
the
getting
ones
the
that.
request.
Mhm.
That's right.
They know where they're getting the request.
And, we've got people in our community that may want one but can't afford it. I know I pay extra for my bear-proof refuse bin. So that's the ones we need to focus in on too, is who can afford it in our community that may need it, and start from there and kind of work our way out to the neighborhoods that have the most calls.
And other counties have programs that if you hit a certain income level and you're below that, you get the can at no cost. So there's a program you could do.
Okay. Sounds good. Any other questions, Commissioner?
No,
Sounds like we got a lot of work to do.
I have a question, but I already know the answer. Since the bear population's increasing, they're still not gonna have a control kill or anything like that. I know with the new legislation,
Yeah.
like Chairman said, I figure people would have a
Well,
field day with that one.
again, our commission's appointed by the governor. There's 7 independent individuals, and again, I've shared this before. I don't have a crystal ball. I don't know what they're gonna talk about or bring up. We've taken the concerns of the counties around the Apalachicola National Forest back to our leadership, so they're fully aware of the challenges that you face. In addition to that, the bear management team did their bear management plan in 2019. A hunt was recommended. Again, I don't know what the future brings, but again, we've conveyed the concerns this county has and others.
Thank you. I'm sorry. to interrupt you.
No, it's fine, Mr. Chairman.
Yep.
I'm gonna switch to something else that y'all were over.
Okay.
Gators.
Gators.
Yeah, alligators.
Not the
He's
Florida,
backing up.
not the team.
He's saying, no, I know Ted's not. But we've got a problem down, and I was gonna make the board aware of it, but now that John's here, I'll let him be aware of it. We're gonna have a trapper down there. We've got, around the Tom Roberts Road, there's some ponds where the county owns the property.
Mhm.
And there's about 3 gators in there, and they're saltwater gators. And so they're gonna be very, very, like, vicious. And, I mean, them things are mean. You get out there with a cast net out there off Yent Bow with one of them saltwater alligators, he'll run you back to the hill. You hadn't never seen them. But anyway, we got a problem down at Alligator Point.
Okay, well, again, I will talk with Michael and figure out where those are at, and we'll see what we
Where
can
the
do.
old KOA is,
Okay.
there's 2 or 3 ponds right in there.
Okay.
And that's where it's at.
Okay.
And I've had complaints over the weekend with the storm coming through and all that. They saw the gators coming out of it, and it scared them. So there's about 3 of them. Said one of them's real big.
Tell Rick Banks.
Well, I will get with Hunting and Game Management. They have their
Okay,
alligator
I
section.
appreciate it, John.
And take care of that.
Mr. Chairman, I got one question. Now, that's a Toter brand?
Toter?
The blue is
And that's
Toter.
Yeti?
No.
Rear grade.
Yeti.
Rear Pacific.
Seriously though, what was the name of it?
Rear Rig Pacific.
Rear?
Don't say it fast.
Say it real slow, one more time for me in a microphone.
Yeah.
Turn it around.
It actually, the print looks like it's a B, not an H.
All right, thank you.
Re-rig.
Oh, okay.
R-E-H.
I thought you were saying re-rig.
Rig.
But anyway, I see it now.
Rebreed.
Yep.
Like they were re-rigging it. Anyway, it's all good. Thank you.
We're missed. Hey, we're not used to meeting on Thursdays. We're used to
You're
meeting
right.
on
Yeah, that's
Tuesdays.
right.
That-
You're right.
That's our excuse right
Do
here.
we have any other questions about this stuff, the subject at hand, before we move on to the Apalachicola Bay?
All right, well, if we don't, we're gonna go ahead and get these out
Yep,
before we
that's
start the
fine.
next one. That way the vendors that brought them can take them on.
Thanks for bringing those in. It is easier to look to see what we're talking about.
That's right.
Visual.
No,
I have that.
The green
I
one
have-
rust over time is a
It,
problem.
yeah, I have, well, I have with, Mike and Pages. They've got, and I have that, and I was having trouble reading it yesterday because it.
I'll wait for John, because I think he may.
And so I'm having to constantly like spray it down.
Yep.
It's difficult, and then you, sometimes you're
We're
thinking
good.
it's color and it hurts.
All right, sir, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know if John was wanting to
Oh,
still
okay.
hang around.
We'll
I was
wait on
gonna
him then. You're good.
check for him.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Cool.
Well, let me introduce
Sure, yeah.
everybody. Of course, you know Devin, our Gulf Coast
Yes.
Restoration Coordinator. I think that's right. Did I say it right?
Fishery disaster.
Yeah, just the
same
oyster
thing.
guy. And then Area Captain Charlie Wood, Section Leader for Marine Fisheries, Dan Eleanor, and then Captain Scott Pierce, who works with Ellie in our Marine Fisheries Division. They consult with him when they're doing these kind of restoration for navigational ways and so forth. But again, I'm going to turn it over to Devin. I know there's been a lot of questions, a lot of topics, a lot of discussion about this, but hopefully we can clear up some of the day. We haven't done everything right, but we're working towards a goal to try to get it right. So again, Devin will be talking about that today, and we'll go from there.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
So first, before I start, I want to reference the Hurricane Debbie. So I just want to provide a little bit of an update on our project in relation to the preparations for that storm. Because like you mentioned, it was moving a little bit more and more west. So we were in constant contact with the contractor and the foreman to make sure that all of the barges and equipment that they have in the bay were secured. So I just want to provide just confirmation that all of the equipment was moved into the river. They were completely prepared if the storm did continue its westward track and hit Apalachicola. So over the next month or so, when they are still going to be doing restoration efforts out in the bay, hopefully we don't have another storm come near Franklin County. But if we do, I just want to provide that confirmation that they will be prepared and ready to move to be in the best shape possible in the river if a storm does make its way to this county. But yeah, like John mentioned, we have a lot going on right now. It's been a minute or so since we were here to provide an update. So we know that there's been a lot going on, and like John mentioned, we have had a few hiccups with the current restoration operation. So I just want to provide a little bit of update on that work and some of our corrective actions. So first, I just want to kind of provide the sandbox that we're playing within for this restoration work. It's about a $10 million project from state allocation money last fiscal year. And all of those polygons that you see there, that's restoration work that we have for this project. So just to kind of orient yourself, this is kind of the central, east central side of the bay. You can kind of see the bridge over to the island on the left side of that map. And really we can break it down into 3 different phases for this project. Phase 1 are those small 1 acre size plots. They're kind of, I know everyone has a different name for some of the bars, but they're, you know, your Peanut Ridge, Cat Point Spur, and then as you work your way to the east, you have your North Platform areas. So as you can see, there are 2 different colors there. The black squares are 1 foot of relief that we are putting out on those bars, and the red areas are 2 foot of relief. We're testing, does one height work better than the other? Reef relief is very important for successful oyster restoration. That's something that we're really looking forward with this pilot study. This was the first work that was done. Phase 2 is just general restoration. We had some leftover funding from that state allocation, so we're basically doing it 1 layer, 6 inches or so of material. And then phase 3 below is at the east hole bars. So that large rectangular polygon is, again, 1 thin layer of material that we are putting out there. And then the 4 1 square acre tiny squares at the very bottom there are 1 foot of relief that we're giving to Florida State University to continue some of their research with our rocks. So overall, this is all the work that is being done on the current restoration project. It's about 77 acres or so. In regards to the larger polygons, again, we had some leftover funding after we secured a contractor, so we wanted to make sure that we maximized our funding to get as much restoration out there as we could. So for those 2 large polygons, we did discuss the areas with stakeholders quite a lot to make sure that we were deploying rock in a historically beneficial area. So that's why those Cap Point and East Hole locations were chosen for that general restoration. So overall, I believe you are all painfully aware that there have been some incidents of some exposed rock at some of those pilot study reefs. So again, that's those phase 1 reefs. More specifically, they are at the red ones. Those are those higher relief sites. I know the first incident I was aware of was around 4th of July. So with that, I want to really hint on that second bullet that corrective action was taken immediately. Myself, the foreman of the contracting company, and our FWC site observer, the 3 of us were out on a vessel July 5th. Low tide was around midnight, so we met at 10 foot around 9 o'clock at night, went out there, waited for the tide to drop to get 3 sets of eyes on all of these all of these reefs to see what the issue was. So with that, there's been some other incidents. Commissioner Ward, I saw your recent email with some of your locations. In regards to those 2 areas, one of those we are aware of, and the second one is a reef that we have not mapped yet. Actually, our site observer was supposed to be out there yesterday, but it's been blowing quite a bit. So hopefully, if not tomorrow, early next week, we're going to complete some of that mapping. But regardless, I am appreciative of your efforts going out there and providing that information to us. So with some of these issues that have been popping up, we have a lot of mapping post-restoration that we are doing. We really break it down into 2 phases. Phase 1 is performed by both the contractor and our site observer, where we're basically mowing the lawn on some of these reefs that have been deployed using the side scan and the down scan from our Boston Whaler, the transducers down at the bottom, and a lot of the data that Commissioner Ward provided is in a very similar fashion, where you can see the rock going, maybe it comes up and goes back down. We are providing the contractor with all GPS coordinates of those points that we are finding where there is a little bit too high of relief, and taking corrective actions on that. Phase 2 mapping is a little bit more detailed. We purchased some more robust mapping equipment that we put on the side of our Boston Whaler, and then again, we turn on, we have really detailed points to where we get very nice, straight, crisp lines of our surveying work. All that is downloaded from the Whaler onto a drive sent to me where I can actually look at it in the lab, and I can really take a detailed approach on being able to look at the entire reef to see if there are any points. They're all geolocated, so if I do find a point back in Tallahassee, I can hit that point and I know exactly where that is out in the bay. So between phase 1 and phase 2, we feel extremely confident that no high points can hide from us. For that phase 1, when you're mowing those lawns, there may be a little bit of an area that is a blind spot. But between, mainly phase 2, but between both phase 1 and phase 2, there's nowhere that those rocks can hide from us. So we are starting that more robust phase 2 mapping. Again, you need really nice calm seas. So that's what we're hoping for next week when our site observer goes out there. I've provided all of the GPS tracks for them to put into the autopilot for our Whaler, again, for those nice crisp lines. Our contractor is extremely committed to doing a good job. Even prior to the competitive solicitation, we were talking with some other folks internally and externally who have done oyster reef restoration, not only in the state, but in the Gulf. The contractor that we have came up more than once and they did a good job. They've done work in Appalachia, in Florida, and throughout the Gulf. So we do feel confident that they can get this work done. They feel confident that they can get this work done. Currently, I spoke with the contractor yesterday after reading Commissioner Ward's emails, providing that additional site that we have not mapped yet. I don't have my phone here in front of me, so I'll just paraphrase. But they have, I guess, remobilized after the storm, brought all their equipment out. They're headed to East Hole right now. They have a second crew coming from Mississippi. They were a little delayed due to the hurricane. They should be here any day now, so they're going to have double the effort. One of the crew is going to continue deployment in East Hole to complete that phase 3 at the bottom there on the previous slide. The second crew is 100% smoothing out these locations. We've provided all of those points, and that's what they're going to be working on. So they're going to be able to double up their effort on getting all this work done. With FWC, we obviously do not want to provide payment for anything that is not crystal clear and really perfect with our scope of work. So I think our contractor is also aware that we are not going to process any invoices until we have 2 thumbs up that the work is done correctly. So he is obviously committed to getting that work done for fiscal purposes as well. So, yes, sir.
Can I ask you a question?
Absolutely.
If that's the case, then why are they in a hurry to just dump it out and we were having problems with rocks being out of the water?
So with the barges.
What's the advantage to speed up if they're not going to get paid unless it's right?
Yes, sir. So the barges those large hopper barges, they're renting those barges. So they want to, when the rock comes down from the Mississippi and is in Apalachicola, they want to get that rock off and then send the barges back up. Now, I will say that they are doing some smoothing. When talking with our site observer, the entire reef is not too high. There are just these high points. So that is just being, I mean, like I mentioned in the phase 1, there can be some blind spots with mowing. So overall, most of these reefs are correct. There are just some of these high points that we are finding. And that one that was around July 4th, where it was actually exposed, sticking out of the water, yes, that was a contractor deficiency, but it was something that was able to be corrected very quickly.
Okay, so is your site observer actually there when they're putting the material in the bay?
Yes, so the contractor works basically sun up to sundown. We hired one individual, and for not only fiscal purposes, but mental and physical purposes, they cannot be out there not 24/7, but sun up to sundown 7 days a week. So we have an agreement with the contractor to reach out to the site observer to let them know, hey, operations are starting for the day, operations are ending for the day. All work that is being done are provided to FWC, to me and the site observer, with geolocated photos to make sure that the work is being done in the correct location. And then our site observer is out there putting anywhere from 20, 30, 40 hours a week out there. So they're not out there the entire time that the work is being done, but they are out there quite a bit, and we do have measures to make sure that the contractor is doing what they should, where they should.
Right. Well, yes, I think we can tell from what's resulted, though, that it hasn't really worked. If the observer was there when they were putting the stuff out, and this is a question I asked Mr. John on the phone a couple of weeks ago, then maybe they wouldn't be those high spots. Because here's the other side of that story. So we're going through this 5-year shutdown in the bay and doing our best to work with FWC and everybody that's actually in charge of the water to get a good result. And now we're going through, after 3 years in, we're finally getting material in the bay, but this material that you've already discussed, in some areas is supposed to be 6 inches off the bottom, some areas are supposed to be 1 foot or 2 foot. You got spots where it's 8 or 9 feet. So at what point do we not know, when they start smoothing these out, that they're not covering up valid oysters?
Right.
You don't.
Well,
I can go and answer it for you, but go ahead.
Yeah, so in regards to, we wanted to make sure we were close to oysters, but obviously you're correct. We do not want to deploy this rock on oysters.
Right.
So we had multiple data sets, which I'll actually refer to in some slides here in a few moments, where we did side scan mapping, we dove, we tonged to make sure that we were going near oysters, but we were not going on oysters.
Okay.
So a lot of the mapping that our site observer has done, that phase 1 mapping, there's been nothing that's been outside of the boundaries. There are those high spots, that is correct, that we are working to smooth out, but in regards to the two-dimensional extents, everything has been done correctly.
Yeah. I know it's a difficult thing, but going back to what you said earlier about the fact that the contractor has rented their barges, that's the cost of their doing business.
Absolutely.
If they have a problem with it, maybe they shouldn't have made the contract.
And we have told them that that is not.
Because that's what it's gonna take, and if it takes a barge to do it, if that's the way you guys have decided it needs to be done, that's the cost of them doing business. That's like me trying to say that you're gonna start buying all your stuff for your vehicles from CarQuest, but I can't let you use your P card because it's gonna charge me 2%. No, it's a cost of doing business.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but that's just a personal thing for me.
Yeah, and we explained to them when they
Yeah.
provided that information, said,
Yeah.
When can our next invoice be processed?
Yeah.
We said, when the reefs are built correctly. And we
Thank
have
you for
we
that.
have not provided any invoices or any
Mhm.
payments on any of these reefs that are showing deficiencies.
Thank you for that, that's good to know, because we didn't know it without you telling us.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, just a reference real quick, he's spoke about my email a couple of times, just so the public is aware. I went out on a boat and found that in these areas where these rock formations were happened over the July 4th weekend, they're still there, like within 2 feet of the surface of the water, you see this big mound on the depth finder of material. And I was concerned still that we had a problem with that. So I emailed Mr. Creamer, and I guess he forwarded it to Mr. Esco, so that they're aware that we still have a problem out there.
Yeah.
And I don't want anybody going out there and hitting it with a boat and getting injured or tearing up the prop. I've had issues with somebody's already had a prop tore up. So I just wanted to make them aware, to know that we still got a little bit of work left to do out there in terms
Yes.
of the mounds.
And to, I guess what you would call the Band-Aid of that is we have buoys out. So our site observer, our contractor, have actually been talking with Captain Wood on potentially securing some law enforcement buoys as well. And what I've told the contractor, when you find a spot of these locations that I've provided, if you cannot immediately go out there and smooth those areas out, mark it. Because again, I do not want to get a phone call of someone's messed up their vessel or even worse. And right now, on a low tide, there are some areas of concern. So I've told our contractor, if you cannot immediately get out there and start working on smoothing those out, at least mark it so we are aware of that. And then I've provided all of the GPS points to help with some of the outreach. We've been talking with some of the boat rental companies to let them know that, hey, there's active construction. That does not mean we get a pass if rock is sticking out of the water, but just provide them the map and the locations of where we're working to just make sure that mariners are exercising caution when going through this area.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I got a question. Were these buoys deployed before or after these incidents?
Sorry?
Were these buoys that you referenced to?
Yes, sir.
Deployed before or after the incidents?
Oh, like in reference to the July 4th incident? So they were deployed afterwards?
After.
Yes, sir. Yeah. And any subsequent work that they've been doing, like let's say they're working on East Hole and they're deploying the material, but maybe they can't smooth it out until the next day or so, start marking some of those areas. I don't want there to be any exposed rock in the bay that is not marked.
How many deploys or buoys do we have out there,
So-
do you know?
So right now, we are going to talk with the contractor. I need to talk with the people at our East Point lab, as well as Captain Wood, to just kind of understand how many we have right now. The contractor has not said they're in need of more. I don't want to speak for the contractor, but I believe they are probably bringing some extra buoys in with that crew from Mississippi. But what I can do is once I do have some locations that have been buoyed off, I can certainly provide that to Mr. Marone to just keep you guys updated on where we are marking some of these areas.
Sounds good.
Mr. Chairman,
Yep.
Devin did email me all the coordinates, some of the areas. We don't have a county Facebook or any way, but we could possibly put this out on the county website. We can get it to the sheriff's department. I know the partnership is working, we're in the fledgling stages of working on a community outreach, so we can get these coordinates out. But if there's any information, I know some of the commissioners have Facebook pages set up. I can email this to Michael, he can email it out to everybody.
Yep.
And
That
try
would
to
be
get as
good.
much of that information out as possible.
That would
But,
be good.
but, you know, having these coordinates and proper marking on the water alleviate the problem. I mean,
Yes.
you know, it's a construction phase. I mean, you're gonna bump, I mean, there's gonna be hiccups in the road. Bump's the wrong word to use, but anyway, I think the more knowledge we can get out, it'll probably alleviate any kind of incidents in the future.
And Mr. Chairman, I can share, because the pictures I have coordinates also. When I went out, I'll send that to you also, Michael, so you can add that to the list, those to the list.
Devin, you want to share when the project's estimated to culminate?
Yeah.
Okay.
Next slide. Stealing my thunder. So yeah, the next subsequent slides, I just want to provide some more updates of the work that we have doing. So with that phase 1, all rock has been deployed. Like we just talked about in the previous slide, there are some areas that still need to be smoothed out. For the Cat Point area, as of early last week, all rock was deployed on that. So they're going to be smoothing out that as well. It is very thin, again, just 6 inches of rock. Nothing is sticking out of Cat Point, but they're going to be working on smoothing out. So we do have that 6 inches of relief, and they are currently mobilizing to head down south into East Hole to complete those 5 restoration sites right there. Overall, we have about 81,000 tons of rock that has been deployed and about 37,000 tons of rock yet to be deployed. And so the last few slides, I just want to provide a little bit of context. I know that there's been some questions and comments on some of the locations and why we picked some of those locations. So this is a very busy map with a lot of data that we secured with our contractor a few years ago from the University of New Hampshire. This is all of the mapping data and ground truth data that they took in Apalachicola, about 15,000 acres worth of mapping. Having a good update on the status of the hard bottom in the bay is vital to make sure that we have beneficial restoration. You do not want to deploy $10 million worth of rock in mud. So this information is extremely valuable. A lot of those dots, this is a better way to look at those dots, is basically them just tonguing to ground truth the mapping data. Hey, the mapping data says this is hard bottom. Let me go tongue it, make sure that it is hard bottom. So the yellow dots that you do see there are hard bottom. The brown are mud. And then the green areas, which unfortunately there are not many of, those are the oysters. And so that obviously fed into where we did our restoration. Again, we wanted to be close to oysters, not on oysters, but still in the general vicinity of current oyster populations. And so with that data, this was kind of where, again, our sandbox was that we wanted to play within with our restoration. And then we took a lot of different types of and forms of data to help better inform us on where to do these restoration sites. So this is just our natural hard bottom. Again, you want to put it on hard bottom. You don't want to put it in mud. We looked at the side scan data, which this actually is a lot of the phase 2 mapping that I'm talking about. This is what our data is going to kind of look like when we do map what has been done for the restoration work. We wanted to look at bathymetry to get a good idea of the depths of some of those bars. And then the last one is, it's kind of difficult to see, I apologize, but there are some very small yellow dots that confirmed this is hard bottom. And then those cross-hatched areas, which kind of look more like gray areas, those are your current oyster populations. So that was able to inform us on where to put those small 1 square acre plots in between the oyster populations, not on top of them. But all of our data scientists from internal, external FWC, we have a lot of information, but it's still lacking one stream of information, and that's from the oyster harvesters. So we leveraged the work of the Apalachicola Bay System Initiative's Community Advisory Board. We also had a lot of one-on-ones with local oyster harvesters. Hey, where should we go? Hey, where should we not go? So that helped inform us as well in picking the locations that we decided upon for this restoration work. And again, that is what we came up with out of all of the, or I guess the culmination of all that data and discussions with the stakeholders. So I know rock has also been brought up. Commissioner Ward, I know you mentioned that in your email last night. So overall, we have about 120,000 tons of rock coming down the Mississippi from Kentucky. We joke that we're bringing a sizable portion of the state of Kentucky into Apalachicola Bay. So with that, it is done through a mining process and then a subsequent grading process. So in our competitive solicitation, we said 4 to 8 inches plus or minus 1 inch. The contractor that we did select that is doing the work said we're going to be on the low end of that. We're going to be probably about 3 to 6 inches. And overall, that is what we have seen. The rocks here, I did not cherry pick small rocks, pretty rocks. I just grabbed some rocks and threw down a ruler. But with that grading process for that amount of rock, there is an instance where some smaller ones will get in, some larger ones will get in. What I kind of mentioned is Tetris. You know, you have that long, skinny one, the 4x1. If it goes in this way, it's going to shoot through that and it'll come through because on the long end, it does meet that 3 to 6 inches, even though it may be larger. So, Commissioner Ward, I have seen the barges up close as well, and some of them are larger, but they fit within the parameters of our scope of work. What I've been telling people is that it's kind of like a bell curve. You're going to have some that are smaller, some that are larger, but the significant majority are within that 3 to 6 inches.
Mr. Chairman, my concern with the bigger size rocks, of course, is it's not tongable. You're trying to restore a bay, and you got all these rocks down there that are 5, 6 inches. You can't tong those, and so that's why I was concerned because I've been out with you guys. I've been on a boat. Without you guys, and it just what you guys showed me before looked a lot different. And that's why I asked the question, because I want to make sure that you guys are aware that we want to make sure that since you're restoring our bay that whatever you're putting out there is tongable,
right.
Tongable material.
And so we have not only got a lot of photos from the contractor. I'm out there and I said, hey, can you get a photo? I'll see someone go out to make sure that it is a real-time photo. We even come up and they give us a bucket and I say, just pick some, and I watch them. They're not kind of picking over, let me get the small ones. They'll just go up and grab some. So I know I'm getting a pretty good sample. Early on the methodology and just trying to figure out what we wanted to do for this project, we were looking at much larger rocks. I mean, almost the size of pumpkins or basketballs. That was cost prohibitive, and that is not tongable. But I did talk with a lot of stakeholders and, also the Florida State researchers out there. They're not oyster harvesters, but they are tonging. I know Shannon Hartsfield does most of the tonging, but some of the grad students do tonging. And the consensus or a majority of what I heard from folks is it's not going to be easy, but it is doable. Now, some of those larger ones that we are seeing out there, those may not be tongable, but the vast majority we have out of that bell curve, that 3 to 6 inches, will be tongable. Yeah.
Well, I just want to add, we're working in conjunction with FSU. They're doing their own project. They're using much smaller rock, different material. We're using this rock. It's to try to find the best path forward. So before large-term restoration takes place, we'll determine it may be the smaller rock. It may be this size rock. But again, this is not what the rest of the bay potentially could look like. That's just where we're at right now with this project.
And in reference to the long-term benefits of the harvest, when you have oysters recruit on, even if it's the size of Volkswagen Beetles, you'll have second, third generation oysters that are recruiting onto that shell that will then begin to fall off. So no matter the actual size of the substrate, after a few generations, you will have oyster shell and that previous generations that you are able to tong up. That's more the long term. I do understand that with the short term, we want to get out there and we want to harvest, and I totally understand that. So with that rock, we believe that we were able to make both sides generally happy. They're not ecstatic. The rock can still be moved if someone tongs it up and takes it elsewhere. We hope that they don't, that they do cull it on the bar, but it's not going to get brushed off with any of the ripping currents or anything that the bay sees. Hopefully any future storms a long time away would not also move some of that rock. And it is also, from what we've heard from a majority of the stakeholders, that it is tongable. I remember one individual saying, I may need to get a gym membership to kind of beef up a little bit, but I know I can tong it. And just one quick note in regards to the oyster fishery and the management of that fishery. We continue to gather public feedback to help inform us on the fishery management. We also take a look at the continued work of the research lab here in East Point on what is happening with the biology and the ecology of the oysters in the bay. And again, we are seeing where restoration has been done, we're seeing improvements. We are seeing good numbers. They're small pockets, but in those small pockets, we are seeing good numbers. So that really helps provide a glass half full perspective on this restoration that we have ongoing. A lot of the decision making for future restoration as well as reopening of the bay is data informed. It takes a lot of input from public stakeholders and then providing that to our commissioners to help make a decision on that. FWC plans to continue to increase our stakeholder involvement. Right now we are leveraging a lot of the work that the partnership is doing. I know that they're getting up on their feet and we are really hopeful on the work that they continue to do. I know we have met with a lot of the commissioners here on more of those one-on-one informal discussions. Dan's came to a lot of those, as well as Erica Burgess, our section leader for analysis and rulemaking. We will continue to do that. We actually have something on the books to kind of get another date nailed down. I already have a few emails and phone calls from stakeholders that say, hey, I don't like getting in front of a crowd, so I don't want to go to the partnership meetings, but I would like to, grab a cup of coffee next time you go down. I just want to kind of talk more one-on-one, and that's very valuable information for us. Basically, we figure out a day that we clear out our calendars, we get here at 8 a.m., and we're usually driving back at 5 p.m., where we just have 30, 45, 60-minute talks with folks. If they want an agenda, if they want to talk about something specific, we'll be ready, but if not, hey, let's just have some introductions and keep the communication channel open. So I think that's been really beneficial. We also continue to actively look for funding opportunities. Commissioner Amos, I know you talked with us at the previous partnership meeting on being able to help unlock the county's ability to use some of those funds. I will say I spoke with someone internally in FWC who is pretty up to date on some of those pots of money. He said he was going to make some phone calls and be in touch with me. So maybe once I do have some more information, I'll get with Mr. Marone to see if we can set something up to help you guys out. And so with that, happy to take any questions. Again, I'll provide as much information and updates as possible to let you guys know what is happening in that bay. Overall, barring no logistical hiccups or storm activity, the contractor plans to have all rock deployed and smoothed out by late August or very early September. That may have been pushed by a week or two with Debbie, but again, I'm generally a glass half empty kind of guy with some of this work, but I feel quite optimistic on our contractors' feelings and abilities to get this work done and done right. So with that, yeah.
I have one more question.
Yes, sir.
Just because, just to give you an explanation before I even start, where I'm at, I'm pretty captive. Working at CarQuest, working at a public counter.
Sure.
There are any number of people that, that it might be good if they would, call or whatever, but no, they don't. They just come in the store. I mean, but that's fine. I'm good with it. I can't tell you how many impromptu meetings I have at the counter at CarQuest. Or we might walk a little bit further back if it's a little bit more private in nature. But the point I want to ask is this, because I know what people have bombarded me with. I don't know it to be true, but this is the time to ask it. So are we still moving toward an opening of 2026 and we're doing oyster restoration, or is this just bay restoration? And the difference I'm making is, are we still moving toward using material and everything, all the effort, energy, and time that's being spent and dollars are going toward moving back to some sort, however it works out, that's fine, of commercial harvest of oysters in Apalachicola Bay?
Yeah, so, and as you guys are probably aware, I'm quite low on the food chain within FWC.
That's
So maybe he'll kind of step in as well. But there have been no discussions internally on, hey, let's kick the can on this closure to where, we need X number of additional years. There's been nothing on that. And in regards to the restoration, so the funding from NIFWIF, which is the $20 million that we have, that is outside of the bounds of this current restoration.
Yes.
That is for ecosystem services. That's for the Bay. However, they understand FWC's need and mission statement to juggle both the ecosystem and the fishery. And they are totally fine with that. That they have never once hinted on restoration needs to be closed.
Right.
Never. And I don't see why they would. Because again, they understand this is a locally, historical, economically important fishery. It would make no sense to give us all this money and, hey, by the way, those areas are closed to harvest. Absolutely not.
Well, the other thing I would say, and it's probably come up in other meetings, we haven't had an update yet from Commissioner Amison about some of the meetings he's involved in on our behalf and on the county's behalf, but that's fine. No, I'm just being honest. We haven't had this open discussion. But if there's really a desire to do things that are going to be more ecological, why don't we look at the area north of Apalachicola Bay Bridge that's permanently closed? If you absolutely had to put bigger material, put it in those areas. However, I would caution this. Make sure you smooth them out as you go, because if that's sticking up out of the water and you hit something really big, it's going to be really bad really quick.
Absolutely.
But, if there's, so why can't we do both, I guess is what I'm saying. If there's really a place where we really need to put bigger rocks because you want to do more for the ecology of the bay, put them north of Apalachicola Bay Bridge that's already permanently closed. Make, Coombar's areas, put them in areas that's not going to be harvestable areas.
Right.
And then I think a lot of people start to feel more comfortable with what's going on, I guess is what I'm saying. That's my only thing.
Mr. Chairman, I'll just throw this out there too. There are, we hear rumors all the time. They come to us, they approach us, they call us, and one of the rumors is, and I'm just gonna let you guys know so you can shut it down, is these rocks are not for oyster restoration, but for fishing reefs.
Yes.
That's a lot of the commentary and questions that I've gotten just out in the community, in the grocery store.
Yeah.
I mean, I've had almost an hour conversation. I'm just trying to pick up something for dinner. I'm not complaining by any means, but that's just the concerns that some of the public has.
Yeah, absolutely. And so I can address that right now, because I found, I don't remember the individual's name, but it's someone with our contractor who was sitting out to eat, and he was the one who said that. And then it was taken out of context, because traditionally we have used kind of pebble-sized rock for a lot of oyster restoration because the bars were still there. They did not need to be brought up so much.
Right.
So typically we would use some of that. And I was talking to the foreman, and he said, Joe Smith, yeah, my guy, he's the one that said that. He's like, but he also mentioned that this is going to be really good for the bay because of what we've seen, that these bars are so depleted with material that using this larger rock, which has historically not been used for oyster restoration in the past, is going to be very beneficial. He also added that there are individuals in Louisiana who have private leases, and I believe it was also Texas, but mainly Louisiana, who are using this very rock. I mean, we're emptying Kentucky out, it sounds like, with using this type and this size of rock. And he says the people in Louisiana are extremely happy with it. So, yeah, he did say it, but I think it was taken out of context. Okay. And in regards to any other future information or misinformation, certainly provide it to FWC, and we will get on it right away. I know on some, I got a few phone calls saying, hey, why are you guys dredging out at Cat Point right now? I see some work going on. I'm going to send you a photo. Well, it was us deploying the oyster material. So I was fortunate, and I was happy that they got in touch with me to be able to counteract that, because I don't want any streams of misinformation to really take off.
Well, that's why I brought it up, Mr. Chairman. And I do thank you guys for being here, because I've told John before, the transparency, that you provide is important for our people in the community that are asking these questions.
Yes.
And I know it's been a while since you guys were here, and that's why I said the last time, so you need to come to the meeting. You need to come every once in a while and give an update so that they know that progress is happening. It's just happening slow, of course, but everybody wants to be updated and kept in tune with what's going on with their bay, because let's face it, this was their livelihood for so many years. Absolutely. And now it's not. And they want to get back to work, and I get that. So I want to provide for them, as this board does, the best we can information-wise so that they know what's going on.
And really, there's kind of two things I'd like to add on in regarding to outreach and being more visible. We did secure funding for a permanent position for oysters here technically in East Point with our East Point lab. Overall, we got 3 new oyster positions for the state. One here in Franklin County, one's going to be in kind of the Big Bend, Cedar Key, Swanee Sound area, and then one individual in Tallahassee to kind of oversee all of the operations. That is unheard of, really. I mean, Division of Marine Fisheries Management, we got a lot on our plate, and we only have about 40, 45 people or so for the entire state. So to get 3 new positions strictly for oysters, and then one being here in Franklin County is really great news. So I try and make the trip down from Tallahassee as much as I can. I think I can make that trip with my eyes closed now, but we will have someone down here in the East Point lab. So whenever I'm unable to come down here, an individual will be here for more updates. And then the second point, there was a commissioner, it was some time ago, I'm not sure who it was, mentioned potentially having a little section in the newspaper, just providing a little snippet of an update. Hey, we've restored this much acreage of rock. We're going to have this much done by this date, and then have another little blurb with what our researchers are seeing. Hey, we have this many acres that are showing 400 oysters or 400 bags an acre or more, just to kind of give you guys a little bit of an update, because I know that some of the scientific material that comes out of FWC is quite hard to understand. So being able to distill that down into a newspaper blurb, I think would be very beneficial to help keep everyone informed, to make sure that no misinformation kind of takes off. So that's something that we're internally discussing, and if it is something that we want to explore, we'll certainly reach out to the newspaper.
Mr. Chair, I got something. Devin, speaking about updates that Commissioner Ward was talking about for our public, at one of our meetings that we had, we discussed about having a town hall meetings to inform the public. Have y'all started having those, or when, or if you have, or if you have not, when are you planning on starting those town hall meetings?
Yeah, we have not yet, but we have been having discussions on it. I think a lot of our upper management, they obviously have a lot on their plate, a lot of different fisheries in different places of the state. So it's been a lot of work on them coming down, meeting with some of the stakeholders down here in Franklin County, just kind of get a good idea of what's going on, hear the concerns, questions, comments, etc. But it is on, I would say it's being transitioned from the back burner to the front burner. So I would imagine we're going to have a discussion on that sooner rather than later. When we do have something a little bit more formed, we'll certainly let the board know of our intentions to have something a little bit more formal for stakeholders to come to where we can communicate and collaborate.
Oh, if you would, please let us know, let
yes.
Mr. Morone know, because we need to get the information out. We need to make sure our people are there.
Yes.
And all the stakeholders are there.
Absolutely.
Because they ask us questions, and you know, some things we cannot answer.
Right. Yes, we'll do.
One small request to go with that. Whenever you do start to have these workshop or public engagement meetings, is there any way that it could be added into your advertisement that one or more elected officials might be in attendance? That way we won't be breaking sunshine law if 2 of us show up.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. We'll work with Ms. Morone to make sure that
That'd be
is.
great.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, can
Yes.
I say something? Devin, how long is it gonna take after you do the restoration project of putting the rocks down and all? How long is it gonna take to get the data in that we need to have to determine the reopening of the bay?
Yeah, so in regards to reopening the bay, the restoration work isn't the only piece of pie. We're also looking at other areas. Like I mentioned, some of the previous restoration that's worked has worked pretty well. So we're hopeful that this will follow suit, what we're doing right now. So our researchers from the East Point Lab are out there continually gathering data on a bay-wide scope. We're also leveraging a lot of the data that we get from Florida State and their work, DEP, DAX, just everyone to make sure we have the clearest picture possible. From that point, that's when we kind of transition to know what's out there and what type of fishery management scenarios we can enact. to make sure that the oysters stay. Right now, what I kind of tell people is everything's on the table. We're kind of talking about internally, what does our leadership prefer, and then also does that fit with the stakeholders' preferences as well. So there's been no concrete, hey, I took a phone call from someone last week and said, hey, I heard there's only going to be 100 people that are going to be allowed to harvest. Is that true? I said, that's not true. And he said, well, how many? How many? I said, well, let's back up. We have not talked about a certain number. We haven't even talked about limited entry. That is the way we are going to go. There have been no discussions on that. However, 2026 is quickly approaching. We want to make sure that stakeholders are informed. No one's caught off guard with what we plan on doing. And we want to be transparent as well, not saying, hey, we're going to go with scenario A, and then when we go to our commissioners, we go with scenario B. That's not something that we're going to do. That's not something both our executive leadership as well as leadership within Division of Marine Fisheries Management, that's just not how we go about this. So we will be ramping up our both internal and external discussions on what ways we want to go. But again, our goal is to enact a management scenario that works well for the oysters and the oyster harvesters for the long term. And I want to make sure everyone's updated. Again, I don't. Everyone may not be jumping with joy on the way we go, but I want to make sure that at least everyone knows the way we're going. And of course, the board will be updated every step of the way as well.
Yeah. Well, and from the past restoration project, you're seeing a good number coming out of it.
Mm-hmm.
That it's coming back.
In those pockets, yeah. So
Yeah,
that's something that
yeah.
we do want to caution, that we are seeing good areas. Those areas are small, but they're the same type of material that we're using right now, that Kentucky Blue. So we're hopeful that it's working there, it's going to work here as well.
Okay.
And
that sounds good. That's promising, because a lot of people have been worried that the 2025 deadline is going to be extended on into 2026, 2028, on up there, and the people are real concerned about it. But that sounds favorable. That's what I want to know, that this stuff that all these millions of dollars are being put into, that it's working.
Yes.
And to restore that bay and keep it restored.
Right.
Because that's the main part of it. The bay was, according to some people, fished out. It was fished out and used out, and we don't need to let that happen again. Mm-hmm. And we need to make sure that we have adequate restoration projects to continue the viability of that bay.
Absolutely. Yes, and we're here for the long term. We have additional pots of money that are kind of watching the work that is being done. I'm not saying it's a guarantee that those can be funneled into this project and into Appalach, but we're hopeful that we can secure additional funding, especially if we have a blueprint that works for beneficial recruitment.
And another good outlet that you can put public notice to, not knocking the newspaper, but Oyster Radio.
Yes.
Is very good about getting that out, and you have a lot of people that listen to that.
Yes.
So any information, just give Michael Allen a holler, and or send it to him or whatever, and he'll put it on there, I'm quite sure.
Yes.
But I'm good to hear that there's favorable numbers coming out of the restoration.
Yeah.
That's good.
I think overall, everyone here has a shared goal to get this fishery back open, again, for the long term. And that's something that I am very hopeful that the restoration work that we have going now and any future restoration really aims to make sure we can check that box.
Thank you, Devin.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I don't really have a question for Devin, because me and him, I've about questioned him out. But just to circle back around, and Devin, just bear with me a moment, because you might have to jump in there. With what you're saying, since that's fresh in my mind, I'm hearing that we've already getting spat attachment on some of the initial stuff that y'all put out.
I don't know how anyone would know that.
I don't either. My dad told me that, and I'm like, well, how do you know?
Yeah.
But it was brought
Well,
up in
they're
that
looking at
partnership meeting, and I don't know if it's that's what I'm trying to get clarity on. Do we have anything to confirm that or not?
We do not have anything.
Okay.
Our research team has pretty much said, get the rock out there, make sure everything's done to spec, get those contractors out, and then we'll go in there and start looking at it. But it's something I can certainly pass along to our researchers, that, hey, if you end up out there and you kind of finish your day early, hey, run by some of those spots out east near the edge of the platform area. Those were the first ones done. And, you know, take a tong out or dive in there and kind of see what you're seeing. It would not surprise me, though, that there may be some early recruitment there already.
Okay. Now, I want to jump in there with you all right quick on this material size. From everybody that we've talked to in the partnership with stakeholders, it's a tongable material. It's not going to be as easy to tong as a 1 or 2 inch material, granted, but it's still a workable material. And everybody gave it the nod. Now, when they first started out, when I was on ABSI, we were talking 12 to 15 inch material, and that's what we was raising heck about. But that's something we can't do. Obviously, that's making a fishery. Now, I'm going to tell y'all, going way back with that, this contractor, I already knew who this contractor was before y'all even made it public, because I have contacts out in Mobile, everywhere. This guy's done work all over. I did some homework on him through connections going back to a year ago. Let me say one thing with this. Going back that far, me and some of the oyster dealers, obviously we have a working relationship, but we get to talking about the restoration, and please keep in mind this was a year ago or better. Well, David Barber and them sent me a box, a 30-pound wash box of the material that they were planting in Texas, and it's a 1 to 2 inch material. And the problem there is he sent me a 30-pound wash box of the material that they're planting in Texas. It's in my driveway now, in a pothole. With this material that we got here, you're not going to have it thrown in the bag. It's going to be back on the bar. So keep that in mind as well, because you're buying a 60-pound wash box, a 60-pound bag of oysters, and they've got it where they didn't even knock it off out there in Texas. I mean, I'm not in Barber's business or anything, but they just bought some rocks.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, they did.
So with the material that they have here, the likelihood of that material, after they cull an oyster off, that material is going to go back on that bar, which is going to be another problem we're going to have in the future as far as a shelling type program, or to continue putting material out, because once the material's gone, we're right back in the situation we're in now. So just kind of throwing y'all a little lob right there, so to speak. But the key to what I was trying to say is that material from Texas is in my driveway.
So Otis, you're saying that they need to cull. In other words, they need to cull that stuff off and put it back on that.
Well, the tendency is this, and I mean, I'm not saying this is every oysterman, but if they're weighing a 60-pound bag,
it wouldn't take long with rocks.
Yeah, you know, I mean, I'm not gonna say I probably wouldn't do it either if I was oyster, but what I'm getting at is you know, and that's some talks we've had in the partnership, because we are, the stakeholders are having these discussions about what type of regulation we want to recommend to FWC. It's FWC's call. They are reaching out, trying to get input on what this is gonna look like with limited entry, or what type of entry, how many licenses. I mean, we're going to have these discussions, the partnership is, and then we're going to have that feedback going back to the FWC, which they're there. They're at their entity is at every one of our meetings. So they understand where we're at with it. But I mean, we're going to have a voice. We have a good number showing up right now as far as stakeholders with the partnership. I'd like to see that continue, and we're going to open it up after September, bring in more members, voting members, so to speak. But we need as much public participation with this as we can get, because this is the ideas and moving forward as far as what the face of this fishery is going to look like once we open. You know. Everybody's got their opinions. I'm not going to go into mine because it's a collective effort, and I have a group of stakeholders that some don't agree with me. But that's okay. We're not supposed to agree all the time. But the thing about it is that we need more voices publicly. We need more of these fishermen, former fishermen, to come out if they can. I know they have other jobs, but to get involved come to some of those meetings. We had a public workshop last Wednesday, which was a great turnout. We had to actually get some more chairs. That was a first. But, you know, we talked about everything from the restoration. I know Devin come up, gave a presentation. We talked about funding with Mr. Dan. We talked about, I mean, we're having these discussions. So a lot of the chatter that you're hearing is just outside noise. Really, they need to get in there and get involved and come to those partnership meetings, and that would probably alleviate some of the stuff you're getting at the counter and whatnot. But and another thing too, you know, we're talking $20 million, another 10 that the governor kicked in, and just go back to that map and look. That's a little area. This is not the restoration of the bay, and that's what I try to tell people. This is not the full-scale restoration. This is a pilot study. You know, this is no different than, well, luckily we had some overage and you guys, you know, which is great with Cat Point and East Hole, but the thing about it is this is still a pilot study. We're having issues with poaching, which I spoke with Senator Simon after he was at the station for his fundraiser. I said, you know, we might need some legislative help to make these penalties a little, you know, stiffer with when it comes to our bay. I mean, we're not stealing mullet here. This ain't the state's mullet. Mullet's got fins. They're gonna swim in and swim out. You know, I'm not entertaining that argument, but this is material. This is our oyster beds. We've got to look at it differently. We've got to get a little more stricter with this poaching. I mean, we had one incident where, and luckily Shannon Hartsfield was there. That it's one of our very first meetings. I don't know if you, I think you were there, Devin, but there was a 40% mortality rate on one of the pilot sites. Now, this is the sites that we are getting data from to secure funding. And I mean, you could just see the scientists' eyes kind of blare up. Well, I wonder if that's one of the gonad eating back to pathogens and all that stuff I heard in ABSI about why our bay is dying. And luckily, Shannon Hartsfield was like, whoa, I see where your mind's going. This was not a natural mortality on this bar. That's not why. He said the material is gone. So what that tells you is that somebody picked that oyster up and moved it. If an oyster died, there would be hash, there would be shell. It's gone. Somebody has poached it. Now, talk about shooting yourself in the foot. You know, here we are trying to get the data from these specific sites to justify funding potentially down the road for the full-scale restoration. But yet again, you know, we got people out there that's going and stealing the oysters off the bar. And then, you know, like I said, now the scientists, and I keep harping on that because, you know, they just all of a sudden, whoa, let's study this. Let's study this pathogen. Something had to have killed them. No, a person went out there and took it. It's common sense on that part. But luckily, like I said, Shannon was there, and he was the one that actually went out and pulled the data. I guess that was with FSU. And, you know, there's a lot of things that we can help ourselves as a community with, and quit blaming it on everybody else around us. And I'm speaking collectively because I'm 100% Franklin County. But we are the best at shooting ourselves in the foot sometimes. But anyway, we need that participation. We need more people to get involved because we are going to have to get ready. 26 is coming. And you guys have got a lot on your plate as far as what this fishery is going to look like as far as regulation goes, and the more input we can get from the public, the better. And, you know, come to these partnership meetings. Let's start having these discussions. Let's get these ideas out there. I might need some support from some of them because there's a lot of things I don't agree with, like I said, but that's why we got to get together and kick this up to FWC, let them make the best decision that they can with what they got, and that's my update, since you needed an update from the...
We did need an update. I was going to ask you for it if you didn't give it willingly, sir, while we're talking about the bay.
Well, I'm trying not to make these meetings so long.
That's the only time we can talk, Commissioner.
But no, you know, Devin, I appreciate what y'all doing. I have in the past, I've been the president of the Seafood Task Force. We've had these meetings, we've had these different agencies together. And I will tell you this, And I'm not throwing FWC under the bus. I don't look back, I look forward. That's just the way I am. But this is the first time I've seen FWC as involved as they are with the bears, with the oysters. I mean, that could change with a governor. Right now, the iron is hot. We need to, you know, we get a few commissioners that they swap out with somebody that's you know, growing an orange and don't care about an oyster. You know, we could be right back where we were some years ago. So I think we have a great relationship right now with FWC, much better than what I've perceived in the past and been a part of. And you know, we're all working together. So I think we're in the right direction. We just gotta, you know, stick at it, get it done.
Yeah, well, and you bring up a valid point too, Commissioner. So again, it falls to FWC. It's just the nature of things. But at the end of the day, with all the pilot studies and all the scientific process and everything we're trying to do to restore this bay, if we can't find a way to get a handle on illegal poaching of oysters, we're wasting our time, effort, and energy because it's just being toted off. I mean, that's the whole process I understand we're going through here, because we got to a point where the actual beds didn't have material on them. So we're putting material back on the beds. Well, somebody's out there and they're trying to get what they can as fast as they can. They're taking everything they pull up. They're not throwing anything back in the water. They don't splash anything. They don't do anything. So at some point, I mean, I don't relish in those kind of things, but at some point I'd like to see an arrest report where somebody got caught, because that's the only way you're going to stop it. I mean, you know, that's just the only way you're going to stop it. So all this other stuff is great things to have, but if we can't stop illegal harvesting, then we're just spinning our wheels.
Another thing with that too is that, and like I spoke with Senator Simon, we've got to make it. You know, it can't be a pop on the hand or this. If you know, when something happens in that situation, somebody gets caught doing something like that, we got to figure out a way to make it sting a little bit, or it's just going to continue. Now, with that being said, also, you know, the partnership we've discussed is, as a group, we're trying to get we're setting our little subcommittees up. We're talking about going out to Louisiana, Alabama. I know Alabama's had some issues in the past with the poaching and all that stuff, and just, you know, not every glove fits, but if we can pick, like I told them, I said, we go and pick and see what they've been here. Let's see what worked there, what fits our area, what not, our needs, and we can just pick all this and get a better idea of what to recommend is a big thing. But Senator Simon, actually, I mean, he's very motivated to do what he can, obviously, for the bay restoration, and he said, you know, just let me know what y'all need as far as that goes. If it's a legislative issue. You know, again, me and Mr. Dan, we talked about a legislative issue, which is funding. I don't know if you really want to jump up here and get in the middle of that, but that might be something, you know, that maybe we can get where we have annual funding for this in the future. That right there, you know, again, would go for us, leaning more towards our state officials to do. But yeah, I mean, it's not all FWC's fault.
Nope.
It's a collective effort. Mr. Charlie Morton.
Oh. If you're gonna talk, Mr. Charlie, come to the microphone.
Sure, not a problem.
At least one of them. It don't matter which one.
That's fine. That's fine. Did want to speak a little bit to the enforcement side of it.
Okay.
I know in sitting in some of the meetings before, one of the things that I always like to stress is, if you see something happening,
that's right,
let us know.
Yeah.
You know, we can't be everywhere all the time. If my guys are trying to get a bear relocated, helping the biologist or whatever, they may not be able to be on the oyster bar at that time. But I can share a few numbers with you. I'm going to go back to January 1st of 2020, okay, when we started, I think the EO started, if I'm correct, the executive order on the bay. Since that time, we have completed 3,488 patrols. That's officers out there in the bay working. They may be at a landing, they may be off of Cat Point right there, they may be over on the bridge over near East Hole or something, but they're out there working, trying to address the issues. During that time frame, we've also cited 31 different violations during that time. Now, that doesn't sound like a lot if you stop and think about that total, but the bay is closed to oystering, and those are violations that go back to 68B27, which is our oyster Florida Administrative Code, and also the executive order. So those address possible violations within those two realms. According to our FDA requirements for Apalachicola Bay, they set goals for us for shellfish area patrols. We're required to do 48 annually. That's what they ask us to do. Now, we do far more than that. If you break that down over these past 4 years, we're getting in 872 patrols there a year. Now, the FDA is only asking us to do 48, but we're going as hard as we can. I'm not gonna make excuses for you. I want it to stop too. I'm a native of this county. I can remember as a little boy riding over. It looked like when I came through East Point, it looked like I could hop from boat to boat and go all the way to St. George Island and never get my feet wet.
Yeah.
I would love to see that again, and I think we're headed in the right direction. We're going to continue our efforts. As Devin spoke to, they've 3 different positions that were brought over into marine fisheries to work with the oysters. We're kicking around different things too for more personnel. I've got 1 lieutenant in this county and 9 officers. I can tell you, I supervise 6 different counties. Franklin County has more personnel than any of the other 5 counties I have. And one of those is Leon County, where the state capital's at. So we push our forces where they need to be. We bring folks in. In the past, I've brought folks in from different places. We will continue to work to address this issue. Y'all all know me. Y'all all know probably where I live or had me on speed dial. If you've got issues, let me know. And I will definitely do everything I can within my power to address it. So, any questions, or just wanted to give a little clarity, and I'll say Captain Pierce kind of helped me out with these numbers too. I'll give him credit for that. But we've got the potential to see this come back. We do need some help. We're looking at doing some different things with some of our rules. We are there. No culch on the bottom. Toward the end, before the executive order came out, we were making cases on unculled oysters because we would dump a bag and it would be full of the large clams, dead shell, hash, culch, you name it. It was going in bags. We made cases on folks like that, and we have the conversations with them to say, look, you're foul enough, you gotta put this stuff back. If it's too small, yes, it needs to go back, but if it is part of the culch on the bottom, you're just fouling yourself in the future. So we've made those cases. We'll continue to. Any questions? Thank you. Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, just to add to that, even in these partnerships, we've had the discussions, and I'll tell you, Mr. Roger Mathis brought it up. We've already kind of evolved into that 100 count bag, with the aquaculture. And he even said, the best way to have a good clean oyster and make sure your material stays on the bar, your culture material, whatever they're culling off, is to, since we've already kind of transitioned over since the bay closure to 100 count bags, instead of just sitting out there tonguing up, throwing it in a bag and going away in a 60-pound bag, the dealers could possibly start buying a 100-pound count or 100 count oyster, just like they're doing from the harvesters to the boat.
Yeah.
Because then they're visually looking at it, and now if it's clean, it's clean. If it ain't clean, then there's another way. There's just all these variables that we're discussing in these partnership meetings, and that's why stakeholders and people in the community that are going to potentially go back into the industry need to come and sit in here, voice some ideas, let us know at the partnership, and have a voice in it. Because there's a lot of ways that we can, keep this and get it back, is what I'm saying, once we open. Because you got to realize, if we open right now, we're just going to be opening on these pilot sites. Am I wrong? I mean, I don't think there's any restoration coming in between now and 26. This is what we got, correct?
There's some potential, so we're certainly, like I mentioned, reaching out and researching for additional funding. If we are able to secure additional funding, we'll absolutely continue our restoration as quickly as possible.
And I mean,
to answer your question, yes, that would where you would be oyster. That's it.
And see, and not to take up too much more time, I've always been a dead against limited entry. But if this is a limited area that we're going to be able to fish, we're going to have discussions on how we're going to do it. I got bombarded with calls. Well, there's plenty of oysters over on that Kentucky Blue that I think DEP planted that site, and there is oysters over there. I've heard it from multiple people. We ought to be able to open up and fish that right now and this and that. And let me tell you what's going to happen. Everybody that works with the sheriff's department, that works on our road department, or wherever else that's oystered in their lifetime, knows that there's a bunch of oysters right there. They're going to take sick days or paid days off and this and that, and then within a month, it's going to be gone. Now, how did that help the oyster industry and the oystermen, not, deputy sheriffs or whoever else that's a construction worker that knows they can go out there and make a quick lick real quick? You know what's going to happen. It's happened before in the past. You see where I'm going with it?
I do.
So that's why I've always told, I said, look, we can't open it right now. It'll be gone until we get some more material out there to where we can spread the fishery out some. It's not about right now. We got to be looking at what's down the road. And that's just the bottom line.
Commissioner, just to kind of add on that for a final note is Sandra Brook at FSU. Dr. Brook's been doing some of this more hypothetical look at some of that rock. Now, I'll be upfront. She said this should not be used in its preliminary phase for any type of management discussions, but it's still interesting to think of that she looked at what you're referencing there. She mentioned it at the last meeting. Is she was able to calculate how many bags of acre or bags per acre there were on some of those sites that are looking good. She then looked at, all right, if you can get 20 bags a day, 10 bags, she looked at different ones, how many people would go out there to collect whatever bags, and just how quickly it would fall to nothing. And yeah, it was in the terms of months, weeks. So that's just something to help provide a little bit of perspective that there are good spots, but they are very tiny spots, and they're susceptible to overharvest very quickly.
Well, I'm gonna take a perspective look at it, because back in 2010, when the bay was threatened with oil from the BP oil spill, the bay was wide open then. And that's what started the ultimate damage right there from 2010. And it never, once it was that wide open like that, it never did stop, in some cases.
Commissioner Sanders,
we've got to be very mindful of that.
I'm gonna tell you what, in 2010, we had just dissolved, I think it was 4 months, we had dissolved the Seafood Task Force. Kevin Biggis was the director. You've seen me and Kevin up there plenty of times. That's when I stood where Devin stood. And why I stood back here, I don't know, but I'm here. But anyway, Kevin Biggis come to me at my office. He come up there and I said, what's going on? He said, Department of Agriculture, who was over the shellfish program at the time, they want the Seafood Task Force on seafood, to recommend to the Board of County Commission to open the bay wide open because the oil's coming. And I was sitting there and I'm looking at a mason jar that's got my granddad's business name. He was one of the first ones to shuck oysters in Franklin County. And I'm thinking to myself, I told Kevin, I said, if the oil don't come, it's going to be gone. And he said, well, I said, I got to kind of think about this. So I made some phone calls. I'm not going to name names. I called oystermen, I called dealers. every one of them said, we're damned if we do, we're damned if we don't, we might as well open it up. And I said, you know, if that oil don't come, we're gonna have a problem. Well, I'm the kind of person, when I don't really wanna answer something, I'll kind of avoid it. So Kevin showed back up in about a week. He said, I know how you are. He said, what's on your mind? I said, I'm not signing nothing. He said, well, we don't have to, technically. I said, I can't go down in the history as the one that killed the bay. Well, they went to then the Seafood Workers Association and got them to recommend to this Board of County Commission to recommend to the state to open the bay up.
We didn't recommend it.
Well, I don't know.
It was Department of Ag
but,
that opened it up.
You know, I'm not gonna sit here and throw punches at the state all the time, but that's kind of the way the departments do. They'll always want somebody to come recommend to them. That way they can cover their butt whenever, you know, the governor or whoever else, the ag commissioner is crawling them. You know, that's their cover. That's what Franklin County wanted. But I will tell you this. It was a perfect storm. I've said this plenty of times, and if there was somebody that said one time it was a perfect storm that killed Franklin County Bay or Apalachicola Bay, I said, yeah, I'll claim that one. And I'm not naming names because I live amongst the folks, and I'm not judging anybody for what they did at that time. But you had flow issues, you had tremendous amount of people out on the water resources with FWC looking for oil. There wasn't any accountability in the bay. It got hauled off. I've had oystermen that told me they didn't do the VOO program where they're making more money hauling the oysters out of here. And they wasn't even checking the size. Now it was a good collective effort, and it all played its part. I'm not saying it was one individual entity of all this, but to sit there and point fingers at everybody, this is why it happened. No, it was a collective effort. That's how it happened. You know, I know I've heard some oarsmen say it wasn't from over-harvest. It was. It was from over-harvest. It was from no accountability on the state side. It was no accountability on the dealer side. You know, it's already in stress because of flow issues. We was coming off of drought seasons. It is where we're at.
Yep.
The problem we got to do is correct it, and let's not get back there again.
Yep.
And that's what we're, as a partnership, are trying to address as far as making recommendations to FWC. And I think wholeheartedly FWC is wanting to get us to that point as well. But again, Devin has never oystered a day in his life. But I know a lot of people around here that could talk to that man right there in a non-confrontational way and just say, hey, look, this is how we did things. This is how, you know, back then, this right here will work, this and that. And you're gonna have that riffraff that just wants to come in there and scoop up whatever they can get, throw it in a bag, get paid, go get drunk, whatever they gonna do, and rinse and repeat. And they are in our community, they're in every community. But at the end of the day, we've got to make decisions. FWC does. Let me back up, because I'm not gonna hold that if y'all don't get it done. But what I'm saying is we've got to come together, we've got to make these recommendations and move forward with this state agency to get to where we're gonna get. And the more participation we're gonna get from actual oystermen that wanna see the longevity and see this come back, the better off we'll be with those recommendations. And I'm gonna get off my soapbox and ask y'all's update from the partnership.
Well, all that's good though, because what you said, so yeah, it was a perfect storm. Not only that happened, but also the 2 years following the oil spill were years where we had unprecedented drought. The Ag Commission decided to stop the collection of shells they were doing here on the mill pile. There was just a lot of things going on at one time. It was truly a perfect storm. That's really the best way to describe it.
Yeah, it was.
That's what got us to where we are. But it's not one entity or this or that one. It's kind of everybody had a part of that pie.
Yeah, because that last shelling program, and you wasn't here. It was Commissioner Sanders, because you called me to the podium. Because the Seafood Task Force, we administered that last shelling program. And I'll never forget, because you were sitting right there where you was, and you put them glasses and said, I'll just come here, and pointed, and I walked up there. And she said, no, we don't want no funny business with this money. Because then, after the shelling program was over, I came back and stood there and said, I'm fixing to do something that nobody else has ever done. She said, what? I said, here's y'all's money back, because this is what's left over from the program.
Yeah.
We didn't exhaust it in some administrative or whatever. You know, we actually wrote a check back to the county because we didn't use all of it. But all that went away. It was a perfect storm. I tell people that all the time. But the storm's passed. We got to just rebuild, regroup, and make some changes moving forward. We need to make changes not only with the way we do things, but the way we think about things.
Yep.
Because it's never going to be, and I hate to tell you this, Captain Wood, but we're never going to be able to walk across boats again. It just, we don't have that workforce. These kids won't even work at Burger King. I went to get a burger at a 9:15 and it was closed. I mean, you think for 1 minute they're going to go out there and hit those sticks? And I know a lot of you folks in the crowd don't even know what I'm talking about when I say that, but there is a different monster in an oysterman. If you ever notice those guys got that muscle, he'd be about that big around and got a muscle sticking up right there. That's from doing that his whole life since he was in high school. And that generation has gone. I mean, you know, I made this comment to Rex Pennycuff way back. I said, how many people you think is going to come back in oyster? Oh, a bunch. I said, let me rephrase that. Who younger than us is going to come back in oyster? He said, well, I said, exactly. I said, you know, so that's where in some of my conversations, I think limited entry will kind of police itself, because we have spoiled the hell out of our kids. They're not going to go out there and do that. That is a man's job. And that's just the bottom line. But anyway, I appreciate what you do. Again, I'm going to step down. And
anyone else? We all talk this. We do appreciate the time.
Yeah.
We do appreciate the update. Please know that all this conversation is just stuff we need to have publicly. Nothing's ever addressed or meant to be from any of us. I don't believe from this board. We have a really good board. I like the board that I serve on. Nothing's meant to be a gotcha. Nothing's meant to be just a complaint. We're truly just trying to look for solutions to things that come up to us that we're like, okay, yeah, I don't know about that yet, but we'll find out. I mean, you know, so just please take it in that manner, because that's what they're meant to be, instructive, and try to just talk through some of the issues we're having, because they have been issues. But thank you for making the presentation today. We really appreciate it.
If there's any questions or comments that you guys hear from people, send it our way. I mean, as soon as I got the email from John, I was opening up my maps, looking at those points, and talking to our contractor. So, yeah, we're willing to help as quickly as possible.
This is directed to John. John and the commission doesn't mind. Before hunting season, could you come back over here and talk to us about hunting?
Sure,
Okay. Because it's an all-day topic too, just like the oysters and the berries too. Because I know you know as well as we know, the ones that does it, that we're having an awful time. And I know the FWC put the quota days instead of the beginning of the hunt at the back of the hunt, trying to prevent so many people from coming in from the other area, coming in and hunting the last 2 weeks in our cycle. And I just want to get y'all back over here and talk to that, because I'm real concerned, because I've seen it escalate every year, and it's getting worse and worse and worse, because we have got Tate Hill, we have got the Apalachicola National Forest at Butts. So it was just something that I'd like for you to come over, and maybe some of our local hunters would come out here and speak about it. But you know, I'm just concerned with it. We need to keep our finger on that too. And there's nothing too much we understand. There's nothing you can do too much. You can't tell somebody they can't come in here, but there's different things that you can do to slow it down some.
Okay.
So
I'll give them Mr. Morrow.
do I believe that the quota at the back of the season's gonna work? Because who wants to come is gonna come. Y'all gonna be writing $5 tickets for not having that quota, you know? So anyway, hopefully it'll work, but I don't look forward to being around it like I am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's take a short recess and we'll come back. Franklin County Commission is now back in session. Mr. Willie Tolliver, Community Moving Education Incorporated. Please come forward, sir.
And as Mr. Tolliver's approach, Ms. Val Webb also, know that this is one of the two budget requests that we had, indicated. We talked about it at the budget hearing, you're
Yes.
new, and you guys wanted to have a discussion at a regular meeting about it.
Okay.
To give Aaron some direction with the budget.
Okay.
Yes.
Good morning.
Is it still morning or is it afternoon?
Afternoon, I think, yeah. Sorry.
Good morning, good afternoon. My name is Willie Tolliver, and I'm here with Valentina Webb. I was born here in Apalachicola many, many years ago, and my family first arrived here in 1910, my mom's family. My dad came about 1920. And I don't know if you remember Ed Tolliver, but Ed Tolliver was my elder brother.
Good man.
Yes, thank you. We think so too, and miss him dearly, but I'm here today with Valentina to talk with you about supporting a summer camp for children. It's been operating here in Apalachicola now since 2021. Thanks to Valentina, who was working at that time for CareerSource. They provided money to fund a vision that she had had for a very, very long time of bringing an arts program here for children. When I was growing up here, the Hill community did that for me. They gave me things to do during the summer, and mostly the churches funded it. Today, there really aren't funds unless you go after grant money to pay for things like bringing in ballet and drumming, culinary, photography, all of this stuff, arts, painting. The children get a chance to work with. We work with kids 6 through 19, and all of them get a chance to work with Dr. Nan Liu, FAMU art professor, man from China, now just got his citizenship here in the United States, and he teaches them all kinds of painting as well as different kinds of mediums as well. They dance, and at the end of the camp, they do a sit-down meal for the community, free of charge, and the children serve a 5-course meal with the chef. It helps them acquire skills about how to work with each other. You were talking earlier about how kids are spoiled. So they spend a lot of time individually with their own cell phones doing things, but in the camp, they actually work together. They're there from 8 o'clock in the morning until 5 in the afternoon. We hire at least 5 or 6 children as interns. They get paid. They actually have a job responsibility. One of those young people this past summer wrote his job description, sent it in an email to us, and told us, if I do not do what I have put here, then you have a right to fire me. And we're trying to teach them responsibility like that so that they can accomplish those things that they want to do and learn how to work together. We are now, because of Florida State University, we have access to 25 computers, the opportunity to expose the children to engineering and technology. We have an engineer who comes here and spends 6 weeks with them as well working. This past summer, they built solar ovens. They had race cars that they used the sun to power, and they built a system to water their garden. So children are learning, and we need help. We've lost our funding. We had funding from CareerSource for the first 3 years. Last year, this past summer, we raised $40,000 to pay for the camp. We're writing grants right now to continue to pay for the camps, and we would like the county to support us in this work. A year ago, we brought kids from East Point as well, across the bridge twice a day, brought them over here, took them back, 8 to 10 children to engage in this work with us. Any questions?
Mr. Tyler, where are y'all doing this at?
Where are we doing it?
location?
Thank you for asking that. For the first year, the senior center was closed, Holy Family. So Valentina permitted us to use Solar Family. I attended that school also when it was a school, so we did it there. The second summer, we did it there again. This past summer and the summer of 23, we used space at City Hall. We're currently renting space from City Hall, the old school building. We're in the backside of where the Forgotten Course Fitness Center is. We have about 5 rooms there, and one of them we're developing into a dance studio.
And what's the length of the program, Mr.
It
Thomas?
runs for 6 weeks. We start in June and we end the second week of July.
Okay. So the funding you're asking for is for a 6-week program?
Yes, sir,
Okay.
and it costs about $31 a day per child.
Right, right. And what's your expected attendance?
For $48,000, we can do 50 children.
Okay. Okay. That's all the questions I had about it. I just wanted to know for sure where it was located, approximate
Yes,
number of kids
that's
we're talking
right.
about, those kind of
And
things.
we're willing to bring the program to other parts of the county. I know that this kind of work with children makes a difference. I mean, I'm a professor. I study psychology, human psychology. I've been teaching this content for 30 years, and engaging children this way really helps them to build a sense of community. Because otherwise, they just, you know.
No, you're correct, it does. It does. It's just the limitations you're gonna have are potentially finding areas to actually house what you're trying to do in, you know what I mean? That's
yeah.
in this small, rural county, that's gonna be.
That's right. I mean, we would love to build a building. I own property here, my family owns property here. My brother Ed's, his children, grandchildren own property here. We would love to build a building, and we're willing to raise the money to do that. I mean, one of the things I would love to do is to have a pool, because once we get a pool, I think we'll get all of the children we want.
Oh, you get a bunch of kids who get a pool, especially in the summertime.
Especially indoor pool, too. We would like to do it indoor.
Well, that brings up an interesting point. So I can remember growing up in East Point,
Yeah.
where there's now building going on.
Yes.
For the longest time, there was a Campgrounds of America campsite.
Yes.
And they had a pool there that was a public pool.
Yes.
It was, I can't tell you how many times we raked our quarters together to go give them $1.50 because we'd go swim in their pool.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, we were right there at the water, but, swimming in water that's got bleach in it and it's not salt water, or not brackish or alligators or anything else.
That's right.
Sometimes has its benefits, you know what I mean?
It does.
So that's a very, very good thing to have.
Right.
And, we live in a community with limited access.
Yes.
So
Yes.
if we can expand access, those aren't bad
Right.
things
I mean,
for our
that's
kids.
what we're about, is about building access
Yeah.
to children. And eventually, we will take trips. I mean, I have to tell you, the last time I came before you was about the Tilton Cemetery.
Yes.
And we applied
I
for
knew
that.
I remembered you.
Yeah, we applied for that
I
money.
was sitting there trying to think about it.
And we've gotten $50,000, and
Yes.
we're gonna hire archaeologists to go in with GPR and determine the boundaries of that cemetery
Yes.
so that we can begin to restore it.
Yeah.
So I'm at a point now where I'm ready to retire, but I'm not retiring. I'm gonna spend my time doing this work.
Right. That's good.
Mr. Chairman, I got a question. I see some numbers in here. It looks like you guys were getting funded from the Career Source.
That is
How-
correct.
How much is your request for this board?
Our dream request is $50,000,
Okay.
and that would certainly support 50 children.
Right. And it also, sorry, Commissioner, was that one question you had?
I've got another one, but go ahead.
Well, it's also, the way I understand it, this request is basically going to scholarship all those kids. The kids aren't, the
That's
kids and
exactly
their
right.
families
There
aren't
is
paying
no
for it.
cost at all.
Yeah.
I mean, one of my nieces runs a program in Wakulla County, and they do a lot of competitions. So they charge people about $85 per competition just for the costumes, right? So we do everything on the cheap. And eventually, we are going to have sewing. So we will teach them how to sew as well, so that they can sew costumes.
Mr. Chairman, I mean, I obviously think this is a great idea. Anything that we can provide for our youth, especially if it's going to help them in their later in life and
Yes.
as they become an adult. I think it's great, but my question was this included in our, because we gotta, you guys are requesting money, we have to make a way to see if we can provide it.
Yes.
Was this in the budget that, because I know when we talked about budget back in July, I knew there were a couple things coming up beforehand. So we can go down, but we can't go up. So my question is was this included in our preliminary numbers for the budget?
I'll ask Erin to unmute and see if she included that on the number that she's gonna report to you today.
Because I'm all for it, we just gotta make sure it's, you know, it's in our budget.
That she did. I'm not sure if she's paying attention at the moment, maybe not. I know we talked at, there she is.
She may be at lunch.
No, she
You
knows
looking good, Aaron.
Oh, hey. Yes, Commissioners, I did include $48,000 as part of your preliminary budget, so that, you know, that's going out on the trim notices. However, I do want to caution you all, because as of right now, you know, the county does not support any other youth educational program. You know, beyond, of course, our youth rec program support that we do through Parks and Recreation. So, you know, we of course support the senior centers, we support the Humane Society, you know, various nonprofits throughout the county. However, as far as youth programs such as this, you know, we don't currently give any funding to the NEST program, nor the Matchbox program, or any other sort of youth group. So it, you know, I don't know really if you all want to kind of choose one over the other, or if you all perhaps want to try to figure out some sort of consolidated funding, kind of more like you do for Area Agency on Aging, where it actually goes to one unit and then it kind of, you know, flows out to all of the other entities. So that's just kind of going to be a ball in your court. But just, you know, just be aware that I did include the 48. You know, we can leave it in there, earmark it for sometime later if you all want to have a work group meeting like that, you know, with the other agencies as well, or we can take it out, or, you know, it is entirely your decision.
Thank you.
May I say something?
Yes, ma'am.
I heard what Aaron said. This organization stands before you because they saw a need within that organization to come before you and ask. And no other agency has come before you and asked for us help for this year. And so youth are an investment in this community. You had a commissioner already said they don't know what it is to do labor. You're right. And you ask yourself why. I learned because of my parents. Well, the youth don't have that privilege that I had or others have had, and what you all have had. We were taught that. What we're giving those kids there is a skill set of how to work, culinary, how to cook. They don't know how to cook. They don't even know where their food is coming from. They say the grocery store. Now they have gardens and they get to see it, and that with that comes a level of pride and the on-the-job opportunity training that you have 6 interns doing. They are being given a work skill set that's being developed in them early on. I had one because I babysitted in my home. My mom allowed me to babysit kids. So I'm asking you to give this organization an opportunity this year to continue their program.
And I will add that, as I said, people from the Nest they were brought over daily last year. This year, that didn't happen because we didn't have the money. We didn't have the funding. And the Project Impact is right next door to us, and we've invited them to participate, and they've said no.
And the NEST is federally funded. This is an organization that's basically funded by the people.
Well, to clarify too, Ms. Val, so we have actually given money to the Matchbox before, and I remember doing it because I stay pretty attached to the youth basketball program here in Franklin County. I have for several years anyway. Don't want to recount too many years. I'll start thinking about how old I'm getting to be. But we have actually donated to the Matchbox. We've had Mr. Speed come and ask, and we've given thousands of dollars to the Matchbox. You know what I mean? So we have done that, and I do remember.
And to
doing
the
that.
ball teams.
Oh, yeah.
And this is not to pit one organization against another.
No, ma'am.
That's not what this is intended for. But we stand before you today asking that you help MEI.
And in all honesty, Mr. Chairman, if any other organizations stood before this board and asked for that, you know, I feel like we would be willing to help too, because it's for our children, for our youth, and I'm all about that. So.
I'd like to ask some questions.
Yep, go ahead.
Yes, ma'am.
On the summer arts, what does that entail?
Okay. We teach African drumming, dance, visual arts, and photography, as well as painting. They work with a professor from FAMU for 1 week. He comes over and spends the entire day with them.
Painting?
Yes, ma'am, painting.
And sketching and stuff
That's
like
right.
that?
You know, we can bring you some art and show
Even
you what
Chinese
they
art,
produce.
they even
Yes.
learn Chinese
They do
art.
calligraphy as well.
Let me ask you another question.
Yes.
Hold on. In 2021, how many participants did y'all have? 10 to 19 age group.
In the 19 age, not that many, but the younger children, we get a lot. We had, I think, 42 in the first
42?
year. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, in 2022 and 2023, it says like right here that y'all had 8 young people ages 14 to 16 for 6 weeks. Okay, how many of the 10 to, let's say, or 6, okay, you got several age groups down here.
Yes.
6 and above, how many kids did y'all have in 2022 and 2023 and this year?
I'll have to get those numbers for you. They're not in here, and I didn't bring them with me. One of the problems we had getting children in 21, 22, and 23 is that the source of funding required a Social Security number.
And probably COVID.
That's right.
You know.
That's right. And that Social Security number, too. A
Yeah.
lot of parents didn't want to give that information.
Well,
I don't think I would want to give that information.
A lot of parents can't give that information
Right.
too, because you gotta remember, we're dealing with a different, population.
Yeah.
We're not just dealing with, Caucasian and African American, we're dealing with the Hispanic population as
Right.
well. And so you don't get don't get that information. You
Uh-huh.
can't.
That's right.
And so those are the kids that may be allowed in the camp, but not even counted in that number of what's being charged. So then you go out and you look for other funding sources that could not meet career source demographics within that program.
And I see where you're going to, Val, because right here you said ages, whatever, 10 to 19 that enrolled with their social security
Yes,
number
that's right.
for the 6-week program. I
That's
see what
exactly
you're
right.
saying.
That's right. So we lost
mentioned
people
that.
because of that. Now that we're no longer getting career source money, we're not required to get Social Security numbers.
Okay,
So
did you ever, do you know from memory, just right off, you said you wanted to serve at least 50 children?
At least.
But have you reached that 50 or has it just been 42? First year,
yeah.
you would think that it would be something like 42 or a low
That's right.
number.
That's right.
So I was just wondering, is it still a lot of,
It's,
wanting to participate in these programs?
it's what your Commissioner Amison was saying. In order to do this work, we have to go to the parents, back and forth, back
Yeah.
and forth.
Yeah.
Some of the children just want to stay home and watch television and play games, right?
Yeah.
And so one of the reasons for working with the interns is to get children to go and get their friends, and to get their friends come, to build a community of people who are doing things together. And that's what we're committed to do. It is taking time, but after 4 years now, and when we have the finales, children come to see their elder siblings dance and perform. 6-year-olds this past year in the Armory could not sit still. They were all dancing. So the adults, I think we could eventually do something with seniors and these children as well,
Yes, sir.
which would be really lovely, because it makes the elders happy. They love to come and see them dance too.
Okay. Thank you for your answer.
Sure.
Anyone else?
Mr. Chair, I got
Yes, sir.
something. Like Commissioner Ward said, I too am for our youth, and our youth programs. But, you know, based on the observation, I went to a couple events this year.
Yes, sir, you did.
And the range of beneficial activities that you all provided, it was a valuable addition.
Yes.
To build success, I know you talked about expansion, but I do want to reiterate the expansion, you know, to like the eastern parts of the county, you know, Carabel.
Sure.
Talked about. That would enhance the program impact and accessibility.
Yes, sir.
You know, so, and also given the fact of you all lost one of your funding source, which is Career Source, and you know, they came before us last meeting
Yes.
about that. So I strongly support you all and ensure and to ensure the program's successful growth for our county.
Thank you. Hey, thank you, Commissioner Krumah. You came to the play as well.
Yes, I
For the
came
first
to-
time this year, we worked with a director from Big Bend, what is it called? Panhandle, the
Panhandle Players.
Theater Players. And the young people wrote a play and produced and performed the play for the community. And it was about their lives, which we think is important too, to develop the capacity for them to share with adults what it is that they need from us to be successful.
I think what I really liked it too, on top of seeing the kids and everything, was all of the elderly people that showed up to that finale.
That's right.
I haven't seen so many of them in a long time. They came
Yes.
and supported you all.
All right. Any other questions, Commissioners?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I do. And again, I echo the other commissioners. I commend anything with youth. I got an 8-year-old, and I'm active trying to coach. And I've got older children. It was a lot easier coaching back then than it is now. I will say that at 52. But my question is not really, I guess, would be more of an Aaron or Michael question. But if we put this on the budget, this is going to repeat funding next year and then the year after? I mean, that's, you know, I hate to ask these questions, but as a commissioner, I have to you know, I gotta, you know, you guys are the first ones coming. If we started picking up funds for everybody that lost their funding, you see what I'm saying? I'm just looking
Yes,
at it from
we
that
understand.
aspect. It's not from a, not wanting the youth to have anything, mind you.
Yeah,
But-
so, I'm sorry. I don't know if Aaron's gonna jump in or not, but more than likely, we'll put this under Fonda's Parks and Rec budget, I believe, like we put in any other sports activity. And there's Aaron. And
Actually, Michael, no, this was a separate line item because they would actually be then part of, I assume you all are a nonprofit?
non-governmental, NGOs?
Are you all set up as a nonprofit?
Yes.
Sir? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, so yes, they would actually appear in the non-governmental section, and yes, that funding would repeat itself, and they would be actually before you all each and every single year.
Yes, yeah, it's not an automatic repeat, but you know how you reviewed all your NGOs at the very end of our budget? You do the same thing, so that, and don't take it the wrong way,
I
but
get it.
that's
That
basically the
makes
last
sense.
ones you look at during budget time, because 9 times out of 10, if you have to make a cut, that's where
you're gonna
that's
cut
where
it.
you're gonna make the cut, you
Yeah.
know? You consider that, you know, above what the services you are really, you know, supposed to provide for the county based on the tax.
Remember, essential services, non-essential services, and quality of life services. That's what we're supposed to be looking at.
That's quality of life.
Yeah.
My question, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Webb, Mr. Tolliver, is what was the total cost to run the program last year? Was it 48? Is that
This year, we came in around 40,000. We've raised the money ourselves this year, all of it.
That was going to be my next question. Y'all
Yes.
did that through fundraising?
That's right.
Okay.
Well, fundraising, I still teach virtually at a university in New York, so and I've also managed a business for 13 years, so I have contacts all over the country. And I can contact my friends and get them to help me raise money.
So it was privately funded, but
Yes.
what we're seeking today is for the county to invest in their children.
Yes.
Yeah, I understand, but I mean, we may have to, you know, invest a little less than 48, and, you know, and, you know, I mean, you know, it's a pretty big ask, is what I'm getting at. And again, I'm all for the youth, trust me. I'm gonna find stuff for my 8-year-old to do. That's why I keep him involved in sports with Project Impact, anything like that where he's getting social skills rather than playing that game. But
That's right.
but again, we also have to look after, you know, are we setting a precedent here where everybody that loses funding is going to be here next year looking to us pick the full tab up?
We understand.
You know, so that's why I'm asking these questions.
We're not gonna stop raising money.
Yeah, obviously. And if there's anything
Yeah.
I can do
You
in
hear what
that.
he's saying though, Otis, don't you?
What?
Give us what you can.
Right.
Well, that's
And
what-
we'll supplement it, whatever we
Yes.
have to supplement.
We're not gonna
That's
stop
what I
raising
was-
What
money.
you can.
That's what I was getting at.
Invest a little bit.
Yes.
Yeah.
The vision is eventually to have a building and a capacity to support ourselves. That's the vision.
And expand.
And even then, we'll come back and
Yes,
ask you
and
for a
expand.
gift.
And
Yes.
expand.
Yes.
That's what we like hearing, expanding it.
Yes, absolutely expand.
We are not forgetting about Carabel.
No.
Give us a
You
building
know,
and we'll go.
Hey, you know I'm not gonna let you
Well,
forget
actually-
about Carabel either.
When I was at
Nor
Wallace
am
and
I.
Quinn High School, the kids from Carabel will bus to Wallace and
That's
Quinn
right,
every day.
that's right,
Right.
that's right. I love them.
Yes.
Yes.
If not, you know, the full, I would ask for like partial.
Yeah.
We've already got it included in our budgetary funds, correct?
The whole
Isn't that what we
48,
said?
You got the
Yeah,
whole
placeholder.
amount?
Right,
48,000?
right. So if it's a different amount, it's up for us to decide, but do we have to decide it today, or?
You may want to just say yes and then confirm, and then at the next meeting, we could make a decision.
Okay.
Because you have another request that's right behind
Oh,
it
yeah,
coming
I
up.
know that.
And then after that, you could discuss it with Aaron, and then we have a number for them by the
Okay.
next meeting, for sure.
Okay.
But basically, I'm hearing that you are planning on investing, you haven't
Yes.
decided the amount yet.
Right.
That's right.
That's what I've heard.
So
Yeah.
which one do we do first? Amount or temporary approved?
Well, it's already been temporarily
Yeah.
put in
Yeah.
our current budget.
Yeah, Commissioner Cruz says, it was basically, you're right. So today, you're basically tentatively approving their request,
All right.
except you cannot commit to the full amount at the moment. You will by the next meeting. But you will be, basically, I'm hearing, and I'm hoping that that's what they're hearing, you will be committing some funds to this program.
All right.
Up to the amount that Aaron had put in.
Yes.
It may be somewhere low, it may be somewhere high, we just don't know, but we, approving their request
Yes.
at some level.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I want to tentatively approve this one. I don't think we did it at the last one, did we?
No, we did not.
Probably did not, sir.
No.
We wait until today. Yes, sir. You're correct.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So hopefully
Thank
by
you.
the
Thank you.
Thank you.
No, not even 2 weeks from today, less than that, the 20th, I believe. My math is off. We'll have something for you in writing as to what we'll do in this. Aaron will set up a way that you would either invoice or whichever way you want to handle it, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
She will need some of your, what did she ask for earlier? Your nonprofit status information.
Sure,
So the
absolutely.
sooner you get that to me, the quicker we'll go.
Okay.
Will do.
It was good seeing y'all again.
Good to see you as well. Thank you.
Miss Susan Gage?
Same thing, Commissioners. There was one of the ones you had put off until today for
Okay.
discussion.
Good. Yes, ma'am. Michael?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Good afternoon.
Good
I
afternoon.
have sat through many commission meetings, and this is by far the most educational that I have had the pleasure of sitting through.
Did you say comical or?
No. What I hear is passion and concern for your citizens, and that makes I'm sitting back in the back as a mom, as a wife, as a therapist, I'm like, yes, this group of people, they've got it. And they're not afraid to ask the hard questions and have those conversations, as was evident by what I heard today. All that to say, good afternoon. I'm Susan Gage. I'm the Executive Director with the Early Learning Coalition of Northwest Florida. We cover 7 counties in the Florida Panhandle. 6 of those counties are rural counties, and our largest county is Bay County. I live in a rural county. I understand what it's like to raise a family in a rural county, and the ask that we have for you today is partly because I think we can do better for our rural counties. Well, I know we can do better for our rural counties. But I want to let the commissioners know the ask that we're making is no different than the ask that we're making for our other 7 counties. We're asking for 0.5% of what the Early Learning Coalition puts back into the county through its school readiness and voluntary pre-kindergarten programs that we have. Our main purpose is to help grow healthy children, parents, and the relationship between them. And we do that by ensuring that all children have access to high-quality early learning experiences so that when they enter school, they are prepared to learn. And they're prepared to do all the cool things that our friends before us talked about. And we know that today's parents are not the same as parents back when, I don't know, my parents, your parents, everybody else's parents, and we also know that children today are not the same. They are given different opportunities and they have different kinds of challenges. I can commiserate with the commissioner who talks about their children on the technology and not wanting to get out to do the things that we know are good for them. But we have a challenge in Franklin County, and that challenge is your children are not entering kindergarten ready to learn. And I've had other conversations with other county commissioners, and they say, Susan, that's the purview of the district, of the school district. And I'm like, maybe, maybe not. But I choose to see it as a partnership between agencies like ours, boards like yours, citizens in the county, and the district. But we have a couple of programs that we have piloted in other counties and we want to bring to Franklin County. And this is Tammy Valdez. She's our Community Development and Special Projects Coordinator. Who's going to talk a little bit about the programming that we would like to bring to Franklin County to those areas that might not always receive services. So I'm speaking of Carabel, East Point, because the programming that we bring is programming that we bring to an area with the families so that they can help make sure that their children are ready for school. Less than 25% of your children are any type of formal early learning experience. So about 75% of your children under the age of 4 are at home with family, friends, and neighbors, caregivers. And rather than just sit around and wait and hope for something different to happen, we believe that we have a program that can help something actually happen. So Tammy, I'd love to turn it over to you and talk about that.
So in your little, the packet that we gave you, kindergarten readiness, your children are currently at 40%. You have 40% of your 3rd grade readers reading at a 3rd grade level. So 60 out of 100 are not reading at a 3rd grade level. Being prepared to learn when you enter kindergarten influences those 3rd grade reading scores. Those 3rd grade reading scores influence the number of prison beds that the prisons make available. It all falls back. So reaching the children that you have, because you have a large number that are, currently not in a child care setting. They're not learning how to socialize. They're not learning how to sit and learn. They're not learning, play is learn. They're not, they may be at home playing, but they're not learning the skills that come along with actual focused learning, playing, learn. Yeah, play to learn. So we've got programs, our family, friends, and neighbors, that we'd love to bring out here. We have Kaleidoscope Play and Learns. We bring moms together, dads together. Lately, we have a lot of grandparents and great-grandparents coming with the children. They actually sit for an hour and a half, 2 hours. They play together. Parents are given the tools and the resources. They talk amongst themselves. They talk with our facilitator. They're educated on how to help their children learn in the future. So it's all guided, but they don't, and we get responses. We hear from the parents tell us, I never would have known that. You know, just talking to my child while I'm cooking, reading the back of the can or the frozen meal, just having that dialogue, that's important to have. Reading with your children is important to have. So many parents don't know that. So our Kaleidoscope Play and Learns, giving them the tools, the resources, and the knowledge to help their children be prepared to learn. I think that's our biggest, what we really want to bring out here are the Kaleidoscope Play and Learns. It's not something that's funded by, like you'll see in here that we've got funding for our school readiness and our VPK. This is something that we do on the side. That sounds very good, on the side. Yeah, but it's so important because there's so many families right now that can't afford childcare. They're leaving them with aunts and uncles, cousins, older siblings. We need to give them the resources in hand so that they're able to learn.
And I just like to say, it's not only that childcare is really expensive, it costs more to send a child to childcare for a year than it does to send your child to FSU for a year. I know this for a fact. So it being out of many families' financial wheelhouse is a reality. However, we have families who choose not to put their children in childcare, and that's just as valid of a choice as any other choice that gets made. And we want to support those families too by providing them with resources. So this isn't a deficit-based program. It's if your child is not in formal childcare or a formal early learning environment, come experience this with us. If your child is staying with their aunt or their older sibling or who can drive or whatever the case is, here's something that we can do to put resources into your hands so that when you're with that child, you can ensure that they're both learning skills that they'll need for school success and experiencing the joy of just playing as a child. Again, our ask is 0.5%, which is about $2,800. It, I think, is an amazing thing that we've seen just really impact children and the parents and the caregivers that work and are around them. But I think it's a way for this county to show that they are holistically looking at the quality of life for all of its citizens, from the youngest to its oldest. And you're right, you have a lot of hard decisions to make. I don't envy you in that at all. But I ask, as you're thinking about quality of life, think about the long-term investment. I know you can think about long-term because I listened to your discussion about the oysters and what it means if you go in too early or you wait too long or all of that kind of stuff. So I know you guys understand this. But if we can invest in a very small way with an entity like ours that has the process, the materials, the everything to bring it to you, to show you for a year the kind of impact that makes. So maybe when these children are old enough to go into a program like this, and I say, I don't name your program, I'm sorry, because I don't know the name of your program, but I'm sitting back listening going, oh, how amazing that would be if some of those children knew each other from a Kaleidoscope Play and Learn kind of thing, and they're just back in the community. It was just really cool. Lots of great stuff going on here in Franklin County. So that is our ask. It's a small ask, but it has the potential to, I think, compound whenever we see the results.
So, quick question, do y'all have a facility in Franklin County, or how does this work?
We don't have a facility per se.
Okay.
The Early Learning Coalition contracts with private child care centers, school districts, churches to have the school readiness, which is the subsidized child care program, or the voluntary pre-kindergarten program. So we also do with the school district for their VPK classrooms as well. This program is a separate program that we come in to a community and we figure out where's a place where people gather naturally. Could be a library, could be a church, we've done them at both, could be a community center, and we have this program there. It's based on the schedule that's convenient for the attendees. They're usually either early or mid-morning.
Before lunch.
Yeah, for that age group. So it's not location-based in the sense that people have to come to us. The program comes to people.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
So you answered one of my questions about
Yes, sir.
facility.
Yes, sir.
So just for clarification, you already serve Franklin County?
Yes, sir. Franklin County is one of our counties that we are contracted, and we administer those primary programs for the Division of Early Learning for the state of Florida.
We've been able to participate, with the Franklin County Sheriff's Backpack Program. We gave school supplies to them. We have at Santa on a Shrimp Boat, we gave out free books. And we've also done some programming with the Nest so far, with some transition to kindergarten.
Mr. Chairman, the program, what about working with Whitney and our libraries?
Yeah, it seemed like it would be a good fit.
One in Caravel, one in East Point, that,
Absolutely.
It would seem like it would be a good fit because you have a facility there, you have a place where people are naturally congregating anyway.
The kids come anyway,
And
yeah.
we run any number of programs through our library system.
Absolutely.
So, yeah.
I was speaking specifically about a kaleidoscope.
Yeah,
program
that's what I'm
there.
saying. I think that's what this.
Absolutely. That currently in Washington County, we're doing,
library.
we have a library program
So
going
that's
there.
what this particular ask is about, though, is that kind of program,
That kind of
correct?
program, right.
Yeah.
And let's vision cast a couple of years ahead. And what if we see, oh, we have this identified pocket of people who do not participate at the library, but can we find a different place or whatever the case is? Again, it's about community, it's about connection, and about helping families help their children get ready for school, right? At the end of the day. Child lives with the family, the child's gonna be with the family. How do we help support the family in a small way to help get that child ready for school? So that Franklin County's rates get up.
I'm gonna ask you some questions.
Please, please.
How long have you been in Franklin County?
We've been in Franklin County, I've worked for the Early Learning Coalition since 2008, and we've been doing voluntary pre-kindergarten and the school readiness program
And
since
where have you
I've
been at?
We are at the district. We are having.
School district?
For the voluntary pre-kindergarten.
Oh, okay, the school district.
Uh-huh. And we do, Davis Child Care Center has a contract with us for school readiness. You've had a couple of child care centers that have come and gone that have chosen to do school readiness programming as well. So we've been here, so probably going on 17, 18 years since I've been here. This program, though, is new. We haven't done this here, and we've only had it for about 2 years.
Let me ask you another question.
Sure.
Why haven't you came before the board before for money?
Well, this is the first year that we have had a program that we thought was viable, and you guys have so much to fund, right? And we just don't historically go before commissions and ask them for stuff. But this is something that we piloted in 2 other counties, and it works. And when we look around and we look at data that says a county has a lower than what we would want to see kindergarten readiness rate, is what can we do to come in and help those counties, those families, those children, so that they are better prepared for kindergarten.
Okay. The other 7 counties, which are our sister counties.
Yes, ma'am.
You've went to their county commissions and their municipalities?
Yes, ma'am.
Have they gave you approval for all the money that you wanted from them?
We have gotten money from Washington County, from the city of Chipley also. We spoke to Jackson County last week.
But they typically do fund some of our programming, Jackson County does.
Right. City of Marietta funds some of our programming that we do. We have spoken, we sent the request to Bay County. Bay County has not historically done this.
And they've got the most money.
One could argue. I mean, okay. Well, I guess you don't have to argue. One could look at their budget. Okay. Let's see. So Holmes County is an ask, and we are looking at a different funder to come in. So Calhoun County is.
Yes, we have presented at Calhoun. That was a few weeks ago.
Well, you got Gulf, Calhoun, Bay. Yeah, you've got all those. You got Holmes, Washington.
If we serve the county, we have asked, because it's really, I think, y'all have first right of refusal, if you will, because, should you choose to not fund this, and I'm hoping you do fund it, I really am, but I'm a realist and I run an organization and I understand budgets and I understand multiple constraints. Got it. I would love to be able to come back to you and ask you next year and say, these are the results from these other counties. Aren't you ready for Franklin County to get involved in this kind of too?
Do you believe that you're meeting the needs of Franklin County's children?
I believe that if we do nothing, we are not meeting the needs of Franklin County's children. I believe
knows that. If you don't do nothing, you don't get nothing.
Right. So currently today, no. This is why I'm sitting before you going, we want to bring this program into Franklin County to see what kind of impact it makes.
And if it doesn't work, then what you gonna do?
if it doesn't work, I'm gonna be really sad. Well, okay, so, you know, what is work, right? So if you say to me, Susan, we want to see these outcomes, I'll say, okay, we'll work to meet those outcomes, and I will show you how we get to those outcomes or where we are. You know, is it qualitative or is it quantitative? When you
I thought maybe you'd had a cut in your grants or something.
Oh, no, ma'am. No, ma'am.
You know, so what it is actually is you all want to start a new program in Franklin
We
County,
want to bring
and you need
Kaleidoscope Play and
participation
Learn.
from the county commission.
Yes, ma'am. We are asking
Okay.
the county commission to invest in its youngest citizens. Yes, ma'am. And when we're looking at quality of life. This is, the Early Learning Coalition will continue to exist, but Kaleidoscope Play and Learn will not be in Franklin County.
Mr.
We
Chairman?
want it to be in Franklin County.
I have a question, and that, maybe this is more of an educational thing. How does, and this is nothing against you guys.
Yeah, yeah.
The school board, do they have a budget where they fund things like this?
Wanna give me trouble, don't you?
I'm
Yes, they do.
just asking, because I don't know, I don't know, I know a school board is a different entity than us, but they have a budget. Do they
Yes.
not have a budget that provides for potential, programs like this?
Yeah,
And she works
Can
in
I
the
try to
district.
help answer that? I think part of the issue is the way they're specifying this program. Yes, they have a contract with the school district for other things they're already doing.
yeah.
The way they're describing this program is they're not looking to do it in a traditional space. So it's gonna be outside really what even the school district does, is the way I'm understanding it. If I'm misspeaking, please
And
tell me.
it's gonna be a pilot project from Franklin County
I'm
too.
hearing that they kind of want to get the kids before they get to your school district. and then
Well,
you
I
get-
saw that, but I didn't know what the school board's rules were in terms of funding things like this.
This typically isn't a school board kind of thing, because this is birth to 4, which is before you hit the school district unless you're in the
But it helps you
ESC
in the
type
long, in the
program.
long run, it helps
It does.
prepare
It
them.
does,
and-
absolutely. If they can enter that school district when kindergarten ready to learn and on point, they're gonna be more likely to be ready in 3rd grade, and then it just gets better from there. And if we find it's our families who need that support, that, you know, just that, hey, you're doing a great job, you know, you don't have to be perfect, you got to be present and there and engaged. Sometimes that's all it takes to turn the tide of the family and the trajectory of the child.
And that was probably a stupid question, but I was
No,
curious.
no,
as
no,
a
it's a good
school, you
question,
know, I
Commissioner.
was thinking.
There's no
You
such
know,
thing.
you're the 3rd commission who's asked the same
Oh, yeah.
thing, so no, it's not. I mean, it's a very real question.
So, Commissioners, basically, it's the same process. If you guys would at least tentatively approve this budget request, you'd have to state the funding today. Then allows you the time to go talk to Aaron and see, you know, what effect it will have in your military,
And
basically.
so this was, Mr. Chairman, was included also in the
Yes.
budget?
Yeah,
Okay.
there was a placeholder for it in the budget, yes.
Okay.
And I will get them in contact with Aaron, and we'll start that process.
I'll tentatively approve, give you guys a chance.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So basically, we'll be in contact
Yes,
with
sir.
you all, and probably you'll be hearing from our finance
Perfect.
manager here shortly.
All right, thank
Okay?
you.
Thank
Thank you,
y'all.
commissioners.
All right. Ms. Griffith?
Yeah, and Commissioner, I asked her not to turn on her monitor. Did you notice her video
Yeah.
was freezing? So I told her just go ahead and just do audio.
Okay.
Aaron?
Okay, Commissioners, first action item number 1, Commissioner Sanders, I am delighted to announce Franklin County has received the attached memorandum of understanding for the Lanark EMS station from the Florida Department of Health. $600,000 in construction funding was approved as a 2024 line item legislative appropriation in the state budget. The county would like to extend a special thanks to State Representative Jason Schoaf and State Senator Corey Simon for their efforts at the state level to make this project a reality. The preliminary construction design documents are attached to this report. And I've got 2 action items here. Action item number A, board action to approve and authorize the chairman to sign the attached memorandum of understanding for the Lanark EMS station project. And action item number B, board action to also approve advertising for construction bids for the Lanark EMS station upon receipt of the fully executed MOU back from the Florida Department of Health. And I also want to mention that Commissioner Sanders worked very hard getting this project going as well. And also, we are so appreciative for the cooperation that was extended to us from the city of Carabel, where they actually donated 2 acres for the site.
I love you, Aaron. I know. Can can I go ahead and make
Yeah.
the motion? Okay, I make a motion for both of these. Can I make them for both of them?
They're the same subject matter, yes.
Yeah, they're the same. So I make a motion for both of the A and B on Aaron's report on item 1, and that's a motion to approve.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Sanders.
Second.
Second
I'll
by
second.
all three commissioners. I've been waiting a long time to say that. Got all three of you.
I'm just asking her about it last week.
So any discussion?
This is awesome.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
I'm just happy to see the wheels of government are finally starting to turn a little bit.
They take a while sometime. Go ahead, Miss Aaron.
Okay, next item number 2. At the last meeting, contract extensions were approved for most of the vendors for the Maritime Museum project. At that time, it was noted that there was an additional proposed contract amendment with a scope change pending approval from the Division of Historic Preservation. The state has since approved the amendment with Forgotten Coast TV to extend the contract expiration to September 30th, and the scope will now include the creation of 6 reenactment videos for an additional $15,000. Board action to approve and authorize the chairman to sign the time extension and scope change contract amendment for Forgotten Coast TV for the TDC's Maritime Museum project.
All right.
So move.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward. Second by Commissioner Amison. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous, Ms. Aaron.
Okay, Commissioners, too, there is a second part to this one as well. To effectively accommodate the additional design and technical digital work to display the content, videography, and photography for the museum exhibits, it will cost an additional $5,000 for vendor Coastal E-Solutions to incorporate the content onto the museum's webpage. Board action to approve and authorize the chairman to sign amendment number 2 with Coastal E-Solutions LLC for an additional $5,000 to complete the additional work.
Make a motion to approve with question.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Croom. Commissioner Ward, please proceed.
Aaron, this funding is out of the TDC's budget, correct?
It's actually going to be a combination of, actually TDC, they did actually pledge some sort of, they actually pledged some volunteer hours and kind of like some in-kind services as part of the grant application process. And the TDC will kind of make up that portion. I believe they're paying for some of the display case work as well. And then the Historic Preservation Grant is actually paying for a bulk of the project.
Thank you.
Any more discussion, Commissioners? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Okay, Commissioners, next item number 3. In September and October of 2023, the Sheriff's Department received approval to move forward with the Phase 1 security system upgrades at the county jail. Phase 2 was discussed at that time but not formally approved. The Sheriff's Department believed the Phase 2 conceptual upgrade had been included in the original motion and proceeded with the installation. Board action to grant retroactive approval for the Phase 2 and authorize payment of the Redwire invoices totaling $22,240.64 for the Phase 2 security improvements at the Franklin County Jail to be paid by jail maintenance funds.
So move.
I have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Sanders. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Action item number 4, at the budget workshop, the Sheriff's Department submitted the attached quotes to address security issues which became apparent after the recent escape. Vendor Redwire's quote will add CCTV security cameras to the rear of the jail for $9,133.02, and the quote from Signet Fencing is for $25,579.78 in fencing materials to replace the aged and damaged security fencing around the rear of the jail. Board action to approve the $9,133.02 quote from Redwire for the CCTV security cameras, and also approve up to $25,000 for the direct purchase of fencing materials per the lowest price quote once 3 written quotes are received, pursuant to the county bid policy. Both expenses to be paid by jail maintenance funds.
So move.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Croom. Discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Okay, action item number 5, at the last meeting, construction bids were open for the Scott Hickory Hickory Dip Road Widening and Resurfacing Project. The low bid of $517,865.20 from Pygate Asphalt was reviewed and deemed to be complete by the engineers. This project will widen .372 miles of the existing roadway from Hickory Dip Road at Old Ferry Dock to North Bayshore Drive, improve drainage, upgrade pavement markings and signage. Drainage improvements will also include the extension, replacement, and correction of the dual 36-inch cross drains at Indian Creek. Board action to issue the notice of award to the low bidder, Pygate Asphalt, and authorize the chairman to sign the contract documents once available for the Scott Hickory Dip construction project.
Pleasure of the board.
So moved. Second. We got it down.
I'm waiting to see who talks next so I can know which way to go. So we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Sanders. Any discussion before we vote?
We want you to get your project.
Well, it's been a long time coming. Seeing no discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous.
And Commissioners, at the May 21st meeting, the board accepted the ranking of the review committee and authorized staff to begin negotiations with the highest ranked firm, Southeastern Consulting and Engineering, for the CEI services for the Hickory Dip Road project. The low bid for the construction cost was more than what the county had originally estimated. However, Southeastern Engineers have agreed to lower their initial proposed fee to $47,592 for the CEI to fit within the grant award. Board action to approve and authorize the chairman to sign the attached CEI contract with Southeastern Consulting Engineers.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Anderson, second by Commissioner Sanders. Discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Action item number 6. The airport fuel farm project is coming along, but unfortunately there have been some unanticipated delays relative to the delivery of the fuel tanks for the project. The attached no-cost time extension will extend the project completion date for contractor MDM to November 11th, 2024 due to material delays, and has been recommended by Avcon, the engineers for the project. Board action to approve and authorize the chairman to sign the attached no-cost time extension for the Triumph Fuel Farm project, and I've also included some project progress photos below.
So moved.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Anderson, second by Commissioner Kern. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That is a 5-0 vote. Go ahead, Ms. Herring.
Okay, next item is item number 6. The budget workshop was held on Thursday, July 25th. The proposed millage rate, 5.4546 mils, that appear on the trim notice will be the maximum rate for the upcoming fiscal year, barring rare circumstances. The 2024 taxable value, as certified by the Franklin County Property Appraiser, increased by approximately 13.91% over the prior year. In the current budget, the millage rate of 5.4707 generated $16,628,246. In the upcoming budget, the preliminary millage rate of 5.4546 will generate $18,885,873. The updated budget recap with the summarized increases and decreases attached to this report for reference. And that was just an informational line item for you all. And then I also have another information line item, because I know that some of the residents have started to receive the letters on the countywide dune restoration project. I just kind of wanted to briefly explain the project again and to try to encourage participation. The 11 miles of public beach areas for the countywide dune restoration project included, along with the licensing agreement, was a letter explaining the project and an illustration of the typical planting profile. The designated planting zone is expected to occupy a maximum of 10 feet of cross-shore width within the existing dune system. Construction is anticipated to begin in the spring of 2025, prior to the commencement of sea turtle nesting season on May 1st. The contractor will access the project area through existing public beach access points and traverse along the beach to reach the designated planting zone on beachfront property owners' lots. In some instances, access limitations may require the contractor to briefly cross a property from the upland side. To grant the temporary access, the execution of a temporary construction access easement is required. The attached licensing agreement outlines the terms and conditions of the access. The agreement must be signed by the property owner for the property to be included in the dune vegetation planting initiative. The easement will expire in 18 months following the issuance of the project's notice to proceed. The licensing agreements must be executed and received by the coastal engineers by August 31st for a property to be included in the project, and the plants will be provided and installed at no cost to the property owner. And again, we just want to encourage participation from beachfront property owners, as shoreline stabilization will benefit not only their property, but also the entire community by providing additional protection during future storm events. And I did have a supplemental report, Commissioners, that I just emailed you all, and it's also been uploaded to the website. So I understand that we'll have to call for public comment after the action items, these two. So Commissioner Jones, do I have your permission to begin on the supplemental report?
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Okay.
Chairman.
Yes.
First item.
Hold on, Aaron.
Oh, okay.
Going back to your informational item on that, bay restoration. Hello?
Yes, yep.
No wonder y'all couldn't hear me. But anyway, just a quick question. I know they're mailing out to the property owners, but have we advertised that or done anything as far as trying to get anything out to the public without, or the property owners?
We have not. I know that Michael Allen with Oyster Radio, he kind of, he has mentioned it a couple of times, but we will reach out to him this week and tell him, please kind of push the release out there, just because I am starting to see some questions online and actually have received a couple of calls from people as well, just kind of asking about the validity of those letters.
Okay. Also, might be able to reach out to that St. George Island group. That's on social media and stuff like that. I'm just trying to figure out, I'd hate for a property owner to miss out on that opportunity just because they wasn't informed or whatever, That's all. Just trying to disseminate information.
Yeah. Well, we hope to have the absolute most amount of participation possible too, because it will help everyone within the community.
Thank you.
All right, please proceed, Ms. Aaron.
Okay, action item number 9. The county has received the attached time extension amendment from the Florida Department of Commerce for the CDBG DER Disaster Generators Grant. This amendment will change the grant expiration date to September 30th of 2025. This project has been delayed as FEMA has not yet approved the specification, cost increases, and scope variations that were received back when the county went to bid to allow for award. Board action to approve and authorize the chairman to sign the attached time extension amendment.
Okay, before we take action, this is something we're doing from the past, correct, Ms. Aaron?
Correct, yeah. This is the Disaster Emergency Generators Grant that we received through the CDBG program. And unfortunately, we actually opened bids, I believe, in February, and it has been back and forth with FEMA where, basically the cost came back much higher than what they anticipated back when they did the initial grant application. It is extremely time consuming to get any sort of scope modifications through FEMA. So that's what has been taking so long.
Yeah, federal government, period. Okay.
Yes, yes.
Since this is added to the agenda, I will call. Is there anyone in the room that would like to comment on this publicly before we take action? Is anybody attended by Zoom, Mr.
Anyone
Moore?
attending by Zoom would like to comment on this item before the board takes action, please indicate by raising your hand. No hands raised, Mr. Chairman.
All right, pleasure of the board.
So moved.
I second with a quick question for Aaron. When was this initially, when did this grant start initially? You said it's been some time, just out of curiosity.
Oh my goodness, let's see, I believe it has it on its original. Yeah, Commissioner, it's been ongoing. It seems like it was almost last summer when we started talking about it, and then we finally went to bid and got the bids back, and it actually took about 2 cycles.
Aaron, if you remember, we had that discussion about the airport. They were going to get their own bid for these generators, and then they went with this one. So it's been back and forth at least from last summer.
It has, and the generators will actually, we're getting emergency backup generators for Weems Hospital, the Carabel Urgent Care Clinic, also the airport runway lights, because the airport fuel farm project actually included a backup generator as part of that project through Triumph. And so that's really the locations of the backup generators that are being installed.
I was just curious of just how long of a process this has been with that. And
it
also to
has-
see just how
it has
much.
been pretty
you know,
long.
The cost of stuff over the last, year?
Has went up.
Has went up as well, but.
Oh, actually, here we go. Period of agreement. This agreement begins August 18th, 2022. So that just kind of shows how long it's been dragging on. And the first time we went out to bid, I don't believe we had any responses. That was part of the
problem
slowdown as well.
So we did have a motion by Commissioner Ward to approve and a second by Commissioner Amison. Any additional discussion before we vote, Commissioners? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That is unanimous, 5-0. Please proceed, Ms. Aaron.
Okay, Commissioners, next item. Unfortunately, I missed getting an invoice over to the Finance Department for inclusion of the attached invoice from Accentria Insurance for the Lanark St. James Volunteer Fire Department General Liability Insurance Policy. Just requesting board action to authorize a manual check to Accentria Insurance in the amount of $1,162.01 for the first annual installment of the policy premium.
Thank you, Ms. Aaron. Is there anyone in the room that would like to comment on this publicly before we potentially take action? All right, is nobody in the room?
The chairman's called for anyone in Zoom that would like to comment on this before proceeding. Please indicate by raising your hands. No hands raised, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, pleasure of the board.
Motion to approve.
All right, so we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Sanders, second by Commissioner Amison. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
And Commissioners, one other informational item, just some housekeeping issue. I know Fonda Davis had actually sent me an email and reminded me as well that we were also at the budget workshop. We were also sending to Evergreen the Mechanic 2 a job classification up to Evergreen. So I just kind of wanted to basically throw that in there as well, just because we had talked about the sign coordinator position, and both of those were covered during the county's budget workshop. So just wanted to make sure you all were aware that that one was set to go up there as well.
Okay. All right, Mr. Morone.
All right, Commissioner.
I got,
I'm
Mr.
sorry.
Chairman, I got something real quick. It's kind of Aaron Michael Morone / related, but I went out with our county engineer and looked at pretty much every road in my district to try to figure out what roads I could afford to resurface, possibly widen. And I got sticker shock. So one road was going to cost over $1 million, and I obviously don't have that in my road paving funds account. Now, I do want to get with you, Aaron, at some point, and whenever we get our grant, or our land planner, whoever that is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because
Gotcha.
I want to sit down with you guys and figure out a way what grants we can go out for, because a lot of these roads are escape routes or evacuation routes, and I feel like we can get some grant money for those, some of these roads. So, so I want to have, whenever we get that, Justin.
He's watching right now.
Justin, I want
Steve.
to get together with the two of you and discuss all that.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't know what y'all's availability is, so just, I guess, shoot me some dates.
I'll get with Justin, we will.
Yeah. Okay.
And then
That's all.
What Commissioner Sanders and Mr. Berry's doing too with the, what's that called again?
Yeah. The
Tax.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Transportation.
Regional.
Advisory Council or something like that.
Yeah, because, well, you're gonna bring that up on your report, aren't you, Michael?
Yeah, just basically
Okay,
saying what
I'll
he did.
talk about it when I,
Oh, here I am outrunning you.
Yeah, the Regional
So,
Rural Transportation Plan, RRTP.
Was that it, Commissioner?
Yes, I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
I got something for
Yes,
Ms.
sir.
Griffin. Hey, Aaron, I know we talked about it before, but did we, put a line item like for our lights and stuff in the budget?
Street lights?
Yeah. Remember we talked about it?
We did talk about it.
I just don't know if we did it or not.
Yeah, Commissioner, that's actually going to be part of, it's actually part of our utilities line item, but I have not had a chance to actually pull the existing lighting expenses to kind of break that out from the other utility bills. So I do plan on splitting that out in the new fiscal year.
Okay. All right, thank you.
All right. Any other questions for Ms. Griffith? All right, Mr. Morone, we're to you.
Okay, so we are page 24. Item number 1 is part of the Planning and Zoning Adjustment Board report at your June 18th, 2024 regular meeting. There was a request to construct a 200 by 4 access dock and a 10 by 16 terminus. The board tabled this request for additional information. Specifically, you wanted if there was power at this location, was the request for a boat lift or a boat slip, and if there was a permit for a house at the same property. As for the county zoning ordinance, docks are exempted and do not require a permit for primary structure, such as a house, before receiving a permit. Your building official, Mr. Patterson, stated that there is a power pole on the property. However, there is no meter on the pole, therefore there's no power at this time. Mr. Patterson also stated that the request and the application calls for 2 boat slips. And they are making a change. Commissioner Ward, I saw your notice, your comment about changing that in the application. They're working on that too. With that information, how would the board like to proceed? The applicant is asking, where are we table for right now?
He asked me, and I said, we pretty much took a stand that it got to have, power for the boat slips. He said, well, Commissioner, they could get a generator and run it. So.
Well, this is asking, Mr. Chairman, for boat slips, not lifts. So
Yeah,
the
so-
slips don't require power,
Well,
correct?
this is one, what is it, 2 boat slips?
Slips, yes,
Yeah.
not boat lifts.
Okay, it's not, well, you got boat lift and or a boat slip.
That was on the application. That's why I had him
Yeah.
change it to where it specifies if it's a slip, if they're requesting a slip or a lift.
Okay.
So, my
So
following
they're
paragraph.
not doing a boat
Lift,
lift.
two slips. That's what Mr. Patterson said is on the application. That's the last sentence of my
2
third
boat slips.
bullet.
Okay,
Yes,
well,
ma'am.
if they're not doing the lifts, I mean, I make a motion to approve, but they better watch it now.
Go, Steve.
I done told them they better watch it because, I mean, we're being very specific on what we're saying about boat lift. Boat lift.
I mean, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, I'll second her motion because looking at this, there's no power there, so even if they did get a lift, they wouldn't be able to get the power, 'cause.
There's no out.
And then they're asking for the slip, so not lifts, so the slips don't require power, which I think, to me, is okay.
Mr. Chairman, I got a question. They have a power pole there?
There's a power
It just
pole.
doesn't have the meter in it?
Yep, no meter
So
base.
what's stopping Duke from just sticking a meter in there?
Stop, your building departments, your building officials' inspection of that to approve it to get power to it.
Okay, 'cause I mean, we've had poles show up without,
Well, yes.
2816 down, 2812.
Yes, we've worked with Duke Energy, Steve and I, and there's some Duke personnel or office on the eastern side of the county, I think out of Wakulla somewhere, that was,
well, isn't this on the eastern side of the county?
it is, that was at
Yeah.
the time granting accounts without Steve's approval, let me just say his inspection. We have since remedied that, hopefully.
But, and I'm not, I'm not the building official or none of that, but there should be a sticker on that box before Duke
Yes.
puts any power to it,
That was more of
correct?
a Duke issue rather than your
Okay.
building department's issue, and we've talked to Danny Collins about that. and
Okay.
Worked that
Yeah.
out, hopefully.
So we do have a motion to approve by Commissioner Sanders, seconded by Commissioner Ward. Any more discussion?
I got a question.
Yes, sir.
So with the power box, so Duke has to confer with the building?
Yes.
Should confer with the building
Yes, so
official first,
that's right. So
correct?
Duke should not give that that meter base until the building official has his green sticker or blue, whatever color it is now, saying that he did an inspection and he approves, he authorizes them to go ahead and do it. And then the building department staff then sends a request to Duke Energy saying, here's the building official's report, the inspection passed, so you can energize this power pole or meter base or whatever term you want to use.
Okay.
That's how it's supposed to work, Commissioner Crew.
Can I ask a question, not to take us further down the rabbit hole? Hadn't we got a little bit past a sticker? Can't we communicate a little bit better than that? Because if people go and look and they can go to a new construction and find a sticker surely they're gonna try to make one that looks just like it and duplicate it.
In addition to the sticker, they have to have authorization coming from your building department
Okay.
staff.
That's what I wanted to hear.
Authorizing Duke to do it, and
All
and
right.
I think we're
I think they have
now to the
to.
point where it's done electronically from
Yes.
our online software.
Okay, that's what I wanted to hear.
Yes.
That's why I was asking.
And also on this, Michael,
Yes, ma'am.
Steve knows that if he gets out there and sees them doing a boat lift, it's a stop
Stop
work
work order. Yes, ma'am.
without no problem.
No problem.
All right, any more discussion before we vote? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Next item, Commissioners, July 2nd, pursuant to an emergency repair request from your supervisor of elections, she requested an AC unit at the Willoughby R. Marks American Legion Hall, Post 106, polling location. The board approved the low quote from Gun Heating and Air for a new unit at that location. As the Legion Hall serves as a permanent polling location, the board will pay for the AC unit directly and will keep track of the exterior unit as part of the county inventory with the supervisor of elections office until the location is no longer used. This is simply a procedural change from what was previously approved at the county. Will not pay the vendor directly and maintain the unit on inventory. So basically, it was a donation to the nonprofit. We've changed that status. We will continue to own that unit.
Okay.
That's simply, it's basically what it is, Commissioner, but I just need to put it on the record and you guys approve that
Approve
change.
it? Okay,
I make a motion to approve with a question.
okay. So,
Aaron, I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
Aaron, I know I called you on this last week, but have we heard anything? The clock's ticking. I mean, we got an election that's what, two and a half weeks out? I just don't, it's hot. I mean, them ladies are gonna be burning up out there.
I don't,
He did.
Oh, she is, okay.
He did say that he had it on the schedule, Commissioner, but I'll go ahead and call them today and try to get back with you before the meeting's over with an update.
Okay. It just ain't getting any warmer, I mean, any cooler.
No, it's not.
And, just looking out for Miss Riley and her bunch. They do a good job, but it's gonna be hot out there if we don't get them some air.
I'll second Commissioner Amoson's motion.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Amerson, second by Commissioner Ward. Any additional discussion?
Yeah, this, like Commissioner Amoson said, see if they can move us to the top of the list.
Yeah. Well,
Mr. Jimmy and them,
They will, yeah.
yeah.
All right, all in favor? Any opposed? That's a 5-0 vote.
Item 3, Mr. Chairman, attaches the final draft of the agreement reviewed and edited by Attorney Schuler between Franklin County and Capital Area Community Action Agency Incorporated for the use of the bottom floor of the Chapman Building for the Head Start program. Board action to authorize the chairman's signature on the agreement.
So moved.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Amerson. Any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Commissioner, next two are airport apron rehab projects, and I should have brought it up when Ted was here, but it was kind of a sad moment, so I didn't. Bid documents for the apron rehab Phase 2 project, finalized and ready. They're finalized and ready for public advertisement. The project will replace the failed pavement between the east apron and the FBO hangar and continue with the apron rehab work around the bend and down towards the T hangars. I mean, Commissioner Amerson could probably speak more. You know, for years, we've been complaining about the T hangars where there was one where the concrete was off and it was damaging the front of some planes, so that will be repaired. The budget is $660,760, and the bid documents are set up into 4 separate alternates, so we can award as much as we can under the grant amount. There's an email attached from Mr. John Collins that includes a release for bid drawings link that anyone could go there. We'll add that to the county's bid webpage on the website, and a proposed schedule. I got a email or text from Mr. Collins today saying that he realizes now, since it's Thursday, we're having the meeting, he's gonna have to push the scheduling down 1 week. He just wanted me to say that publicly, so you're aware of that. And basically, we just need a board to approve the project schedule, and John will start the scheduling and advertising start the advertising of the schedule and get some bids in.
So moved.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward.
Second.
Commissioner Amerson has a second. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's a 5-0 vote.
Next airport item attaches the FDOT Public Transportation Grant Agreement and authorizing resolution for the 10% match for the obstruction removal Phase 2 project. The FAA will provide their 90% grant in a couple of weeks. FAA is providing $422,573, and today the FDOT is providing $46,957 for the total of $469,530, total cost of the project. Once the FAA grant is issued, Mr. John Collins will prepare a change order with Collins Land Service to add the additional alternates. If needed, Mr. Collins could send a map indicating where this work will be done. Board action to authorize the chairman's signature under PTGA and the authorizing resolution. So this keeps you from having to spend the airport funds on the 10% matching for some of these projects that we get, basically. So we use both agencies' money to basically fund 100% of this project.
So moved.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Anderson.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Croom. Discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's a 5-0 vote.
Item 6, Commissioners, attach are 3 documents submitted by the clerk for your review and approval based on Commissioner Croom's request for credit cards when commissioners are traveling on behalf of the county. You've got the county credit card policy, a county credit card affidavit of missing details receipt, and a county credit card policy card holder agreement. If approved today, the clerk's finance office will order the credit cards for each commissioner with your name on the card. You will travel with that card when you go. Hopefully, it will reduce the problems you have when we check into hotels, you know, especially when you travel that way. And there's the board approval to accept these, that you guys agree with these documents, and we'll move on and order these cards.
Make a motion with comments.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Croom.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Ward. Commissioner Croom, please proceed.
So with these documents submitted, surely was there a policy in place before? No.
No, not that I know of, because.
So with any of our county employees that had credit cards before?
Yeah.
There wasn't a policy?
I would even let Aaron jump in on this one. For the longest while, we had one card that was used for everyone. Then I think we separated. I think we gave the road department a card. Do they have their own card?
Yes, yes. Yeah, Michael, can I take this one?
Why not?
Yes. There was a very generic one-page credit card use policy, and there was so few cards that the county actually had, because we basically had, again, there was the one card that everyone used, and then basically over time there was only several more cards, and it was certain departments. So it was Franklin County Road Department had one card, Franklin County Solid Waste had one card, Emergency Management had one card, and then there was the county coordinator's card. So there was only 4. So really, the last time that the credit card policy had been updated, it was I believe it was probably over 5 years ago. And it really just did not have the type of specifics that were recommended by the auditors. So Clerk Maxwell actually went back and found some other credit card policies from some other counties, and actually made it a more detailed policy and something more formal. So.
Well, it's only logical to have these policies in place if if any county employee utilize a credit card.
Yeah,
That's what caught me by surprise. I just seen, I'm like, is this old or new policy?
So yeah, I guess I answered out of turn. So there was a very simple policy. I probably don't remember signing it.
Yes, it was a very simple one-page policy.
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
But then again, we only had, for a time there was one card, like Commissioner Sanders was saying, and then we recently, this is within the last few years, Aaron, we expanded to the 3 other cards. So, yeah. And Commissioner, yeah, I signed the policy. The card is locked up somewhere, and I don't even see it anyway. So, yeah.
So, Mr. Chairman, these documents, is this something that we need to fill out and give back to you guys, or?
Yes.
Okay.
So.
I'll print copies, Commissioner. I'll print copies for you. You don't have to print it off.
Which documents are you referring to, Commissioner Ward?
Well, there's a affidavit, there is the
Okay.
policy.
The policy,
And
the affidavit for
there's-
missing detailed receipts, so you're responsible for making sure you have receipts.
Only,
bring receipts.
only when we missing, we
Yes.
would sign that, correct? We'll
Yes.
bring it, okay.
And then the card holder agreement,
Gotcha.
those 3 documents.
My Amazon list just got long.
There we
Oh, here
go.
we go. Getting all kinds of trouble.
Will y'all print that for us? and-
Oh, definitely. I'll
Okay.
print copies for you to sign and, you know,
Okay.
do that at the next meeting. Because I don't think there are any conferences before the next meeting, no, so,
No.
yeah.
Truly, truly, our biggest thing is, I don't know why it's so complicated to check into motels at conferences that you're already registered for. But there is no aggravation like driving 6 or 7 hours and you don't even know if you got a hotel room. It truly is,
Or
it'll
you gotta, or
almost
you gotta run
make you
down
get
whoever's
mad.
got the card.
Well,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
So,
So,
how will
that's
that-
what's brought this up.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, you're good.
Now, so how will this work when we do have conferences? Are we gonna
So
call?
basically, Courtney will make the reservations for you with that card
Yes.
that
Okay.
she has, and then you will have that card. We'll still have the non-exempt package for you ready to go, and
This will just
maybe not the credit card, that authorization for another credit card. I'm not sure if we'll need that anymore, but you'll have that packet. You go there, you check in like it's your car, you check out, and away we go. I mean, and Chairman, I hear the aggravation of driving 6 hours. Imagine me when I'm at home sitting and you call me, you're down in Central
yeah.
Florida, you guys call me at 7, 8 at night. Hey, they're saying they don't have my reservation, or they will they take the card out?
Yep.
You know, that
Okay.
sends me into a panic, because now I gotta
Oh,
figure
yeah.
this out, you know?
So,
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Chairman, how's that gonna fix the problem though, if she's booking it with a county credit
No,
card?
she's booking with your
But- Okay, okay,
Yeah.
that's what I wanna
Same
make sure.
card.
Each
Gotcha.
individual card,
Gotcha.
we book with
All
each
right.
individual card. That's why I said we won't
Yeah.
need that credit card authorization anymore.
Gotcha, okay.
And,
Gotcha.
and truly, Michael, if this is only, if it was a one-off thing, it would be one thing.
Yeah, it's not.
But this is at least once a year
Oh,
for
yeah.
the conferences we go to.
I like,
Sometimes it's been as many as 2 or 3.
yeah,
so.
Didn't Commissioner Ward run into an issue last fall at the conference too? Yeah.
We got, thank God we got there about the same time.
Yeah.
But I was on the phone with Courtney and Michael.
Yeah.
I think you were on the phone with Michael, I was
Yes.
on the phone with Courtney,
Yeah.
trying to figure it all out, and
Yeah.
we about not got a room.
yeah, they said that the reservation, the confirmation that we sent them.
Yeah,
they're
was
like,
not.
Well, yeah, we see you have a confirmation, but we just don't have it in our computer. Well, so whose fault is that? I mean, you
Yeah.
know,
And as Chairman Jones said, I had just driven 5 hours in
Yeah.
Orlando traffic. I just wanted to go up in my room and just
Sleep.
use the bathroom for one, and then
Oh, that too.
take a rest. You
That
know,
too.
just,
But it will be, that will be eliminated next year because we're staying in the same hotel that the conference is in this next year.
Yeah, but the year before, we had an issue at that same
We
one.
did.
Yeah.
We did.
Yeah.
I know of two,
It's just- it'll alleviate
two
some
times at
issues.
least.
yeah, it'll
I've had
help.
trouble.
Yeah.
It'll help the situation.
Yeah.
That's good. All right.
Any more discussion before we vote? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Next step will be for us to just get RVs and you just park it in the parking lot. How
No,
about that?
we're not doing that.
No, okay.
I'm not
Oh,
driving an
I'll
RV.
scratch that plan then.
Not in
All right,
Orlando.
Commissioners, item 7. I think everything else, oh, no, this is action 2 for Courtney to travel. The 2024 Florida Broadband Summit is tentatively scheduled for Wednesday, September 11th and Thursday the 12th. That's in Orlando. The State Office of Broadband has agreed to cover the cost of registration and hotel for one person from each county's LTPT. County will be responsible for travel and meals. Ms. Courtney Baxton will attend on behalf of Franklin County. Board action to authorize travel and meals expenses for Courtney to attend this broadband summit.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to approve with a question.
All right, so a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Amison. Please proceed.
So the travel, can she use the county vehicle to take down there?
Yes, you could.
Okay, so,
Yes, you could.
okay. So we won't really have to pay her for travel. She can utilize the county vehicle.
Yep.
Okay.
If you want me to, I'll pack sandwiches too. She won't have to pay for meals.
No, I won't make her eat sandwiches now. I just thought, we got a county vehicle, why not drive it?
Yeah.
Well, it's not
We
putting
can't
miles
drive
on
it,
her
but-
vehicle, you know.
Trying to save some money.
All right, any additional discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Commissioners, item 8 is a discussion item. And basically, we talked about the dredge, in different aspects. Commissioner Ward wanted to know if we needed a survey. Chairman Jones is asking about, he's been trying to find a way to find funding and to get a permit, and he will tell you the long story about the Corps doesn't need a permit, but we need a permit, but even though they forced the maintenance agreement on us. So I just want you guys to come together in this discussion and tell me, okay, this is your next step, Michael, from here.
Okay. Yeah, so from where I'm sitting, so yeah, there were a lot of things that didn't go right with the dredge program because the Corps was in charge of it. It would be kind of like us trying to tell FWC this morning that they were going to do the way they were handling their stuff differently. We made suggestions as far as how they've done it, but you can see they didn't change and say we're going to do it differently because you guys want it to be done differently. They did how they wanted to. The biggest problem we had, and they didn't tell us this until after they had completed everything they completed and get ready to leave. They said, oh, by the way, you guys have signed a memorandum of understanding with us that you're responsible for the dredge site, but you don't have a maintenance permit. We were able to exempt ourselves from it because we're federal. We don't have to have it. So that's why you haven't seen any continued action right now in the channel, even though they didn't leave it in the best shape. We did hire Coastline Construction. They've been working through some of it, but again, we don't have a maintenance permit. So every time somebody sees somebody in the channel, they're either people from DEP or other agencies that are questioning what Franklin County is doing. So that's what got us where we're at. So we really need that. And DEP is supposed to be working on that. Ms. Aaron, I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but I know who were we talking with at ANAIR about that permit, if you're still there? She's not there, is she? She gone. I think it was Miss Kim, but I don't want to, I don't know that to be a fact. But the bigger issue at hand is, so the biggest problem we have with the East Point Channel is the fact that it's been about 4 decades since it's been dredged. Point blank, period. There's no fingers to be pointed. It's just been most of my life since the last time it was dredged. And even dredging now, you can't go into an area that hasn't had regular maintenance, dig out a channel, and it's all just going to stay good. It's going to continue to cave in because it's got 40 years worth of build up to do so. So our bigger thing than what we mentioned when we were talking about during our budget workshop is, according to Florida statute, we can use up to 70% of tourist development tax dollars to improve channels, estuaries, lakes, all those kind of things. But 30% would have to come from the county. There is some money now that we've already had in another area for something that's about to be paid off. And that's what I asked Ms. Aaron about, leaving that in there so we could have a discussion of, if we leave that 100,000 that's already been in our budget now for the whole time I've been a commissioner, then every 3 years we have 300,000. We can put 700,000 from TDC dollars with it. We have $1 million. We can do one channel in 3 years, the other one in 3 years. And on a 6-year cycle, we're maintaining our channels. We're not looking to the Corps for congressional appropriation. We're not looking to the Corps for their guidance and their wisdom on what we need to do. We can hire a contractor and we can do it ourselves. We just need that maintenance permit. So that's the avenue we're pursuing.
And I agree with you, Commissioner. I do. I agree with you. And with today's news from FWC that the bars are rebounding, yes, we're going to have that even more now than what we was before. Yeah. So, I mean, I agree with you on it. Yeah.
I will tell you this, too. If the more traffic we can get in there with boats, the better it's going to be.
It is.
You know, that's what me and the contractor was talking about. You know, it's just simply the more traffic, the better it is for that channel. It'll help blow itself out as well.
But what we don't wanna do is do it in such a way that we get bogged down with the permit process.
Yeah.
Because that is what has been eating us up for 34 years.
Yep, long time.
Is the permit process. It wasn't the money part of it, well, it had a little bit to do with it, because it's been taken away several times. But the permit process, and anything we can do to streamline that also, it would be good.
Well, Commissioner, to highlight what you're saying, so, couple of things. When we were having meetings back and forth because of the way they were doing the job, especially in East Point. It was a substandard dredge. It was not what anybody had envisioned or even thought would happen. That was clearly all on them. But some of the things they communicated to us was, and just clearly in their mind, they're saying, why are we even in these channels? Nobody's using them. We're not gonna get any return investment on this. That's why Franklin County was paying for it through Trout money, or not Trout,
Restore.
but Restore Act. You know what I mean? It was some of our money from the BP oil spill.
Yeah.
And they were saying, okay, well, you know, if you guys aren't gonna have any boats here, you're just spending money to be spending money. And the other thing they were saying was, for everything they have to go through, simply put, these projects were small enough, they could take them or leave them. I mean, that's just the way it was. You know, and yeah, there was a lot of discussion even back in that time. I can assure you, I had a lot of discussion with a lot of different people that live here that wanted the county to sue the Corps. But if we sue the Corps, we're not maintaining channels, we're gonna basically recreate the water war all over again. And we're gonna try to take taxpayer dollars or something from our ad valorem, because we don't have money set aside to sue people with, to fight something we're gonna lose, because I'll go ahead and include you in, if you don't know, they have lawyers on retainer. They're good, suits part of what they have to deal with. So instead of spending our time, effort, and energy focusing on what they didn't do right, I would rather us spend our time, effort, and energy focusing on finding a way to help ourselves. And that's gonna come through this process, hopefully. Commissioner Ward, did you have anything to add?
No.
Sorry, I wasn't trying to
No,
be the only one talking.
no. I agree. We need to
Yeah.
do the maintenance part of it, so
Yeah.
we're not in that situation again. And I was an advocate for suing. I was the main one, sue them. But you're right. Everything you said was, well, you know,
Listen,
correct.
I do not deny that there were times, it's kind of like you do on social media. Sometimes you're typing it out and you say,
And you
delete,
erase it
delete,
all.
delete, delete. I'm not gonna say there weren't times that I was 100% with you, 1,000% with you.
I was too.
But then I think about it, well, yeah, we're just gonna spend time and money, and the residents of the county are gonna suffer by not having that improved water access by us playing government, by government suing government. That's what my
And
ultimate.
knowing we're not gonna
conclusion
win.
was. And knowing you're not gonna win.
That's where sometimes emotions outride your
Yeah.
train of thought and thinking.
Okay.
I'm guilty of it too.
That's
It happens to all of us.
the reason why, honest, I like that saying, walk away until cooler heads can prevail.
Yeah.
Because, you know, when you say words in heat of anger, those are words that you can't never take back.
It took a long time to be able to count to 10.
Yes. Sometimes you have to remember which numbers you're trying to get to.
Sometimes I never did get past 3. What are you talking about?
I mean, Mr. Chairman, if you'd like, at another meeting, I could discuss some of the rantings that I sat and I listened to when you called me and you were really, really,
Oh,
really
boy.
ready to,
God, you're
to
good.
travel to Panama City or what the other
Oh, yeah,
Corps
yeah.
offices.
At one time, we were going to Mobile, weren't we?
I remember.
Well,
Sit down with the commander. Yeah, that was gonna happen.
I'm telling you, when Michael Marone called you before 8:30 in the morning,
Yes.
something's going on bad, you know? And you know to pick up that phone.
Yeah, it's just been such a long time coming.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to make it different or sound like it's only about East Point, but it's been so long since it's been done in East Point, and people had a lot of anticipation and expectation, and just like some of the stuff with the oyster restoration, if my constituents come to me and they want something expressed, I'm gonna express it. Whether I feel like it's something that's coming from me or not, there is a difference. And it was the same way with this. You know, yeah, sure, there were times that they probably didn't like me, but after they gave us our third different project manager, that's when I finally realized, you know what? They can just keep changing people all the time. We are spinning our wheels with what we're doing.
All right, Mr. Chairman, if I move on, item 9 is a compliance portal. You can go there whenever you want to, based on your request. We now have a link on the county's website where you can actually go and look at the complaints that we've received and what the county has done about them, the status, whether they're under review, if it's with the health department. It's a more detailed than what it was before. Any questions with that, you can have your constituents give Courtney a call. She'll walk them through it. Speaking of Courtney, she says she's registered everybody with their ethics class. Commissioner Emerson, I read that look. A reminder that you have to complete the class by the end of the calendar year. Thank you all very much.
Are we gonna have to wait until FAC that, we're gonna do?
No, she said Courtney is registered. If you have any questions, give her a
You can do it
call.
online.
And she'll give you your, like last year, you do it online.
Yeah, that's what I was fixing to say, do it
Yeah.
online.
Yeah,
I guess
so
we have to go into our FAC account though and
That's,
It
get the
does.
class? Okay.
yeah.
It does, because it'll ask you questions. You can't just turn it on and walk away from it. You have to answer questions. It'll stop you if you do.
Get to the last question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It'll time out on you. You'll start all over.
Now, item 12, Mr. Berry wanted to jump in, but Mr. Berry, you have 2 logins, and I don't want to cause an echo. How do I know which one to go to here? Let's try the first one. Let's
Tell you
see.
this.
Let's unmute. Did that one work, Mr. Berry? Can you unmute there?
Yeah.
Okay, you got us. Go ahead, sir.
I hate to have to bring this up to y'all because I know I've spent time with all of you already on this TAC committee on this list of projects, but we went back to our meeting on the 1st of August with the Appalachia Regional Planning Council and members, and they told us to basically forget the 5-year look and look out 20 years. And that they wanted to get a list of going out 20 years, and that put me in a posture that says, okay, I got to come back to you to rethink, are there other projects that I should add to this list that we currently have with that 20-year window? And how that's going to work is that they will rank all the 5 county projects when they're turned in on the 15th. And then those that are the highest priority will, of course, go to the front of the line, and those of the lower priority will move to the end of it. But that being said, I just wanted to give you this update so that you would understand why I'm pestering you again.
So are you so Mr. Berry, are you asking the board to come up with more projects, or are you just letting them know what the process will be?
No, I'm asking them to put their thinking caps on and come up with more projects.
For
There may have been some that they didn't think that stood a chance before.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Mr. Chairman?
That is gonna be true. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's my problem. How are we gonna do projects for 20 years when we don't even know what the population projection's gonna be? Or Highway 98 may not even be there to get, anymore. We may have to have it in, and I guess that's what.
Or they might move it, you're right.
And
Maybe that is.
I don't
Maybe
think,
but
some of
then-
us may be here 20
Yeah.
years from now, but
this-
we may change, ideas may change,
Yeah, yeah. So, I don't know.
I think all we can do is submit what we can come up with, and because here's the thing. Keep in mind, so all this discussion from this committee, it's now an ongoing conversation with DOT 3 in Chipley. So it's not just out in the air conversation. This committee is now, they're under DOT Region 3. So it's they're gonna know the discussion's being had, is what I'm saying. So it might help influence decisions, or DOT might then in turn say, well, you know what? We hear you on this, this, and this, but this is where we see another need. Will you consider it? It's gonna start that conversation that we've never been a part of before. So, you know what I mean? That's the one of the side benefits of this committee and what we're doing.
And then I also learned that any of these forest roads that are evacuation routes, I think it was 71 or something, some road that's up there that says, I was told that you have to go to the U.S. Department of Forestry to try to get those things paved and fixed. So that, I would say, those are not something that's on the table.
Okay. Well, that's good to know.
So I will be touching base with each of y'all again in the next few days to try to come up with, pick your brain a little more.
Sounds good.
Mr. Barry,
Thank you.
I don't know if you can see the I can see the excitement in their face, so yes, they're looking forward to your call, sir. Thank you.
I see Commissioner Crum smiling, you know. He says, just get that one stoplight. That's all.
He's taking notes right now.
All right,
Thank you,
sir,
Mr. Barry.
thank you so much.
I don't understand. I'm gonna keep my opinions to myself on this one.
Okay, Commissioner, so then while she's doing that, I'll go
Well,
to item 13
They
here.
want us, yeah, they want us to phase our projects in. That's a biggie with me, phase our projects in, but yet they're saying, oh, y'all give us some list and we'll try to do what we can on it. Well, what we want you to do is when we put in a project, we get approved that project, do the project all at one time. Don't piecemeal it 5 years down the road.
Oh, you design something else.
Engineering,
construction.
design.
Yeah, that's fine, yeah.
Yeah, and that's what they're doing. I mean,
Get paid.
I'm going up there on the 15th of August, so I'm probably gonna speak my mind out a little bit. Because I've been on a lot of transportation boards and I've never,
Look at Attorney Schuler's favorite road, Leslie Street.
Is that still a road?
It's not.
No, you said a road, I'm just asking.
I did.
I got behind somebody the other day and they went to go turn. I'm like, oh, you just messed up because that ain't a road.
Yeah.
He was like, did a U-turn in the middle right out here. I'm like,
All right, Commissioner, so you might get some flack about this one, but we don't have a choice here. Item 13, 2 weeks ago, Mark and Kim met with John Jackson. He is the construction administrator. He worked with JRC Architects. That's for the Fort Coombs Armory Phase 2 renovation project. Whoa. Based on the timeline discussed at the meeting, the Armory will be closed to activity or reservations from May 2025 to May 2026. It might be earlier, maybe, but the last time, Commissioners, you remember, the Armory was closed a lot. Well, that's because also COVID was involved in that. So it was COVID right into construction projects, so it seems like it was closed forever.
well, timeline it out to where those seniors can have their prom in there, though. They have it in April, May.
Okay.
So
Try. Actually, that's a
timeline.
very good thing. Let me get with the school now, Commissioner. That is, yeah. Let me-
What's phase 2, Michael?
Phase 2 is replacing a lot more of the windows, adding multiple power outlets, as Commissioner Ward has asked for. A new ramp. The ramp in the back is actually not to the 1 inch per 1 foot. It's not what it should be. And once you move the ramp, then you got to move that door because the ramp will change access to the back room. Well, the room I call it the fireplace room, but you guys know what I'm talking about. New roofing, because there's we replaced some of the roofing, but there's a section that still leaks closer to where Commissioner Amison just said that's where the firing range was, upstairs in the very what I call the back. Anyway, that area still leaks. That's going to be replaced. They're going to get rid of all unused electrical and utility wires, refinish the floors, new lighting fixtures, redoing the walls, and then painting the walls and the ceiling. That's just some of the list. There's probably more. So it's a big project.
Is that gonna wrap up all the needs for the armory though? I mean, that's what I'm trying to get at.
I know, and
They're
I'm
phase
sorry, I know
three.
that's where you're heading, and I can't, I'll
Okay.
double check.
If you would at least give us an answer.
You know what I was gonna say? I'll double check with Mark. Wrong
Yeah,
answer. I'll have to
that
go-
ain't happening.
Yeah, I'll have to go.
Commissioner, in theory, this is supposed to be the final phase.
There you go.
Yeah, it is being funded by TDC sales tax proceeds, so.
All right.
Well, let's go with Aaron on this one. I have my doubts, but I'll go with Aaron on this one.
All right.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm with Mike. That's an old 2-3-story building.
Yes.
It'll eternally need work.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if it gets, Aaron, I'm still not sure, talking to Kim, if it still gets all the windows or most of the windows. That's one of the concerns I have. But anyway,
Well,
we'll
the
see.
thing about that is as you peel that onion,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh.
there'll be other layers.
Yeah, buddy. Item
Crying the whole time.
14, you know, the calendar contest every year. John submitted that picture, and that picture I scanned. Now, I'll say this. Prior to Hurricane Debbie, I was gonna say that picture's a winner, you know? But I've seen some other pictures that storm created, stormy skies.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think we're gonna have a tougher contest, but we'll see. We'll see how it all works out. And commissioners, of course, you know your next meeting
Where's it at?
is Tuesday, August 20th at 9 a.m. unless something else happens to change that meeting date. And I think that's all I have for you guys for today at this late 2:11 hour.
Anyone have anything for Mr. Morone?
Please say no.
I do, Mr. Chairman, but I'll get with him after maybe not today, but tomorrow maybe.
Okay.
Anyone else?
He was messing with you, Attorney Schuler.
No, go ahead. I was messing with you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Commissioners, I have my initial report, and then there was the supplemental report with 2 action items. The action item on my original report was approval of a 5-year MOU agreement between Franklin County and Gulf County for an annual subsidy to help with the Kidney Care Center with Fresenius in Gulf County for the benefit of our local citizens in Franklin County. And that annual commitment would be $14,500 a year for 5 fiscal years. And I'm going to make the assumption, since we're approving this $14,500 this fiscal year, they're expecting a check shortly if the board approves this agreement, but there may be people who have more information on that than I do. But the request for the board is approval of the MOU as described and presented in the report.
And there won't be no problem with our people going over there and getting dialysis in Port St. Joe then?
I'm not aware of any problems.
Okay.
Commissioner.
There hasn't really been any problems. That's why we decided to do this, Mr. Chairman, is because
Yes.
we are realizing that most of our population here in Franklin County was utilizing that dialysis center.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Sanders, second by Commissioner Amison. Attorney Schuler, I want to ask you one question.
Yes, sir.
Going by the agreement that you have here provided for us, I guess it was done between us and Gulf County, or it might just be Gulf County's agreement. Their termination date or term date is December 31st, 2026. But I understand we're looking at a 5-year agreement, correct?
That is correct. The anticipation is they're going to renew, and obviously if they don't renew and there is no Fresenius, then there'll be no support.
That's cool.
Certainly
I just
hope
wanted to
that doesn't
ask,
happen.
because that was what was black and white, you know what I mean?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Okay. Any additional discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Commissioners, action item number 2 is a proposal from Laura Mills Gutcher from the Planning Collaborative. That's the name of her company. She has provided a cost estimate of $26,190 for 2 projects. One is to review and report on development applications for the landings of St. George Island, and second is the possible update to the zoning code for the creation of a PUD review and evaluation ordinance.
I make a motion to approve that.
All right. So we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Sanders,
Second.
second by Commissioner Ward.
Because we need that.
Any discussion?
I do have a question. We've talked 2 different ways about a planner. So this one is specifically for this?
Yes.
Okay. And the ARPC gentleman, Justin. Okay, okay,
Yeah, just, yeah, Mark-like.
okay.
Best I can.
Yes,
All
I'm
right.
riffing on the movie of a similar name.
Yeah, okay. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
And the next action item actually is the ARPC Planning Services Contract, which is a more broad and general contract. And I will, just for clarification purposes, because I know Commissioner Ward mentioned something about ARPC grant applications for road improvements. This is not that contract. This is just for planning services only, and any grants that may be related to planning services. But Mr. Currington, when I received this draft contract, my first reaction was to contact Mr. Morone and say, make sure Mr. Currington looks at this and he approves of the scope of services, because only Mark knows what the scope of Mark's work is, and that they are supposed to be replacing Mark as your general planner. This contract is an annual contract. It will renew automatically. The amount of the contract is $80,000 annually, and you'll, as Mark said, we're getting a bargain, we're getting a steal, some phrase to that effect. The only thing that I would bring to your attention is, y'all have worked with me long enough, you know my feeling on hold harmless and indemnification agreements, which is, they're the devil, and stay away from them. In this instance, ARPC, based on basically their prior experiences doing planning services for other local governments, being drug into litigation, they wanted essentially an unlimited indemnification. I'm like, we got to talk about that more. Ultimately, the compromise to bring back to you for your decision, and I do recommend approval, is that the amount of the hold harmless would not exceed the value of the contract, which in this case is $80,000. So I just want to make sure to bring that to your attention, and the fact that the contract provides for everyone to pay their own attorney's fees and court costs. That's not how it was originally written, but that's how it's been presented to you today with the approval of ARPC. Now, I know that Mr. Justin is on the phone. I don't know if y'all want to give him an opportunity to speak, but I did want to bring to your attention he is appearing via Zoom.
Okay.
But unless there's any questions or comments from me, I'm recommending that the board approve the ARPC planning contract as described in this presentation and attached to my report.
I'll make a motion to approve with question.
Okay, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward,
Second.
second by Commissioner Sanders. Commissioner Ward, please proceed.
So we just saw two totals, 81 for 26, about $100,000. The money what part of the budget is that coming out of? Is that Mark's salary?
Professional services.
Professional
Erin's
services.
going to transfer some of the money from the planning department's budget into professional
Okay.
services to cover this.
All right,
I
thank
think
you.
at first, that's what she was going to do, unless she changed her mind, but
Okay.
yes. Either which, they'll come from one of those departments where Mark's salary was. Yes, correct, ma'am.
Any additional discussion, commissioners? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's a 5-0 vote.
And Commissioners, action item number 4 is the Barnacle Parking Enforcement Contract. I'm presenting this to you with a recommendation to reject the contract as presented. After a lot of discussion and back and forth between myself and the attorney for, I'm just going to call it BPE, there were accommodations and changes made based on my recommendations. We could not, however, come to I guess any consensus or agreement on 2 items: the unlimited indemnification and also the attorney's fees provision. So I'm recommending denial or rejection of the contract for those 2 reasons. I mean, obviously, whether you choose to take that risk is a policy decision for the board. I will say that when I reread this document, I don't know about you, but when I draft documents, sometimes when I come back a few days later and reread it, it's like, how did I miss that? I had intended to add in a provision C instead of just A and B. There should have been a C in here, and I don't have an answer to that particular issue, and the issue is this: the proposed contract requires the county to obtain insurance on these windshield obstructions or screens, whatever they're called, and name BPE as an additional insured on our insurance policy. I've sent an email to our Pat Thomas agency, Miss Angie Pitts, I don't remember if it was, I think it was Tuesday of this week. My memory is the last time we were asked to do this, that the Pat Thomas Agency came back and said, you know, basically FACT does not allow naming additional insurers, but I want confirmation of that issue from Pat Thomas, our insurance agent. So that is an unanswered question in my mind, but clearly just the unlimited indemnification and attorney's fees provisions in my mind are sufficient to recommend rejection of the contract as presented, and then maybe I can go back and have some further confirmation or discussions with them. Maybe it'll be successful, maybe it won't, but I did want you to know that they didn't just, you know, draw a line in the sand. I mean, they negotiated, I think, in good faith. There were compromises and changes made, particularly for an issue that the clerk had. I mean, the clerk absolutely was not going to agree to at least one provision in the contract as originally submitted, which is they wanted the right as a vendor to essentially offset any monies owed them from the fine money. And when I brought that to the clerk's attention, she's like, no. So they did, after further discussion and some back and forth, they did agree to concede on that issue and not seek an offset from the fine money, which obviously we couldn't do legally anyway. So that is my presentation to the board, and board action requested again is board rejection of the Barnacle contract as written.
So move with comment.
I'll second.
So we have a motion to reject by Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Amison. Commissioner Ward, please proceed.
I would like to ask that you still continue with them, because this is something I personally feel like is needed in the county. I mean, every summer, before summer comes up, we always have, you know, everybody coming in and talking about the parking. We got to do something. We can't just keep going down that rabbit hole of not having anything to do. And I know, this is a sheriff's office issue, but you know, we need to figure out a way. Hopefully, they will be more amendable to your changes, because you know, I appreciate you looking out for us. That is your job, but I'm hoping that we can come to an agreement where we can utilize a service.
Yeah, but I can understand the C part of it, where you don't want them included in that insurance policy.
Well, that's what I'm
because
saying.
They would be claiming on it too.
Yeah.
And that's the thing that concerns me.
It'd be hard to do.
Yeah.
Well, in a private setting, it's not all that unusual, depending on the circumstances of the transaction, to name someone as an additional insured on your policy. I mean, for example, the Seafood Festival, we named the city of Apalachicola as an additional insured on our liability policy, just because, you know, they're gracious enough to let us use city property to put on the event. So depending on the circumstances, it's not that unusual, but this is not a commercial transaction. This is actually a private vendor going to be named on public insurance. And again, I want to make sure that I confirm my memory is correct with the agent, that we're not allowed to do that. And on the attorney's fee issue, there were two provisions in there. One concerns me greatly just because of the potential. One of the potential attorney's fees is not that much of a risk. For example, if they have to sue us to get paid, they want their attorney's fees paid. Well, I don't see us not paying our bills. I think that risk is de minimis. It's the attorney's fees provision and court cost provision. In the event they get drugged into a lawsuit by some third party, some group of people or a person hires an attorney to form a class action and sue the county because somehow our Barnacle parking enforcement is not being administered appropriately, or the fines are too great. Whether they win or lose in court sometimes is irrespective, because is not the point, because if we indemnify and promise to pay the attorney's fees to BPE in the event of that litigation, I mean, we could pay $100,000 or more just defending a case successfully or perhaps unsuccessfully. So that's the part of the attorney's fees provision that really causes me concern. But I will continue to negotiate with them as you had suggested, Commissioner Ward.
Thank you.
Yeah, please do, because I agree with Commissioner Ward that parking's gonna continue to be an issue.
Yep.
And, if this isn't gonna work, we need to try to find another solution. Something's gotta
Well, I like the idea of the windshield, the windshield.
I like the idea, but basically it sounds like they don't wanna have their own insurance, they want us to insure.
What if anybody in Florida's got it?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's some of the cities have.
I mean, I'm talking about we've got any companies inside the state of Florida that issues the windshield.
I'm sure they.
Cause I think that's the big kicker. This company's in New York.
Yeah, well, I think the sheriff's office was the one that scouted all that out, and
Yes,
that's
they did.
what they came up with. So I'm sure they've done their research and tried to figure out the best way possible, and that's why they presented it, because I guess they thought that was the best option, and the only option. But anyway.
Well, and Commissioner, based on the comments from all of the board, I will tell you that you probably noticed me checking my phone during the meeting. I was looking for an update from the insurance agency. They have responded. I have an email from the, I guess, the sales team person for Barnacle, basically saying, well, where do we go from here now that you've had your meeting on Tuesday? So, I mean, they're clearly still interested as well.
Yeah.
They didn't know our meeting was delayed. I don't think I thought to tell them.
Yeah.
So we have a motion second. Did we vote on that? I didn't think so.
No.
No, I don't think we voted. We were under
No,
discussion.
because I had comment.
Yeah, we're under discussion. Any additional discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
And continuing with the action items, this is action item number 1 on my supplemental report. You will remember we've discussed a few times a potential swap of land of one city lot, 80 foot by 30 foot, that the county owns next to an existing Duke Energy vertical structure in the Bowery section of Appalachia. Apparently they're wanting to, I guess, rebuild, expand that facility. And then there's about 5 acres, 4.9 acres of land just immediately to the west of and abutting the old ABC school site that Duke Energy owns. So we've been talking about a potential land swap. What I'm asking for today as part of that land swap proposal is board permission to put an advertisement in the newspaper as required by section 125.37. We essentially have to publish a notice once a week for 2 weeks before the board can take action on adopting a resolution approving the land swap agreement draft that I've attached to this report. I'm not necessarily going to read the entire proposed ad for the public, but it is on my report. And you would be taking action one way or the other on September 3rd of 2024 on the land swap proposal. So the only thing I'm looking for today is permission to put the ad in the paper.
So moved.
I have a motion to approve putting that in the paper by Commissioner Anderson, second by Commissioner Croom. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's a 5-0 vote.
The second action item on my supplemental report regards the St. James Lawrence Village Fire Department and what appears to be a possible internal governance concern. It's been brought to my attention and I believe to Mr. Marone's attention. In short, as I said in the report, it appears there may be some issue concerning, who's the chief, how many chiefs. So I want to bring this to the board's attention in a public setting and ask the board what course of action you wanted to take, if any, right now, or if you want to think about it. One of those courses of action could be to authorize myself and Mr. Marone to meet with the volunteers and find out what's going on, just make an inquiry, then report back to the board and give you additional information. But it was important enough, had to be brought to the board's attention.
I agree with it. And also, I like the idea that George Pruitt was here today, because he sheds a lot of light on it too. And hopefully he can get the United Firefighters up and running. And that's a group that is kind of like oversees the volunteer fire departments, or all the fire departments. And therefore, we the board won't be caught up in this back and forth stuff. That's one thing that I do not like, is get in the mix of something. And that's the reason why I like for the staff to take care of it, make a recommendation back to us what we need to do, and do it. Because therefore, when you get in the middle of the dynamics of it, sometimes they'll sit there and burn you if you're not careful. I mean, sit there and burn, I didn't mean to say that, but I mean, it'll come back to haunt you.
I got a question, Mr. Chairman. We don't know who the chief is?
There seems to be an issue about which chief is the chief, to put it bluntly. And I'll say allegedly, apparently, I mean, it was just important enough, given the past history and all the effort this board has put into trying to, I guess, rejuvenate and recreate the St. James Lanark Village Fire Department, that this needs to be brought to the board's attention.
But just, keep in mind, there's some history that two of us aren't aware of, obviously. But,
Yeah.
I thought we was selling pretty good over there now.
As did
So we
I,
all
up
thought.
until
Yeah, we all did.
very recently, I thought so too.
Well, they're trying to put me in the middle of it, and I'm not gonna allow it. So I would rather, the thing about it is, there's one person that says that he's the chief, and the other person says that he's the secretary treasurer and chief. So we don't need that. And I don't wanna see this fail.
Let me ask you this, how do they establish who the chief is? Is that person appointed by this commission? Or is that person, is it by vote?
Vote by the membership.
By the members of
By
the
the
volunteer?
volunteer
Have they had a
firemen.
vote?
They said they had a vote. Each one of them said they had a vote. And that
What's
was
the
all we
results
told.
of it?
And they voted for two chiefs?
Both chiefs said that they I'm sorry, but both chiefs said that there was a vote, and they were appointed chief.
Do they keep records or minutes of their
God,
meetings?
man.
Well, currently there's another issue where about the board. We try to make sure that each volunteer department has a board of directors. I'm not sure where they are with their board of directors, if there's one or two board of directors.
I think the United Firefighters, if they can come together, need to be
To
there.
step in and,
Need to
yeah.
step in there. And if you have the United Firefighters step in there, then they can kinda like be cohesive with everybody.
Yeah.
It's a,
Commissioner Crew, I'm watching him down the edge of the bed, she's like, what?
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
We don't have
don't get
time
me
to
wrong,
explain it all today.
I have all the respect in the world for volunteers, but my God, it's like kids in the sandbox, can't get along or something here. I mean,
it disappoints.
Yeah, it is, very, to be
It
honest
disappoints
with you.
me as a commissioner because this board has worked very hard to try to get them all they need, try to work out their problems and get that up. And at the same time, I respect that they're volunteers.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't want to
Yeah.
belittle that, but, at some point, we gotta,
I'll
I'll go down there and take my hat off, and they can just write on a piece of paper, and we put it in, and I'll count them. I mean, it's not that,
That's it.
good
That's
Lord.
it.
We got them a fire truck, we're building them a new
Yeah,
station.
exactly. We just
So they
sat
need to
there
get
and
their-
seen these beautiful
get their crap
pictures
together.
of a EMS facility down there and all this stuff, and
they can't
get along.
So, Attorney Schuler, what basically do we need to do? Do we need to come up with a way, I guess, do we need to make a motion on that, or?
I am not
Just
comfortable
direction.
meeting with a volunteer group of any sort on behalf of the board without the board's knowledge and express authorization. So if you would like for Mr. Morone and myself to look into this, get more information and report back, I would request that you do that by motion and vote of the board.
I think that
I'll
would be
make that
appropriate.
motion.
All right, we have a motion to approve that kind of direction from the board to both of you, with Commissioner Amison making the motion and the second by Commissioner Crew. Yeah, we need to get this moving forward in the right direction. Any additional discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? It's a 5-0 vote, Ms. Jessica.
Thank you, Commissioners. The only remaining item on my report is a discussion item, and the hour is late. The discussion item would involve the latest draft that I have prepared and presented to you on a possible amendment to the travel trailer ordinance. Does the board want to proceed with that discussion or defer it to another time?
I'm good with the discussion.
Yeah.
The only thing I have in here that I don't know how we can address, and so just, if we can get some clarification. So you're gonna have areas in the county that one of the issues is there's one parcel of property and there are already multiple RVs on it. I know we can't address everything in the RV ordinance. I'm definitely not trying to push it down the road. I like everything else here. But I think there needs to be some language there to allow us to either address whatever it's gonna take for some of those properties to determine, with staff being able to work with them, with the property owner, if there's truly a hardship there, if there's truly an issue there. But we can't, it's hard to pass what we have and just act like that problem doesn't exist. I think we're really putting our staff in a weird spot. Everything else I'm good with, but I know in my knower, because I've rode down the roads, that there are places that have more than one RV already. So we just need to have a discussion of how we can handle that.
I
And
got a
I'm good
question
with
for
it.
you,
Yes.
just for just for my own clarification. So you're saying that, you got more on 1 acre or one septic?
Whether
I
it's
mean,
a-
are they hooked up properly as far as?
That I don't know.
The capacity and all that? I mean.
That I don't know. Let me also give you this backdrop. So, serving where I serve on Eastport Water and Sewer, Eastport Water and Sewer can't go past whatever the stuff they have in the right of way. They cannot go on property. Our charter has no enforcement capability for anybody that's illegally hooked up on it, because trust me, we have tried to pursue that. We tried to work with,
As far as putting it into the sewer?
right, yes.
I'm talking
So if
more
they have-
septic.
Right, but even if they have multiple connections, we can't do anything about it, Eastport Water and Sewer. And so far, the county hasn't done it, and we're going forward looking at this RV thing. So I'm saying there's not anything in here. We need to have the discussion, and I don't want to bog down what we're trying to do here. I'm good with the way this is worded. I'm really good with it. However, I can't act like that situation doesn't exist, and then we're gonna pass a RV ordinance, and you're gonna have, let's say there are 3 RVs on a acre of property, and that's the lot of record is 1 acre. And they're all properly hooked up. Nothing about this addresses that. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. If it's supplemental, that's fine,
Yeah,
but we need to know that.
But before we go and pass an RV ordinance, we need to deal with everything to do with it. Don't you agree, Mr. Schuler, or do you?
Commissioner, presently, the scenario outlined by the Commissioner Jones, Chairman Jones, and I've heard from other commissioners in prior settings, I mean, those presently are illegal operations. They've been illegal since 1982.
Yes.
I would not recommend that the board somehow make them legal uses at this point. Now,
Yes.
this draft that I have presented to you, it does have, and Commissioner Ames, I'm single you out because you're the one
Go
that gave me
ahead.
the idea.
I own it.
And I think it's a good idea. It does authorize essentially a homeowner's incentive savings plan that I think needs a whole lot more fleshing out than just my rough draft. I mean, I've been thinking further about it. But other than that limited up to a 2-year period where you would have basically a legal travel trailer with limitations and requirements for the savings plan, that would be the only provision that would allow someone to have basically live in your travel trailer. But even then, you still have to be, you're outside that 1,000 foot exclusionary zone from basically the water's edge, just for simplicity of discussion. Some of my further thoughts about that savings plan is, does the board want to, and one of them is highlighted in here, to, have some requirements for screening from the nearest public road, make sure it's, located, behind the building if possible. Another is, does the board think that making someone provide proof of how much they're saving? I mean, you don't want to just give someone a 2-year pass. I mean, the idea is that you want to give them a pathway to save money for a down payment. Maybe require them to provide some proof of, savings, some benchmark that they need to meet by, year 1 or something. And that's just something I was brainstorming. It's actually not in the draft. But, the scenario that Chairman Jones was just describing, basically it's been illegal for 42 years in this county. And there is no simple solution to it. I mean, I know I've talked with some of you privately about some brainstorming ideas that I've had that I'm not ready to say publicly because I don't think I have, reached that point where it can be talked about publicly, other than just with each of you individually. But it's a tough situation, and as Commissioner Jones and I were discussing, how do you eat an elephant? It's just one bite at a time. So I don't know that there's a universal.
Oh no, this is the whole elephant. This we got right here, that's the whole elephant. That ain't part of it.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Other than what I just mentioned now, this is taking care of the whole elephant.
It's addressing
It
it.
takes care of it.
Yeah.
I mean, not just
But it's
within
still,
the
but
1,000
those
foot.
areas would still be, I mean, the scenario you just laid out would still be illegal.
Yeah.
For example, if it's one travel trailer on a vacant lot that doesn't have principal use, I mean, that would be
Yeah.
illegal. I mean, you would be allowed to store a single travel trailer on a vacant lot. Excuse me, you would not even be able to, misspoke, back up, rephrase that. You would not even be allowed to store a single RV on a vacant lot, because you're trying to prohibit people from doing essentially the VRBO issue where they got a vacant lot, they clear it off, they put a travel trailer on it, and they Airbnb it. I mean, a la the situation that Commissioner Ward brought to my attention.
There's one. My wife showed me something.
That was it.
Oh, okay.
It's the same one, yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I agree with you. I mean, I have other issues too. So, in addition to, my district's probably one of the worst about people living in RVs, and I don't want to create a homeless situation. This ordinance has been enacted since 1982, but it has not been enforced. So, we're going to come out with this RV ordinance and then just say, hey, you can't have a place to live, and that's the only way these people have lived all these years. It poses an issue for me as a commissioner and for the rest of us as commissioners, because everyone in each district, I'm sure, has this issue. That's my biggest concern with all this. Now, how can we handle that? Can we do a hardship? Can we provide or allow RVs under a certain, or maybe R2 zoning designation? These are just ideas that I've brainstormed about. I'm trying to understand every side of the story too. The person next door, it goes down on their home value. It's not tax based for the county. I get all that. It's a precarious issue nonetheless. But the other kind of questions I had too were some of the, and I know this has changed several times, so it may not be I think it's the correct section still. So, in one of your, I think it's section 5, you have the travel trailer for the limited stay for the family member. Is there, I know you said 7 days in a consecutive calendar period for the month, right? So if they want to come back and do 7 days the next month, they can.
Oh, yes, but now keep in mind, whether it's, I just threw 7 days out as a benchmark, a point of beginning for the discussion. In my personal experience, 7 days of someone visiting with a travel trailer each month would seem to be adequate, but that's a policy decision for the board. I just put that out there thinking that it was, 7 days, each calendar month. That would accommodate probably, 99% of the people, I guess.
Yeah.
But, I don't live the travel trailer lifestyle. So if my aunt and uncle were alive, I could ask them, but they passed on to the great beyond.
Well, in addition to that too, they have to come to, if this ordinance gets passed the way it's read now, or what it states is they have to go and get a permit from the building department before people can come stay on their property for the 7 days. Say they do the 5 days and want an extension to another 2 days, they have to come back to the building department to get that permit.
Or online. I'll ask
Okay.
Mr. Morone to work on an online portal where they can go online and.
Does that language need to be included in this provision though, just for clarity?
For the online portal?
No, just if you want an extension, you're gonna stay 5 days, you need extension, you have to go and get another permit.
The way I would handle it is basically, commissioners, they just get a 7-day permit.
7-day permit
Yeah,
period.
no matter
Okay.
what.
That'd
Yeah.
probably be
So it'd be a
easier.
7-day or 2-year.
Okay.
Type, based on that right now.
So that might-
That actually makes more sense.
Not-
That
might
way,
need
if
to
you
be
get a 7 day and you stay 4, then you're golden.
Yeah, okay. That, I was just wanting to be reflective in this. And then talking about the contractor owner builder, having an RV on the property while you're building the home. So I know historically, I'm personally, have seen where people have that permit, the building permit, and it takes them 50 years to build a house. Now, I get that some people may be building it themselves, and they may have supply issues, they may have money issues, so it may take them more than a considerable amount of time to build their home. Do we need to add, because I didn't see any provision in here, and correct me if I'm wrong, how many times they can extend? Because I know you get a building permits for what, 90 days? You can get a total of consecutive, because I think I asked you this too.
I think it's a year and then a 6-month extension. I spoke to the building official about that, and I think he said, I think if you're an owner builder, that you may be able to get up to 2 6-month extensions for a total of 2 years. Yes. But typically, if you're a contractor, it's 12 months and the 6 months. Yes. But I will say that with a caveat. I'll defer to the building official. That's
pretty sure that's accurate.
Yeah. So total 18 months, depending upon if you're owner contractor or if you're owner builder versus contractor builder. I was just wondering if we need to put a minimum
I'm happy
of.
to include it, but I would definitely want to make sure the building official looked at that and was comfortable with that inclusion.
Okay.
Well, just to entertain the thought process of what you're talking about, though, keep in mind that having, you know, somebody that's living in a camper, has been there, hardship, this and that. This is for the property owner or the resident and the camper. So if either one of them ever leave, then let's just say their camper finally just rots completely out, they're going to have to obviously get something else to live in. This is when they get a trailer, if they're, you know, or something like that. This is the way I was envisioning it, is to eventually weed out these campers that we've allowed, collectively speaking, the county for since what, 1982?
The ordinance was adopted in 82.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, it's where you. I'm sorry.
You're gonna have to grandfather it in kinda and
then
phase it out.
That's what I was getting at.
Yeah.
And
Cause there's no way they can afford.
Yeah.
You know, the people.
Well, see now, when I was talking with Attorney Schuler, and I know you don't like that grandfather thing, but that was what my initial thought was. That's the only way that eventually it's going to clean itself up, so to speak. You know, granted, 2 years, you're really not going to have. You know, a lot of people are not going to get on their feet, given our you know, job. There's not that many jobs around here. We're working on it every month, or we discuss it every month. We discuss in the Bay, this and that. But, you know, just, you know, being realistic about it, you know, 2 years, you're just putting a number on something that's not going to change a whole bunch. Not right now. You know, hopefully we can get to that position where people will have better opportunity around here. But right now we don't. Realistically, I think the best thing to do would just use the grandfather language. But I do, I mean, and even though me and you've had extensive discussion about this, I've even went back and looked at it and seen some other things. That granted, you know, from having discussions with staff and stuff, you know, like making them road ready, have a current tag, you know, because we still have to think about FEMA compliance. Mm-hmm. You know, I mean, there's a lot of things here. You know, you have like a quick disconnect. If they can just at least make the effort to bring it up to a standard like that. And then, you know, I understand the sheriff's issue with a lot of the RVs where you have, you know, cooking meth. They've got a bunch of vagrants. I mean, I'm just going to say it. I don't care who I upset with that. But the problem is they're not coming in to get anything done. Nope. And then that right there, we're going to clean that up. Yeah. But the people that are actually trying to make it and make it legitimately and honest in life are going to come and do the right thing. The ones that ain't, that's the ones we're after anyway. Bottom line. Yeah. But one other thing too, we do need to have some special exceptions, and especially if we don't take the grandfather clause into consideration and we stick with, say, a 2-year, we need to come back and review it. Either we can have staff review a person's situation, or they can come and before us. Again, you're not going to be talking about a real huge percentage I mean, the folks, once they go in, and like I said earlier, the ones that are legitimately trying to do things right, you're gonna see how quick that percentage shrinks right there. Because I can take a ride, it's not just your district. You can ride in my district and look at it too.
It is.
I mean, honestly, some of them ain't got a damn care in the world.
Well, and then there's some people that if they could, they would do better.
That's true.
But that's all they've ever known.
Yeah.
And everything. And it's just like.
I'm just saying, we know most of the
Yeah.
people in this community, and we know the ones that we're talking about. Riding bicycles, got the backpacks on, got sores all over them. I'll say it. They ain't gonna come up in here and get a permit or nothing. They're just looking for somewhere to get high and pass out. That's what the sheriff's after. That's what he's trying to clean up. We can help the sheriff with this, with having some progress on the ordinance, and not just that, we can go back and correct some things that we've allowed to happen over the years that's just gonna keep on getting worse if we don't step up and do something about it.
Yeah.
I think the special exception route would be the better way to go, just me personally.
Definitely.
That's what I was
That's
trying to
what-
get at, but I didn't know what word to use, so, but that's what I was thinking.
That's why I was
Just don't
doing
put the
that.
grandfather in it,
Right.
just special exceptions on a case-by-case basis. Something like that, yeah, you can do that, I guess.
Commissioner Ward, did you have something?
No, I was just
It's
gonna say, I know
brain
we were brainstorming at one point about having some of our county property and making it into a camping place for people to put their RVs, but I don't think that's a good idea, because I don't wanna be in the RV business. I don't know if anybody else does. And nobody wants to live, I mean, they got their own property, that's the problem they have, is they want to live on their own property. So I definitely like the special exception idea. So,
What is it?
but I just figured we needed to discuss it, because we can't discuss this behind closed doors. I know you and I were on the phone about it the other day, so.
Yeah, that camera's slow.
But so,
Is hungry. The
So do-
bandwidth is exhausted.
Commissioners, do we feel like we're in a place to actually schedule a public hearing to be able to hash this out and take action, or where are we at? That's what we
up
need to
the
know.
board, but I wouldn't recommend it based just on this draft.
Yeah.
This idea of the special exception, that needs to be thought through by me a little more carefully, because, I mean, I hear what you're saying, but let me give you the flip side of it. You know, you've got a family member that's next to a piece of property that's got multiple RVs or travel trailers living there, again, illegally under the current ordinance. So it's an unlawful use of land that can be enforced and cured. But if you make it a lawful use, then the people living next door that have, they've complied, they're worried about their property values as well.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there's a flip side to that, and, I've even given some thought to how creatively to apply the concept of an overlay district. But, so you identify one area that seems to be kind of like they were doing with the bear problem. This is where the biggest bear problem is. You address that first, but if you create an overlay district for that area, one, it doesn't address the people next door, the neighbor that's complied, and they worry about their property values as well. And it's not necessarily going to, the grandfathering is not necessarily going to address the issue of homelessness that I've heard you express, because if you start weeding the folks out, then where are they gonna go? And I'm not smart enough to figure out how to address that problem. I mean, it's a nationwide problem. And
So-
good Lord, look at California. They've got, God knows how many of them.
So it might be time to change what we're talking about then. So if, all that being said, because we seem to be just dragging this on, if we already have a current ordinance in place, what's stopping it from being enforced? I mean, I know we're not the enforcement arm of the county. Is it because there's no real penalty?
One of the earlier drafts that the issue is the whole 7 and 14 day period. When does it start?
Mhm.
How long can you stay there consecutively? Those were some of the issues I addressed in an earlier draft, which would require the permit. You know when that 7 and 14 day period starts. It's for 7. Actually, I think we eliminated the 14 day period, made it 7 days a month with a permit. And if they're beyond that, well, then the penalties and fines kick in. And
So the current ordinance, though, it already has a permit provision?
it does not. The amendment that I had proposed as an earlier draft would have required the permit and limited the travel trailer stay to, I believe it was 7 days. Now, I'm going back 2 years now, so
Right.
forgive me if I'm not remembering
Okay.
it all exactly correct.
Yeah.
But permit requirement, 7 days each month, and after that, then they couldn't be there. So there was a clear beginning and ending point, which eliminated the potential confusion from the
Okay.
1982 ordinance, because people would say, well, yeah, but I moved it. You know, I was here for 7 days and then I moved it and brought it back, or I moved it to, and it just got to be an enforcement nightmare.
Right, so here's the thing, though, there's some of these RVs we're talking about have been in place for years. I mean, moving it doesn't mean you rolled it 6 inches. I don't think that'll hold up in a court of law. I guess the point I'm trying to make is the issue with enforcement, the fact there's no real penalty in the current ordinance. If there is, can we consider an emergency ordinance to stiffen up the penalty so they can start enforcing some of it? Then we can try to go through what we need to get to passing this.
Yeah, but with the old ordinance, Mr. Chairman, then you would have to evict some people.
Yes, that's,
You know,
that was the
yeah, but that's when you're gonna create the homeless
Would create
situation.
a serious
This
homeless,
is doing the same thing.
homeless
Nah,
problem.
so much.
Is what, that was the, yeah, I'm sorry, that's the problem.
This is
That's-
doing the same thing.
Yeah, the issue would, I mean, to some degree, I would say there are certain things you're allowing to some degree with permitting, and, you know, there are other things, but with the 82, it was very narrow, and if you enforce this, you have a bigger, can I say that, a bigger homeless problem than that would actually create? Can I say
The
that?
lesser of the two.
Yeah.
I don't wanna call it an evil, but you know what I mean, it's just, I mean,
Yeah, that was the that's why I think there was a confusion. I think what you said earlier, the attorney was saying about one of his earlier revisions.
Right.
I think you were talking about the 82.
I'm talking about 82 ordinance.
Yeah, the 82
Yeah,
ordinance.
the 82 ordinance, as I recall, it's enforced as a second-degree misdemeanor.
Right, and I think, we're trying to remember, Michael, maybe you can help me if you remember, the discussion we had with the sheriff, he didn't have no real desire to enforce that because there's no real penalty. It's a waste of time for a misdemeanor. Don't you remember us having that
That's what,
discussion?
I think that's what he said. He wanted
Yeah.
an ordinance
That I
with,
don't know.
more
Teeth.
more teeth.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the base of
So-
the meeting we had.
Yeah, so if we already have an ordinance on the books, why aren't we just,
Well,
is there no way to enforce it?
Well, it's the other issue that ordinance in the book would create.
Yeah.
That's why we've been
Okay.
going down this road, trying to find a way, and,
It is
which
a
that's the
long road.
problem, which
So,
we have a very
but-
diverse county, and it's,
Everybody does.
one glove doesn't fit all, that's
Yeah.
the issue right here.
Everybody
And
does.
I'm kind of starting to hear about overlays and treating districts independently. I mean, again, I'm very much in favor of the St. George Island special zoning. I mean, it goes beyond an
Yeah.
overlay.
Yeah.
So do we start treating other areas of the county in the same way?
Yeah.
We look at them and what their particular problems are and try to address that, rather than trying one ordinance that addresses the entire county that causes problems in other ends of the county. How do we approach it? What's the right or wrong way? I'm not sure if I can answer that question here today.
Well,
But I'm with the Attorney Schuler, based on the discussion today, yeah, we need a little bit more work on this before we even begin to schedule a public hearing.
Question is though, Mr. Chairman, are we ever gonna come up with it? Because
I-
that's the thing, there's so many variables at play. And I don't wanna make anybody to where, because again, we're at a disadvantage because this has not been enforced since 1982. That's been the problem.
Yep.
And so now we're coming in trying to tell Joe Blow on, I'll just say it, Wilderness Road, you can't live in this camper anymore, we're kicking you out, camper's gotta go. Where's that person gonna go? They're gonna move into the camper down the street?
you're
or
not,
to
you're
a-
not doing that though. Not if they go in and make sure that they're hooked up properly. I mean, there's procedures that they could remain there and be grandfathered in.
Not according to this
And some of the
ordinance.
ones in the district, I think you're talking about your district
Yeah.
specifically, you have multiple RVs on that acre. This doesn't allow
Right,
that.
and that's what the chairman was alluding to a while
So
ago.
what do you do
So-
about that, Commissioner Amerson? That's a problem too. I mean, I get.
That's where the special exception act is gonna come in.
Yeah, we're trying to fix, Commissioner Ward, we're trying to fix.
I know, we're trying to fix.
With one document, we're trying to fix.
But I don't wanna do an ordinance, and then have to go back and redo it again, and do it again, and do it again.
Yeah.
We need to, I know, again, it's a precarious situation, and I don't know. I see both sides, but I can't kick somebody out of a house that's all they have, that's all they've got. That's all they've ever had. But if we do it in a certain way, as Commissioner Amison said, maybe a special exception, the ones that don't comply, then we have a reason to go and say, you have to leave, because either comply or leave. But this is the problem with not having code enforcement. And it frustrates me to no end that we still don't have code enforcement.
Well, there's no need in having code enforcement if we don't have something to enforce.
That's true, you're right.
Well, we're
You're
trying
exactly
to do that
right.
right now, but here we're kicking it down the road
What
again,
we're
is what I'm
doing,
saying.
we're setting up a basis for code enforcement, Commissioner.
Well, we got other things in the county, though, that needs to be code enforced besides the RV stuff. I mean,
If we went to the meeting with the sheriff and Commissioner Chairman, he said, fix this, and I guarantee you, most of your code enforcement will be fixed.
Probably
So,
85% of our.
That's how he feels,
Yeah.
he said.
So, Mr. Chairman, you mentioned the sheriff and enforcement of the 1982 ordinance that has the second degree criminal misdemeanor penalty, and then relative to enforcement, whether he does or does not want to enforce that. Was that the reason why we were looking to change the penalty from
Yes,
a
that's what
second
started
degree
this whole
misdemeanor to
discussion.
a
Yes, sir.
monetary fine?
That's what started this whole discussion that got us to where we are here now.
Yeah.
Yeah, that has been the discussion of trying to do something, well, that and the fact that we have been moving forward and trying to do something with actual code enforcement. We've had this discussion but yes, that's where it started.
But, Mr. Chairman, if you will, the problem with the 82 enforcement, even if we go and change the penalty phase, there is no leniency there at all.
None.
That's why we're having this discussion about possibly having some leniency or redoing this ordinance, because, I mean, if you go in all wide open with 82, you're fixing to pretty much evict everybody that's in an RV in the county, unless they have the capability of leaving that piece of property or applying, and coming back to it with said RV. You see what I'm, that's the problem with 82. 82 is gonna definitely, I mean, there ain't no question about it. It's gonna be 100% creating a homeless issue, where if we can come up with some way of grandfathering in these folks that are in these situations and all, now you're taking that 100% and you're possibly going to maybe, I don't know, I don't even know where to guess with it. I'm just saying, but it's gonna be a lot less than 100. I mean.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, there has to be an acceptance that I don't see us writing any ordinance that would allow 2 or 3 RVs on an acre lot. And if you have 2 or 3, none of the 2, or maybe only one, could be considered road ready. Commissioner, I'm sorry, we can't fix that. We could sit here and go on.
And think about all, and it's still an ongoing, I only refer to it in the past tense, but all the discussion on St. George Island about, having 2 dwelling units on one parcel of property, and all the discussion about that's occurred recently. And you start talking about creating a legal process for a special exception to allow multiple dwellings on a parcel of land, hello Pandora's box, because it won't just be limited to RVs. There will be lots of arguments why everybody should be allowed to do that. So that's why I was saying earlier, we really need to slow that train down. Let's think that one through a little bit.
Well,
and since Commissioner Ward let the cat out of the bag about the RV park idea that I had, it's my idea. Throw stones at me, I guess, but one solution potentially is if the county were to get basically a pauper's RV park on either end of the county, and when they have to leave where they are and go to pay a limited amount of money in a county owned and operated RV park. That's something about, I've never gotten any traction on the idea, but it would be a solution to the homeless problem identified. May not be the ideal solution,
Well,
but.
all the horizontal infrastructure would be just as expensive for RVs as it would be for houses.
I know.
And Mr. Chairman, in addition to that, people, why, if they own a piece of property, why would they want to move and stay on another piece of property anyway? That's not theirs. I think that's a lot of the problem is that's all they can afford. They have the property. They live in an RV because that's all they can afford.
Yeah, but
I mean,
if you got multiple RVs on the property,
Yeah, how
who
many
owns the
owners do
property?
you have?
Well, that's a good,
The
I
other
agree
three
with that.
campers,
We,
you know, that's-
we've got to,
That would narrow it down, you know.
And, I mean, to be the bad guy, part of the answer is because it would make them in compliance with the law. I mean, by not allowing people to dwell in their travel trailer on their property. I mean, I know they own it, but, I mean, the law's been on the books a long time, and I understand enforcement, but, you know, it's just one of those things where you just, and I've been told before, and y'all have all heard it, you know, ignorance of the law is no excuse. It doesn't avoid the humanitarian issue that you identified, Commissioner Ward, but just from a zoning standard, that would be the correct answer.
It's a lot.
It is. So I guess the only other thing we haven't mentioned that we could possibly discuss would be if you have properties that do have multiple already on there, and we pass this ordinance, that instead of doing it where it's active the same day we pass the ordinance, they're now all illegal, you at least give them a 6-month grace period or something saying you gotta straighten this up to 6 months. And we go and categorize those places, and it's not done in 6 months, and we, you know, forcefully remove, I don't know the answer to that. But I don't like the idea of, as soon as we say yes one day, it's boom, it's right now, you know what I mean? That's kind of abrupt.
Well, as the board did with the business license issue, earlier this year, the effective date for that is January 1st, and y'all passed that ordinance.
So that might be another way to try to address it.
So I had a discussion yesterday with a vendor that will create the online,
We're not voting today. This is just
online
discussion.
software for this and for the business license. There are multiple things they can do for us. And that's a date I told him. I mean, I told him, I said, well, you know, if the board passes this within the next 60 days, I said, it probably won't be effective until January 1, you know, to give everybody time. This is a very big adjustment that has to be made, you know?
And it's like, we all know those people. you
Yeah,
know?
that's.
And I know one thing, if I was in the situation that some of them would, I wouldn't want somebody to throw me out of that one thing I had.
I mean, we talked at FWC this morning, which talked about the bay and the closing of the bay. I don't want to
That's
tie
it.
one into the other
That's it.
directly, but commissioners, come on.
It's very close.
Yeah.
The bay closure, but you can't blame it all completely on the bay closure.
No,
A
no.
lot of it you can,
Some.
but, well, you had the bay closure, you had the fire, you had the bay closure. You had all that in that particular area, in Commissioner Ward's district is where she's talking about. You can't, I mean, they've already been hit hard enough. You know, I don't know.
if I was a rich woman, I'd just build a big old house and just say, here, you.
That's what I'm talking about.
So, yeah, I will say though, Commissioner Sanders, I do actually believe that a lot of what we've faced as a community, as a county in recent years has had a lot to do with the closure of the bay. Now, here's why I say that. You have a people that look, regardless of how they choose to live their life, they were hardworking people, and they all felt like they were relying on their self, that they could go and at least take care of their self. They'd go out there every day and draw to that bank whatever they needed for that day. However they're living their life, it makes no difference. But they could provide for themselves. And you took that hope away from those people. And now we've had increased problems with living problems like we're talking about. You have increased problems with drugs. That has been exponential since they closed that bank.
And they look to us as the people that represent them to protect them and their way of life.
Commissioner Ward, not to scare him away, because I know he's on there, but Justin is, but he's a planner, and he works at ARPC also. Let's have that meeting first before we talk, we can include the roads and funding. Let's get his perspective, see what he thinks.
But I
I'm
think
sure
the
he has
whole-
experience.
I think the whole board needs to be in the discussion with Justin though,
Yeah.
too.
Oh, I agree, but
Yeah.
the reason I would say I reach out to commission, because it is, the big problem we're talking about right now is her district, so
Yeah.
let's start there, and then he comes before the board, based on our discussion, Commissioner Ward, if you're good with that.
Yeah, that's
you
fine.
know? And he's listening, I'm not gonna put him on the spot and force him to talk right now,
Just,
but, yeah.
I guess you need, send me some dates.
Okay.
So we
We'll
can
it
get
from
together.
him. I'll work around, we'll work out your schedule, but yes, I'll have him reach out to you, Commissioner, have a
We
discussion.
got a meeting in 12 days.
So we're gonna delay this discussion till after we've all met with the planner?
I,
And kind of
yes,
get some-
Commissioner, I would.
Okay.
Let's give him a shot at it and see what he says.
Okay.
Well, he needs to go see the area.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll be happy to take him,
Yeah.
show him around,
Take him
or
around,
Courtney
too.
can take him, somebody can take him. I don't mind taking him around.
If you guys don't mind, is that,
It's fine.
That's fine with me.
not to stop Attorney Schuler from
Yeah.
doing any of his research that he wants to
If
do.
it,
but-
if it moves it forward, I'm fine with
Yes.
it. We really need to get something done with this.
Yes.
Anything else, Attorney Schuler?
Okay.
No, sir.
Mr. Rowan, I need to give you this while we're here. This is a letter I received
I have something for Attorney Schuler though.
for
before-
the for the Carbo Historic District. The recognition from some kind of national recognition. I just want to pass that to you, so whoever needs it can take care of it. You know what I mean? It's not for me.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, Attorney
Yep.
Schuler, I talked to you briefly, and I sent you an email about, I got a complaint. I know in the past, I had a dilapidated house that our building official went out, inspected, deemed it unsafe. We had to go through the courts to get it mitigated.
Yes.
I got contacted by someone in Chairman Jones' district about a house that, apparently the letter was sent back in February to the homeowner, the property owner, about to mitigate this house. I know, and I talked to Courtney about it, and I know we don't really need an ordinance to deal with dilapidated, abandoned homes, because it does have, in my opinion, I feel like it does pose an issue and a threat to surrounding homeowners, property owners, because, there's vermin, there could be squatters in there. I know in this particular situation, the house is supposedly secure, but has a hole in the roof, so it's obviously not that secure if somebody can access it via the roof. Somebody do that, I think if they're desperate enough and want a place to stay, they will. But the point of this is, I just we don't need an ordinance from the county's perspective to mitigate a home that's dilapidated / abandoned that poses a threat.
Commissioner, the legal theory we traveled upon for the Hurricane Michael damaged home in your district was a public nuisance and health hazard. In that case, you had a broken and exposed septic tank, and you also had the written opinion of your building official that the house was damaged beyond repair and was a public hazard. And then we used that as the factual basis to file the lawsuit under a theory of a public nuisance and a health hazard. The house you're referring to on St. George Island, he's reviewed that a couple of times. And most recently, I contacted him after your email, and he still has not, he has the same opinion that it does not meet the threshold to require demolition as a public health hazard and a public nuisance. So I'm stuck with that factual basis. And so is the board. I mean, that's your building official's opinion. So until the facts change, we're stuck.
Anyone else? Have anything for Attorney Schuler? All right, any commissioner comments? Are we done commented out at this early time of 3:15? All right, meeting adjourned.